Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Saigo leaned back on the throne. He held his chin with one hand and let the fingers of the other hand gently tap the armrest of the throne. At this time, Saigo was watching the briefing sent by Momonga. Perhaps it was because Saigo was the only friend left after coming to this different world, or it was some other reason. Momonga told Saigo almost everything he did in this different world. It looked like a widowed old man using this method to resolve his loneliness. And between what Momonga said, he vaguely put forward a dangerous view of the world that might exist. For example, Momonga said that he found many props in this world that can only be found in the World Tree game. Another example is that the magic of this different world is almost the same as that of the World Tree game. This made Momonga very suspicious that there were other players here and reminded Saigo not to be careless in this subtle way. This is in line with Momonga's cautious personality. In addition to the flying squirrel's doubts about the existence of the players, he also used various tone and methods to prove that there is an extremely terrifying existence in this world, which the players of the World Tree game cannot fight against. It seems that the mother of the evil god I played really scared the flying squirrel. Looking at the messages sent by Momonga, Saigo smiled dumbly. He knew that this was actually Momonga's way of warning himself that the world was very dangerous, so don't cause accidents because of carelessness. It's just that Momonga didn't dare to tell Saigo the existence of the mother of the evil god, so he could only use this method to remind him. For this, Saigo could only secretly apologize to Momonga. After my experiments, the NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nazarick can be resurrected as in the past, but it needs to consume gold coins and some in-game materials. And I don't know how to supplement these materials and gold coins for the time being. I tried to fill the gold coins of the Great Tomb with gold coins from another world, but it didn't work at all. 11. And the materials used for resurrection have not been found in this world. Although there are a lot of gold coins and materials accumulated in the Great Tomb, if you can't replenish them, you should be more cautious when using them. We can't just sit and eat. I don't know if players other than NPCs can be resurrected. I don't dare to experiment with my own life. Of course, Zaratul, don't be stupid to experiment with your own life. But I know you don't do stupid things. Due to the reason of the game system, when the distance between Saigo and Momonga exceeds a certain range, the two can only communicate with each other in this similar way of communication. During this period of time, Momonga has been investigating this different world, although because of his overly cautious character and being frightened by the mother of evil gods, this makes Momonga more careful in doing things so that the progress of the investigation is slow. But with the carefulness of Momonga, he also made many comparisons between the different world and the game system of World Tree, and told Saigo the conclusion he got. The world props are really interesting things, especially the world props located at 20, all of which involve the power of the full power domain. They are all the same as Saint Annihilation, able to distort the laws of heaven, change the operation of the world's laws, and even transform the world into a game. Even resurrection can be done with a certain payment. Saigo is thoughtful and has a great interest in world props. It's not that Saigo wants to use it, but that Saigo clearly knows that he wants to fully inherit the spirit of the mother of evil gods and exert the power of the domain of full authority. Inheritance can do it. If the inheritance of a spiritual status can turn an ordinary person into a full power domainer, then this two-digit number is too funny. To really fully grasp this power, it also requires Saigo's own comprehension, and Saigo needs to actively pursue and learn. So after Saigo Kane provided all the information about the Saint Annihilation, he spared the two true ancestors. And this world also has a corner of the sphere of authority, which is the world prop. Although neither Saint Annihilation nor world props are the complete domain of authority. But even if they are just a corner of that complete power, as long as you have enough contact with them and you have mastered and learned enough, you can also master them. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The puzzle gets easier as you go to the back, because there are fewer and fewer things to put together and there are fewer and fewer free places for the puzzle. Look for these powers related to the domain of authority, try to spell out a broken figure as much as possible, and roughly know the whole picture of the domain of authority. In this way, when Saigo inherits the spirit status of the mother of evil gods, he can complete the puzzle, thereby obtaining a complete double-digit power and even directly becoming one of the 4 primordials. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world, and there is nothing that can be reaped without paying. Saigo can easily obtain the current strength, which is already beyond the luck of most people. But there is a limit to this luck. If you want to go further and become stronger, you must put in your own efforts and pursuits. For flowers, efforts may not be useful, but not working hard will be useless. Just as Saigo was thinking, there was the sound of steady footsteps between the thrones. He knew that there was only one other than Momonga who could enter and exit the throne room at will, and that was Albedo. A tall, graceful, plump demon walked into the throne room with a gentle and seductive smile. There are a pair of beautiful devil's horns on her black hair, and her upside-down golden pupils are majestic and charming. Her lotus-like jade arms folded in front of her body, and the white lace gloves on her arms made her look dignified and elegant. The whiteness and depth exposed at the neckline and the perfect arc formed by the girdle tell the beautiful and fiery body of this demon. Saigo nodded slightly. Of course not, how dare I question the Supreme Being's decision? I once said that it is not important to bother me, so tell me what happened. The pair of demon wings on Albedo's waist flapped gently, like a puppy wagging its tail with an aggrieved tone. Yes, Supreme Being. She only felt that Saigo was more majestic than before and brought her a more indescribable sense of oppression. That is the stalwart of the Supreme and the powerful will of the Supreme. Albedo responded respectfully. Saigo's eyes fell on the prostrate demon in front of him, and he could even see the scenery under Albedo's skirt from his angle. After the pure white demon walked between the thrones, she saw Saigo sitting on the throne. Albedo said fearfully, "Oh, so it's Demiurge, let him come between the thrones." Albedo was stunned for a moment, then with ecstasy on her face, she quickly took 2 steps forward and knelt down on the ground, prostrating deeply in the tunnel. Supreme, you are awake, why are you don't summon me immediately? This made Albedo's body tremble, and strong and distorted feelings for Saigo welled up from the deepest part of her heart, wishing that Saigo would abuse her with his boundless might. Are you complaining that I didn't do this, Albedo? Albedo, since you have come between the throne rooms, you have to pass through here to meet me in the royal suite. Master Supreme, it is Demiurge who has returned. You said that I will notify you after he or Shaltir returns. Saigo asked calmly. Albedo reported with her head bowed deeply. Not long after, a tall and thin male demon with his hair combed back like pomade and wearing a pair of round glasses came between the thrones. He was wearing an orange, fashionable British-style suit, and he always had a smile on his face. Behind the round-framed glasses, a pair of glasses were always squinting so that people could not see his eyes. It was Demiurge, the highest-level demon of the race, the guardian of the 7th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Demiurge always likes to walk with his right hand behind his back, with his head held high, making people look like an arrogant gentleman. But after entering the room between the thrones, he subconsciously lowered the right hand that was behind his back and hung his arms respectfully by his side. Demiurge glanced at Saigo, who was sitting on the throne, and then quickly lowered his head. And Albedo stood respectfully by Saigo's side, with her hands hanging in front of her body with the same respectful expression as Demiurge's, and there were no other expressions of 130 on that gorgeous face. Greetings to you, Supreme, your majesty is even heavier, and your majesty has already made it difficult for me to see. Just seeing you, I am overwhelmed by your deep darkness and sin. Looking at your great face with my insignificance is simply a crime worthy of death. Demiurge knelt on the ground, his tone was excited and fanatical. Even if Saigo, who has reached 3 digits, does not use his omnipotent power, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is a transformation between man and God, which is a kind of sublimation and evolution of life. Demiurge's strength is not bad, or all the guardians are very strong. The so-called full-level players fight alone, and only the top-ranked strong players can defeat these guardians. If he didn't wear the equipment, even Momonga would not have any confidence in defeating any of the guardians in the Great Tomb. This is also the reason why Momonga was terrified before and put all the equipment on himself. He was afraid that these guardians would betray him and he would surely die. So majestic, so stalwart is this the true power of the Supreme Being. Sure enough, the Supreme Being who created our guardians in order not to let his glory shine on us and to prevent us from being oppressed by our own majesty, we couldn't get up. It is the Supreme Being who restrains his own strength, allowing us to have a dialogue with the great Supreme Being. What kindness and compassion is this? Now the Supreme Being only reveals such an insignificant power which makes us guardians feel great pressure. Demiurge thought in his heart, this is the Supreme Being he serves, the one who commands all things and all spirits, the strongest Supreme Being in this world. The one who had the same thought as Demiurge was Albedo, who was also impressed by Saigo's compassion and compassion. This is the honor bestowed upon us by Lord Zeratul. Albedo's smile was deeply distorted and soft. She glanced at Saigo lightly, seeing that Saigo didn't speak. She played the duty of the manager and said, Demiurge, quickly tell us the information you have received and don't keep our Supreme One waiting. The highest-ranking demon bowed his head deeply and said respectfully, Yes, Lord Supreme, Lord Albedo. Then Saigo said, Get up, Demiurge, stand up and talk. It's my negligence. If a tiny existence like me kneels on the ground, it will be as humble as an ant. This will make the Supreme Being even less concerned about my residue that can be removed with a simple sweep. It is my dereliction of duty to make you look at me who is so small and humble. Demiurge stood up, sighing and praising deeply. Please allow me to take out the map I have drawn and present you with a complete picture of the world. Demiurge said respectfully, Allow. Saigo nodded slightly. After getting Saigo's consent, Demiurge took out a scroll about his height from his back. Seeing this, Albedo's gaze froze and she stared deeply at Demiurge. If the demon took out a magic scroll instead of a world map, she would definitely raise her giant axe immediately to clear away the traitors. In the human world, isn't there an idiom of seeing from the poor? However, it is obviously impossible for Demiurge to betray. Even if Saigo asks him to die, he will choose to commit suicide without hesitation. That is the absolute sincerity to the Supreme Being. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely not loyal. Demiurge knelt on the ground with one knee and opened the map in his hand. Master Supreme, look. This is the map I obtained after I sneaked into the human world and greeted some high-level human beings. The great underground tomb of Nazarick just appeared at the center of the world. Obviously your majesty makes the whole world pay homage to you. Saigo couldn't hear Demiurge's compliments at all. Nonsense, maps are drawn by humans. As long as you start drawing with the place where you are at the center, then you will always be at the center of the world. At the farther north of the kingdom is the Agrand Council, which is said to be ruled by several ancient dragon kings who have always maintained neutrality and settled disputes among countries. The southeastern end of the Great Tomb is the Theocracy. This country is the most powerful country of mankind. It believes in the gods and upholds human supremacy. Demiurge took out the map and explained all the forces and kingdoms in this world very clearly. Because all decisions are made by the Supreme Being. Demiurge pointed to the center of the map and said, The place where the great underground tomb of Nazarick appeared is located in the human territory, right at the junction of the kingdom, the empire, and the church. Other countries are more or less influenced by the church. The northeast is where the empire is and the northwest is the kingdom. The two countries often fight and have never stopped for hundreds of years. And to the east and south of the Theocracy, after passing through a large plain, is the Dragon Kingdom. This country has been harassed by orcs recently, and it is miserable. And these races have been encroaching on human territory. Many races in this world are distributed, roughly divided into humans and subhumans. The human race is weak, but they are united enough in the face of foreign enemies so they control a piece of fertile land. After finishing speaking, Demiurge bowed down again and waited for Saigo to speak with Albedo. But even so, the land area occupied by the entire human race is not large compared to the world as a whole, and most of the area is occupied by the Orcs and Tauren races. Of course, this is just my idea. Presumably the Supreme One has a better plan, I dare not presume. In these cracks, there are subhuman kingdoms such as elves, dwarves, and lizardmen, and the most extensive areas are the Orcs, Tauren, and other races who are strong and have always regarded humans as enemies. After talking about the north on 4.1, Demiurge continued to draw on the map with his fingers. The Great Tomb is separated by mountains to the southwest of the Holy Kingdom of Rabel, and its overall strength is relatively weak among humans. Maybe this can be called the Junction Land. I think this country should be the most important of your great projects. Of course, Demiurge will only introduce the information he has investigated and will not make any decisions. Having said that, a murderous intent flashed across Demiurge's squinted eyes. Obviously, as a demon, he disliked the theocracy and human supremacy very much. Saigo's fingers tapped the armrest of the throne and there was a rhythmic tapping sound. Albedo and Demiurge knelt on the ground, waiting for Saigo's order. Saigo does not do things aimlessly and randomly. Today's Saigo's strength has not yet reached the level of overlooking everything and ruling the world. At the very least, Saigo, who only has a 3-digit demon incarnation, can't reach that kind of leisurely state. What he said to Nangong that month, that his behavior was all for fun, was nothing more than fooling the witch. On the contrary, Saigo has always acted with absolute purpose. In the bloodthirsty world where Nangong was in that month, Saigo's original purpose was to be a salty fish, just to quietly wait for the capture of the origin of that world. But when Saigo discovered that the holy annihilation is related to the double-digit power, and when he discovered that his actions disturbed the fate, thus making the world's origin capture faster, Saigo's purpose also changed. One of the goals is to seize the holy war and see a corner of the double digits, and the other goal is to disrupt the world, thereby accelerating one's own growth. Now in this world tree game, Saigo's goal is still these two, which is also the best way for Saigo to quickly stack his strength. In the world tree game, the best thing to study the power of double digits is the world props. In fact, Saigo itself has world props such as Avesta. Although the Avesta mastered by Saigo only has the power of the first 3,000 years, but this simulated star map, Saigo has discovered its true colors. The so-called simulated star map and simulated have actually told their true colors. Under normal circumstances, the simulated star map is to simulate the world view of a certain religion or sect, so that the world view of that sect can replace the reality, resulting in a change in the world view. This is much stronger than any inherent enchantment or even imaginary realization, because it is an artifact that can even change the worldview. But the simulated star creation map is only a simulation after all, and the real religious worldview exists by itself. The artifact in Saigo's hands is not a simulated star creation map at all, but a real Zoroastrian worldview. The Zoroastrian worldview already includes the concepts of good and evil, and the ordinary simulated star map is actually to simulate the power of the plenipotentiary domain as much as possible with low-digit strength. But a complete religious worldview, which has even surpassed the domain of authority, is a treasure of a higher level and is the essence and end point of a religion. So Saigo is not in a hurry because the Avesta in his opponent's hand has not changed for so long. Now that he knows the true face of the Avesta in his hands, Saigo doesn't care about it. If he really wants to research and discover this thing, he may need to reach the full power domain to be qualified. Therefore, in the world tree game, Saigo's current goals are still those two: to speed up the acquisition of the origin of the world, and the second is to continue to study the world props. In addition to Avesta, there are also a few world props in Ainsworgen, so it's okay to study these own props as long as they don't use them anyway. Speaking of holy annihilation alone, Saigo hasn't studied it thoroughly. The so-called gluttony can't chew, so Saigo is not in a hurry to study these props. Then the main purpose is to speed up the capture of the source so that I can quickly recover my strength. In Saigo today, only the aging demons have recovered their spirit status, but this is far from enough. At least he needs to recover the power of 5 more demons. Saigo may not be able to fully awaken the 2 demons with the 2 world origins of the current Saigo contract, but speeding up the grabbing speed can also reduce unnecessary waste of time. In the bloodthirsty world, the way to get faster is that I changed the original direction of fate and accelerated the flow of fate. In this world tree game I have to do the same, Saigo frowned in thought. The flying squirrel is cautious, especially after meeting the mother of the evil god. His cautiousness has almost reached the extreme. It is estimated that the flying squirrel feels that there are too many monsters in this world that can be easily eliminated. Therefore, Mamanga is now hiding his identity, leading Sebastian to explore the country where the Great Tomb is located, hoping to obtain more information. And Saigo knew that he was pretending to be the mother of the evil god and had a basic understanding of the world, so he let Demiurge use the fastest way to obtain information about the world. With the information stars that Demiurge obtained in a short period of time, I am afraid that it will take a long time to complete it with Mamanga. Then, let's tentatively change the situation in this world first. Thinking of this, Saigo finally opened his mouth and said, "Albedo. Your subordinate, what orders do you have, my Lord Supreme? The pure white demon lowered its head and said respectfully, "Let the 7 sisters of the Pleiades come to see me." Saigo ordered, "I obey, but please allow me to presume to ask, are you letting all the 7 sisters come?" After hesitating for a moment, Albedo asked cautiously, "You want to ask Oral Omega?" Saigo thought for a while. I knew what Albedo wanted. There are only 6 members of the Pleiades fighting maids who are really active, and their level is actually not high, and the average level is about 60 in the game. But as the younger sister, O Liar, her level has been specialized to level 100 and she has many commander skills. It can be said that the youngest sister is the core of the battle maid group. Oral's main duty is to protect the Aints Ual Gon's rod, but there is no need for her to protect it now. This duty is meaningless. If there are enemies who can really invade the protection of the scepter, it will be no different if she is there or not. Since this is the case, then we must make the best use of it. This time, it can also let me see her commanding ability because I will perform a gorgeous drama. Saigo said slowly, "It's really disrespectful for me to let you spend time explaining to the humble me, and it's also your kindness and compassion from the Supreme. Albedo looked at Saigo with distorted, crazy and longing eyes, and then she bowed again and said in that melodious and beautiful voice, "Please wait a moment, Lord Supreme, I will bring the Pleiadian battle maid squad to see you." 1. To be summoned by you, to be right with them, is an honor that will be remembered for a lifetime. After finishing speaking, Albedo walked backwards, and when she was out of the throne room and out of Saigo's sight, she straightened her body and activated the magic on the ring to teleport. It would be rude to use teleportation magic in front of the Supreme Being, and of course Albedo would not do that. Not long after, there were footsteps on the road to the throne, and 7 beautiful maids with their own styles were walking towards the throne with excited expressions. The corridor between the thrones, 7 beautiful girls of different shapes and colors met together. In other words, 6 people came together and only one person did not walk with the other 6 women. In an instant, the 6 beautiful battle maids all looked at the young lady who was rare even in the large underground tomb. Oral Omega, our youngest sister, I didn't expect that even you were summoned by the Supreme. As the big sister among the 7 sisters, Yuri Alpha, who is in charge of the Pleiades star cluster after Sebastian is not around, after seeing her younger sister, she stroked the glasses on the bridge of her nose and made a surprised sound. In the past, I was sent by the 42 supreme beings to guard the staff of Anziergen and the portal in the great underground tomb of Nazareth, and I have always devoted myself to my duties. And this time the greatest supreme being, Mr. Zeratul, will summon me, so there is naturally his intention. My lord, I hope you don't use such a surprised tone, it's an unavoidable question to the supreme being. The younger sister of the 7 sisters, a beautiful girl wearing a white top and a red witch costume, said in a gentle tone. After hearing Waime's words, Yuli Alpha, the big sister, hurriedly said, "How dare I question the decision of the Supreme Being? Oral, you are right, what I said just now is indeed disrespectful to the Supreme. I will teach you here." Yuli Alpha quickly admitted her mistake, and any matter related to the Supreme Being is not a trivial matter, and there must be no negligence. Okay, let's stop your topic, talk about it later. I know that you rarely have the chance to meet the Supreme Being, so remember, don't talk too much next time unless the Supreme Being asks a question. You are not allowed to talk nonsense so as not to make Lord Zeratul angry. The one who is about to summon you is the strongest among the Supreme Beings, Lord Zeratul, who still bestows us with mercy and mercy even though the other Supremes have abandoned us. Remember, any disrespect to Lord Zeratul is not allowed, and even a trace of haste will be an unforgivable crime. Albedo, who was walking in the forefront, stopped. She turned her seductive and gentle head back and saw that the 7 sisters seemed to be chatting, so she sounded a warning. The 7 battle maids of the Pleiades immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Yes, Lord Albedo. Immediately, the 7 maids looked serious, not daring to speak, and followed Albedo towards the throne room. Each of them looked excited, with a strong sense of happiness that they were about to be summoned by the Supreme Being. The 7 sisters never thought that one day they would be remembered by the Supreme, and what an honor it was to be able to summon them between the Supreme Thrones. Walk past the statue hall with the 72 demon gods of Solomon and come to the gate carved with angels and demons. The door is opened, and the eyes of the 7 sisters are reflected between the extremely luxurious and vast throne. Middle. The first thing they saw was the 42 thrones surrounded by a circle and the only stalwart figure appearing on the throne. Just staring at it, the 7 sisters seemed to see the endless abyss, the extreme darkness and evil, and the aging time of all things. The desperate breath made the 7 maids breathless, but they were also so excited that they almost cried out. Ah, this is the figure of the Supreme Being, and this is the Creator who created them. That is a great existence that makes one's soul and spirit nearly collapse just by looking at it. Pleiades, greetings to you, our Creator, the strongest Supreme. The 7 sisters quickly knelt down on their knees, buried their heads, and greeted Saigo at the top. Saigo stared at the 7 beautiful girls kneeling in front of him, waited for a few seconds before speaking. Look up, I allow you to look me in the eye. Saigo's deep voice sounded. Yes, Supreme Being. The 7 maids quickly raised their heads, looking at Saigo's inexplicable evil figure with admiration and admiration. Saigo looked at the 7 sisters, recalling some information about them. Then Saigo found that he couldn't remember their information, only a general impression. The main reason is that only you know these NPC character settings created by players and no one else can see them at all. But I have to say that Saigo also finds Entoma a beauty who is made up entirely of bugs. But if you think that the beautiful face of this shy little girl is a bug and the body is a mimicry of a spider, you will feel even more beautiful immediately. Seeing Saigo's gaze focused on her for a long time, Entoma smiled sweetly at him like a shy little girl with a reserved expression. One is Narbaral Gamma, the 3rd sister among the 7 sisters, whose maker is the 2nd style Yanlei, so she has the temperament of a female ninja who obeys the orders of her master. People with strange quirks and aesthetics like Perorensino and Genjiro are rare after all. Saigo remembers that her race seems to be a double phantom, that is, the main body is a faceless monster, and now the cold and beautiful face that fits Saigo's aesthetics is the only appearance it has transformed. Saigo remembered that Genjiro was the maker of Entoma, and Saigo admired this guy's aesthetics and sexual fetishes. Although it looks like a beautiful and lovely doll from the outside, Saigo can tell at a glance that her body is a spider, and this appearance is all mimicked. Saigo's eyes mainly fell on the 2 of the 7 sisters. It can be said that this is a beautiful woman forcibly pieced together with various bugs that look like some external organs of human beings. But even if it is a spider, Entoma can only imitate a rough human appearance, so she used other insects to make up for her shortcomings. You must know that there are many bugs and monsters in the World Tree game. He can choose a suitable bug from so many bugs and monsters and then piece together a beautiful girl like a doll. This skill has reached a certain level. For example, her face is a mask-shaped bug, every hair is a twisting bug, and even the throat is made of bugs. The only one who can compete with him is Perorensino. That guy Zhao Nuos can force a leech into a peerless beauty like Gentia with a paintbrush, and his skills are not ordinary. Now that the game has become a reality, the character information that was once set has become a real existence. Another one that Saigo pays attention to is the 6th sister of the 7 sisters, Atama Basilissa Zeta. For example, there are many domain guardians in the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Those guardians are real monsters and they are also normal people's horizontal donkeys. Saigo withdrew his gaze and he said in a deep and majestic voice, "Now I want to give you a mission, my loyal maids. Please order Supreme. No matter how difficult it is, we will do our best to complete it." The 7 maids of the Pleiades knelt on the ground and said in unison, "There is no need to show such a serious expression, it is just a small task." Saigo pondered for a moment, pointed his finger on the map and said slowly, "Rabble Holy Kingdom, our goal is here." Saigo doesn't know the original fate of the world, so he will distort the fate of the world according to his own behavior. Momonga's current behavior is actually different from the past. After confronting the mother of evil gods, Momonga became more cautious and his movements reached a heinous slowness. Right now, the flying squirrel is still dawdling in the kingdom of Tiger, moving slowly. He is still just a little adventurer and his level is very low. Momonga didn't have any intention of raising his adventure level. Obviously, the power he holds can no longer find an opponent in this world, but he still takes Sebastian to be careful in everything, not daring to be too ostentatious. Momonga's behavior has already changed the original destiny of this world. And what Saigo has to do now is to use the most drastic means from another aspect to distort fate. This method is the method of the devil. Demiurge stared at the west of Saigo's finger, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "So that's it, as expected of the Supreme Being. The idea is so perfect that no one can find any flaws. The holy kingdom of Rabal is weak in the human kingdom, and it is far away from the struggles of several major kingdoms in the mainstream of human beings. So it lives in a corner. No 550 Supreme is able to invade and occupy this country as a bridgehead to occupy the world. And it is weak, allowing the Great Tomb to detect more of the world's local power. The other thing is that the battles here are far away from other countries, which can be used to test the reaction of the human world, so as to see whether they are strong enough to threaten the Great Tomb in the human world. Of course, I don't dare to question your boundless power, but there are still many weak people in the tomb. You must be afraid that those strong human beings may harm us in the tomb. Our Creator, you are so majestic and benevolent, we can only die to fulfill your orders." Demiurge was so moved that he shed tears of the devil, telling about Saigo's greatness. Although this highest-level demon is extremely cruel to the enemy, he has the greatest love for the family members inside the tomb. To a certain extent, this demon is also oscillating between good and evil. Albedo and the 7 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster were also moved and wept bitterly, moved by the compassion and affection of the Supreme Being. Saigo was silent for a moment and said, "Very well, look at Akbi Demiurge, you understand what I mean." In fact, Saigo just pointed at it at that time. Except for the troublesome world props, everything else in this world is not worth mentioning. So Saigo just randomly selects a country, and then let the devil come to destroy it and occupy it. It doesn't matter which country it is. Saigo's purpose is not to occupy this world, that's meaningless. His purpose is to cause chaos and distortion of fate, so that under the fluctuation of the world's origin, it can be grasped and excavated deeper. But since Demiurge misunderstood, he misunderstood. Although the ideas were different, the purpose was the same. Demiurge lowered his head deeply, showing a joyful smile, happy that he understood the thoughts of the Supreme Being. Albedo looked at this demon with envy, secretly annoyed why she didn't understand the meaning of Supreme Being right away. As for the 7 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster, they didn't think so much. Their duties were only battle maids, and there was a difference in status from the guardian Demiurge and the steward Albedo. For the 7 sisters, they didn't even dare to think about the idea of the Supreme Being without authorization, which in itself was disrespectful. As maids, they just need to obey orders and they don't need to think about why they do it. "Demiurge, I want to give you a mission first." Saigo looked at the guardian on the 7th floor and said, "Hear your words." The devil said respectfully, "Since humans and demi-races have a deep hatred in this world, it's up to you to go to the demi-human tribes near the holy kingdom of Rabal and unite them. Whether you use force to threaten or use wisdom to combine vertical and horizontal, I just need to see this ending." Next, give this demi-human army to the seven sisters who will lead this army to invade the holy kingdom of Rabel, and you will be the guardian to protect their safety. When necessary, you can also use the resources in the Great Tomb for support. Oral, your skills are all specialized commander abilities. This is the time for you to show your talents. Let me see your strength. Go ahead and show me a good stage play, and I'll be watching your play from the bottom row of the stage. In order to please me, the only audience show your gorgeous and heroic appearance to your heart's content. Until the end of the curtain, the audience will step onto the stage in a way that no one can imagine. Saigo's body leaned forward slightly, and he ordered. This is Saigo's purpose, to destroy a nation with demonic thunder and bloodshed. Then he will rule the country in a utopian way with absolute equality. It's like Nangong's wish for the peaceful coexistence of demons and humans that month. Saigo wants to let humans and sub-races who have deep hatred live together in this world, let them help each other, love each other, and praise this Yamaroti utopia together. It is absolutely evil to destroy a country with the cruel means of demons, but to rule a country in this way and be loved by all citizens, that is absolutely good. Now Saigo needs to make preparations in advance, explore the poles of good and evil, and prepare for the day when he will break through the concept of good and evil. Saigo has always believed that there is nothing wrong with planning for a rainy day, so as not to regret that he was not prepared enough when he got to that point. We will definitely show you the most beautiful drama, please enjoy it and rate us. Demiurge and the seven sisters spoke in unison. As the highest-ranking demon, Demiurge felt that the Supreme One knew him too well. What he likes most is to tempt or force human beings to make them do all kinds of cruel things, which is the nature of demons. Master Zeratul. At this moment, Albedo made an anxious noise and even used the private address for Saigo. Do you have any questions, Albedo? Saigo looked at the pure white demon and asked. Albedo knelt on the ground and said in a very quick tone, "Please allow me to presume, Supreme Being. You have given Demiurge and the Seven Sisters the task, so as the manager, what about the mission? A mere human kingdom, I will dedicate it to you. And I will also present you the most beautiful dance and drama." Hearing Albedo's terrified words, Saigo laughed out loud and said cheerfully, "Albedo, come forward." The pure white demon heard Saigo's words. Her soft knees knelt on the ground, rubbing against Saigo little by little. Saigo's hand landed on Albedo's beautiful devil's horn and moved down little by little across her beautiful fair face and finally held her sharp chin. Saigo exerted a little force, making Albedo look directly at him. At this moment the pure white demon was already blushing with excitement from Saigo's actions. Saigo pressed his thumb on Albedo's cherry lips and his tone slowed down. You can't kill a chicken with a bull's knife. As the chief guardian, your primary duty is to guard the tomb. Secondly, the most powerful enemy should be left to you to deal with. The Agrand Council and Theocracy are the strongest countries in the world. Facing them is your chance to appear on the stage. Don't be impatient, Albedo. You also have to give other subordinates who are loyal to me a chance to perform, don't you? As the heroine of a stage play, you are beautiful, but in addition to the heroine, there must always be supporting actors and actresses. All the roles added together, the group is a gorgeous drama. Ah, the Supreme Lord. At this time, Albedo was overwhelmed with excitement when Saigo called her the heroine. Albedo crawled at Saigo's feet, her two jade hands wrapped in white lace gloves lightly rested on Saigo's knees. The pure white devil's sharp and beautiful chin rested on the back of his hand. She moaned excitedly and longingly and just opened her upside-down golden pupils that were gentle only when facing Saigo, staring at Saigo with distorted and loving eyes. Saigo's hand was like stroking a puppy or cat, stroking Albedo's smooth black hair and rubbing the demon's seductive face with the back of his hand. The pair of demon wings on Albedo's waist swayed gently like a begging puppy. The seven Pleiadian sisters all looked at Albedo with envious eyes. I unconsciously fantasized in my mind that the one enjoying the caress in front of the Supreme Being is all myself. And Toma even felt that what is so good about Albedo, she is even more beautiful. Thinking in this way, Entoma tried her best to make the mimetic bug on her face show a sweeter smile, and the red eyes full of cracks were shining brightly. And her pair of beautiful legs, wearing red and white stripes and stockings full of charms, were also tightly closed. Get up, Albedo. Saigo patted Albedo on the head. The pure white demon stood up from the ground reluctantly and stood beside Saigo respectfully again. As His Excellency said, Lord Albedo, you should give us unfavored subordinates some chances. Demiurge stroked his glasses and said with a smile. Albedo withdrew her gentle expression when facing Saigo and turned into that harsh manager again and said with a cold snort. Don't blame me, Demiurge. You don't have to repeat Lord Zaratul's words. Also, you are not some unfavored subordinate, otherwise how could the Lord entrust you with this initial stage play? This is the love that adults have for you, and you are ungrateful. Hearing Albedo's words, Demiurge bowed to Saigo in fear and trepidation. I was the one who was rude, Your Excellency. You love us so much, and it is greedy for us to want more. Saigo calmly said, Greed is a virtue of the devil, there is nothing to blame for it, Demiurge. Saigo felt that even the ancient emperors would never encounter such a scene of courtiers vying for favor. Those human ministers have selfishness and they will fight for their own interests when facing the emperor. But the NPCs of the Great Tomb, Albedo and Demiurge, were different. They had no selfishness and were devoted to themselves wholeheartedly. No matter what they say, they will find a suitable reason for you and they will always be in a position to please you. To be honest, if a person with unsteady will is here after a long time, he will definitely become swayed, lose his rational thinking, and become a fool who only knows how to be flattered. Under the leadership of an idiot, it would be fine if they could be crushed, but if they really encountered an evenly matched enemy, it would probably be beyond redemption. Fortunately, Saigo has a firm will. Even if he is flattered by everyone in the Big Tomb, he remains calm as usual. Is there any news from Shaltir? Saigo asked at this time. Albedo bowed her body and said, There is no news about Shaltir yet, Lord Zaratul. In this world, sending messages requires very troublesome ritual magic, so it's not an important thing and Shaltir will not send messages at any time. Presumably that's Sevengil. Shaltir is living a luxurious and rotten life outside at this time. Although she will not forget your order, Lord Zaratul, DxD.The does things because of too selfish. Compared to Demiurge, who is quick and easy, Shaltir is always too slow in doing things. You should punish her. Albedo knew Shaltir's rival in love very well, so she guessed Shaltir's current behavior pattern all at once. That must be to find a few beautiful human virgins to turn them into vampires and to complete Saigo's mission while serving her own ladylike life. Demiurge bowed with a smile on his face, expressing his gratitude to Albedo for complimenting him. Saigo thinks it's quite interesting that this group of people are jealous in front of him. Her punishment will wait for her to come back. Demiurge, I'm afraid you have found more information than that. What else have you not told me? Ulbert, who created Demiurge, was a sinister and cunning person, and this demon must have the same temperament. Although Saigo has only seen the first season of the animation, he has a little knowledge of this world, but he has generally seen some other information about Overlord. For example, the King of Eight Desires is one of the information Saigo knows. With Demiurge's means, since he obtained the information from the high-level human beings, it is impossible not to know about it, but Demiurge did not report it to him. Upon hearing Saigo's words, Albedo's upside-down pupils were like a giant dragon, and she sternly said to Demiurge with incomparable majesty, Demiurge, what on earth are you hiding from Lord Zaratul? Demiurge hurriedly said, Please calm down, my Lord Supreme, Lord Albedo. It's not that I deliberately concealed it, but that this information is just my guess, and I dare not judge the authenticity, so I can't tell the Supreme Lord. Zero, ask for flowers. If my guess is wrong, then wouldn't it be a deception to the Supreme Being? Your eyes are shining. I did get some content, that is, about the long history of this world over the past 1,000 years. In these histories, there have been 6 gods, 8 desire kings, and 13 heroes. According to my guess, these people are probably related to the enemies who invaded the tomb. Demiurge's eyes behind the round-rimmed glasses sparkled, and he said in a low voice, And the so-called enemies in Demiurge's mouth are naturally the former players. There were over 1,000 players who invaded the Great Tomb back then. Your reason is sufficient, so I forgive your deception. But remember, Demiurge, don't hide anything next time. Even if it is your guess, you have to speak out as to whether it is true or not. It will be up to me to judge. Do you understand? Although the NPCs in the Great Tomb are loyal enough, loyalty doesn't mean they won't do stupid things. If you trust them too much, these NPCs may go their own way, and they will do things that they think are good for the Great Tomb and the Supreme Being. You can't say they are betrayed because they did it with loyalty, but the result is likely to bring unpredictable disasters. Saigo likes subordinates who have their own opinions which represent the ability of the other party. But he also doesn't like subordinates who are too assertive which will go against his will. Demiurge's head was sweating coldly, and he was tamed and obedient, resisting the great sense of oppression brought by Saigo's words, and respectfully said, "I understand, Supreme Being." The devil's words carry strong excitement and admiration, which is what the Supreme Being in Demigo's fantasy should look like. God's power is like a prison, God's grace is like a sea. His reprimand can make thousands of mountains collapse, and his kindness can make the sea give birth to new life. This is the mighty power of the Supreme Being. At this time, the 7 sisters of the Pleiades also knelt on the ground trembling when Saigo reprimanded Demiurge. They are fearful, but at the same time they also have fanatical admiration for Saigo. The 7 sisters can't wait to take Albedo's place and enjoy the violation and love and affection of the Supreme Lord. Then go and complete your mission. Demigos doesn't have your 7 sisters. This is the performance of the first act, don't mess it up. Saigo ordered in a deep voice. A gift of loyalty to the Supreme Being. All the people between the thrones are shouting priests. Holy Kingdom of Rabel is the territory of the southwestern peninsula of the Kingdom of Eli Yestage. Because there is a mountain range between the Holy Kingdom, and the southwestern peninsula is far away from the mainland, this keeps the Holy Kingdom of Rabel away from the disputes between the major powers of the human regime. The country has a holy king who exercises faith in magic as the king, and the 2 major forces of the monarch and the temple rule the country together. Although the religious color is strong, Wanged Quan and theocracy are quite harmonious. The entire peninsula is separated by a huge strait. The Holy King lives in the north, while some nobles with real power live in the south. This caused the severe division of the Holy Kingdom between the north and the south, and many nobles simply did not obey the orders of the Holy King, so the country was in a semi-divided state. The most distinctive feature of the Holy Kingdom of Rabel is the only 100-mile border between the southwestern peninsula and the mainland. A huge Great Wall was built here, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the strength of the Holy Kingdom is weaker than other countries, the existence of the Great Wall makes other countries have little interest in the kingdom of the Holy King 630, and are unwilling to spend a large price to invade the city and plunder the land. Of course, the role of the Great Wall is not only to stop other human nations, but also to stop those subraces. It is impossible to send a large army to garrison such a 100-mile-long Great Wall borderline at all times, which will cause huge financial difficulties. Therefore, usually the Great Wall is only stationed with a legion. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack here, and it takes several times the history of the Holy Kingdom to break through the Great Wall. And this kind of troop mobilization, whether it is a human country or a demi-human, will inevitably leak information, and it can give the Holy Kingdom enough time to support the Great Wall. Since the establishment of the Great Wall, it has been safe here, and the Holy Kingdom also believes that the security of the homeland will always be safe, until the country encountered those inhuman monsters. Master Demiurge, if you want to break through such a fortress, it is definitely not possible with the current strength. Of course, no matter how well defended the fortress is, it can be breached from the inside. The Holy Kingdom is severely divided between the north and the south, and the nobles in the south do not listen to the command of the Holy Kingdom. If we enter the human world and use the despicableness of human beings to turn them against each other, then this unfallen fortress will be destroyed by itself. Or, we can also spare the defense line of this fortress, use the sub-races who are good at naval warfare and under strict coordination and calculation, we can double-team from the inside and have a chance to capture this fortress. Of course, no matter which method is used, it will take a lot of time to prepare in advance. Oral Omega, the younger sister of the 7 Pleiadian sisters, was standing with Demiurge in the lush forest, watching the majestic Great Wall fortress ahead. There is also a standard topographic map of the Holy Kingdom in front of the two of them. As Oral, who has optimized the skills of the commander department, she is best at commanding Legion operations and formulating combat strategies. With his left hand behind his back, Demiurge stroked his round glasses with his right hand and said, It's a waste of time, Oral Omega. The Supreme Being is watching us, he is enjoying this gorgeous drama that we brought him. Although using intrigue and resourcefulness to capture a fortress is a good show, but as an opening ceremony, such an overly feminine behavior will definitely make Supreme unhappy. We will use the fastest speed and the cruelest means to capture this fortress and present our due performance for the Supreme Being. Oral, who is an immortal human race, folded her arms in front of her body and said with a slight bow, "Yes, Lord Demiurge, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. We want to present a magnificent and gorgeous drama to the Supreme, and we can't waste too much time in this kind of place. So I hope you can give me a helping hand to help us break through the defenses of this fortress, so that these demi-race legions led by our sisters can enter the hinterland of the Holy Kingdom of Rabel." As expected, Demiurge is the devil who is best at seducing people's hearts. In a very short period of time, he used various means to bring under his control more than a dozen large subhuman race groups near the territory of the Holy Lord. Some of these subraces sent thousands of troops and some sent tens of thousands of troops. In less than half a month, Demiurge gathered an army of hundreds of thousands out of nothing. The military discipline of these demi-races may not be good, but demi-races are much better than human soldiers in fighting alone. Without the protection of the fortress, let these hundreds of thousands of troops invade the hinterland. The Holy Kingdom wants to drive these demi-humans out of their homes, and they don't know what price they will pay. Or, the Holy Kingdom will never have another chance. I understand what you need me to do, Oral Omega, but I am just a guardian and guide and I will complete the early preparations. But the subsequent war will be handed over to you and I will not help you at that time because this is a task entrusted to you by the Supreme, and the Supreme is watching your actions. Don't let the Supreme be ashamed and don't let the Supreme be angry. You have to take this country beautifully and dedicate the Holy Queen to the Great Supreme. Demiurge lowered his head and said with a gentlemanly smile, "The task entrusted to us by the Supreme Being, of course our sisters will not slack off in any way. The big sister among the 7 sisters, whose race is the Headless Horseman, has a mature appearance and wears a pair of glasses." Kali Alpha, who looks like a teacher, said at this time. Her producer is Yi Meizi and Yi Wuzi's real occupation is a teacher, so Yuri Alpha's temperament and appearance are exactly what people imagine a teacher would look like. That's right, we will not shame the Supreme Being, we will definitely dedicate the victory and this gorgeous drama to the Supreme Being. The second sister among the 7 sisters, Lupus Regina Beta, whose skin is healthy and wheat-colored and whose race is werewolf, smiled heartily. And her smile gradually became brutal, full of murderous intent. He tilde, I can't wait to eat humans, my children and I are longing for the taste of humans. And Toma is like a cute little girl, the worm that mimics her hair is twisting her body. The worm-shaped mask she wears shows a bright smile, and a sweet and lovely voice comes out from her throat. Now that you are all ready, let me start this grand ball. My Lord Supreme, please look forward to our upcoming drama. Demiurge saluted to the void with one hand on his chest, as if he was saluting to Saigo, who was overlooking them. Hey, don't take our jobs, we should be the ones to start this drama. At this moment, there was a sound of laughter in the lush jungle. Under the watchful eyes of Demiurge and the 7 sisters, a girl with shoulder-length iridescent short hair and 3.8 pupils shining with flames appeared in front of them. And beside the girl there were 11 other petite girls who looked exactly like her. It turned out to be Sir Yangwang Yibo. Since it is your request created by the Supreme Being, of course I dare not exceed it. When Demiurge saw Desanbo, he saluted with a smile and got out of the way. Although the status of the guardians in the Great Tomb is the same, Yibo Yangwang, who is the direct descendant of Saigo, undoubtedly has the highest status. Moreover, the 12-in-1 Yangwang Yibo as the fourth true ancestor is also the most powerful guardian. I'll leave it to you, my sisters. Although the task was taken over, Dishanbai's ability is not suitable for large-scale destruction, so she pushed out her sisters. The other Yangwang Yibos curled their lips, expressing their disdain for Dishanbai. The Great Wall of the Holy Kingdom, soldiers of the Second Legion were stationed at the beacon tower. Many soldiers felt their scalps go numb looking at the tens of thousands of demi-human coalition forces below. That's the goat race. The one over there is the snake race. How did these demi-humans unite? There are more than 14 races here. A young soldier murmured in disbelief. There are a lot of demi-human races in this world, but apart from the huge races like orcs and tauren, the other races are relatively few in number. The sub-races are rarely united because of their different races, which is why human beings can resist the sub-races in this world. Human beings as a whole group are relatively united, and only the same large number of orcs can make human beings feel panic. But this time, so many sub-races united together and they could coexist peacefully in an army phalanx, which was unimaginable in the past. Everyone knows that there must be a powerful mastermind behind this. Newcomer. A burly man with a full beard walked up to the trembling soldier and asked with a smile. "Report, sir, I am a recruit." The muttering soldier quickly saluted when he saw that the person who came was actually a squad leader. "Okay, there is no need to salute at this time, no need to panic. Don't look at the great momentum of these sub-races, but it is impossible for such a small number of people to break through the Great Wall. In the past, it's not that we haven't faced the attack of the kingdom's 500,000 troops, or we haven't captured the Great Wall, and a few 100,000 demihumans are nothing to worry about. The head of the Legion has already sent someone to report to the capital. Even if these hundreds of thousands of demi-humans attack the city, we only need to defend it for half a month, and reinforcements will arrive from the capital at that time. Although I don't know why so many demi-humans are united, but now is not the time to think about this issue. Let's find a way to investigate after the enemy's attack is repelled." 17. The squad leader laughed and patted the recruit's shoulder, immediately calming down the recruit's expression. Yes, since the establishment of the Great Wall, no foreign enemy has ever breached this fortress. In the past 100 years, the Great Wall has never encountered a more massive invasion than this one, so it would have been easily defended, allowing the enemy to leave a large number of corpses and escape. Well, pay attention, these demi-humans have moved. The team leader noticed that the demi-humans under the Great Wall started to move. His face became serious, and he quickly started to command, calling out to the nearby soldiers to pay attention. Many soldiers prepared bows and arrows, rolling stones, and other sharp weapons for defending the city. The Knights of the Second Legion of the Holy Kingdom also boarded the city wall to supervise the battle, and the magicians were always ready to chant spells and cast spells. But what is strange is that these hundreds of thousands of subraces move extremely slowly. They are like elite troops prohibited by orders, and the actions of each phalanx are extremely regulated. This kind of army discipline is not to say that it is a tribal demihuman. Even the elite army of the Holy Kingdom may not have such ability. This weird and abnormal scene made the commander of the Second Army on the top of the city frown, and his heart gradually became uneasy. At this moment, all the demi-human troops under the Great Wall stopped, and when the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom were surprised, the extremely terrifying magic power of Tenemines suddenly blew up. Even soldiers who don't understand magic can perceive the indescribable horror of that terrible magic storm. And the magicians showed shock and horror and said incredulously, "How is it possible, such a powerful magic power, such a shocking tide of magic power? What level of magic is this? What kind of monster is ruling these demihumans behind the scenes?" Under this terrifying storm of magic power, it is difficult for even magicians to use magic. Moreover, these magicians also understand that this upcoming magic is simply not something humans can resist. Just when the magicians panicked and some even wanted to run away immediately, a tauren phantom with a height of several hundred meters appeared behind the subhuman army. "Drink!" Following the roar of the terrifying phantom of the tauren, she raised the sharp axe in her hand and smashed towards the Great Wall with the force of Hueshin. Boom! The earth was split into a wide and huge crack, and countless magma surged from the crack. The axe wielded by the Tauren bombarded the walls of the Great Wall with a physical destructive force from a long distance away. In an instant, gravel flew, the thick city wall collapsed, and a huge gap appeared in the Buluo fortress that guarded the Holy Kingdom for hundreds of miles. And the power of the Tauren's axe is more than that. After splitting the city wall, the rest of the power even cut off a mountain in the distance again. Such power has surpassed the limit of human imagination, just like a god descending into the world. The soldiers of the Second Legion screamed and avoided the sky full of stones. No matter how loudly the commander shouted, it was difficult to stop the commotion. At the same moment, hundreds of thousands of subrace troops launched a charge amidst the shouts of killing, and the timing was just right. But in the next moment, this cute doll girl revealed her true face. Her slender limbs turned into spider legs, and her slender fingers turned into beautiful and weird spider hair. Heh, Lord Supreme, I will eat them all and let you see my most beautiful side. Woohoo, I must be more beautiful than Lord Albedo. Just seeing this scene, the soldier felt that his sand value had gone crazy, and the whole person fell into madness. This is the evil side of Saigo. Just like human beings treat chickens, ducks, fish, and cattle as food, to many NPCs in Anzi Ergen, human beings are actually just food. She has a sweet smile, a bell-like voice, and looks absolutely adorable. Intoma's spider chewed its prey in its mouth and made a sweet sound. A soldier looked in horror at the beautiful girl who was like a broken doll in front of him. Even the flying squirrels in the kingdom of Yestage, who were far away in the kingdom, heard the news. The unfallen fortress of the Holy Kingdom fell within a day. This news quickly swept through the entire Holy Kingdom and headed towards the mainland. What kind of monster are you? In the Great Tomb, Saigo watched this almost non-resistance war through magic. 830 and the delicate facial features on the girl's face peeled off like wax, revealing her real face, which turned out to be the compound eyes of a spider, and behind the girl's delicate facial features were eyes. The NPCs in Aints Ergen are all distorted monsters, and Saigo can't and has no interest in changing their nature. Without the protection of the city walls, the moment the human army of the Holy Kingdom collided with the subhuman army, it would break like an egg hitting a rock. And the worms that formed Entoma's facial features turned into a monster with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, enjoying the food to its heart's content. And in the coalition of demi-humans, there are still some terrifying and beautiful figures flashing from it, leading to even more brutal killings. The girl's red eyes were full of cracks, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be sewn with silk thread. The doll girl in front of her had a pair of slender legs, and her legs were wrapped with charms like red stockings. Entoma smiled sweetly, and the sharp spider legs cut the human body like a blade, eating away at it like a human eating chicken and beef. In this world of sword and sorcery, taverns are always the fastest place for information transmission. Countless rumors and information from afar appear here for people to distinguish the truth from the false. And as long as those who are interested stay in the tavern for a long time, they can always hear some secret and unknown news. Have you heard that the unfallen fortress of the Holy Kingdom has been captured? The news has already spread. It is said that hundreds of thousands of subhuman coalition forces joined forces to capture that fortress in one fell swoop. Don't be ridiculous. How could an army of tens of thousands of demi-humans be able to bite down that great wall? You must know that although the second army of the Holy Kingdom guarding the Great Wall is not the most elite army, it is also one of the best. Back then, our country mobilized an army of 500,000 troops, but they failed to capture that fortress. In the end, it was delayed for half a month by the other party, and the support troops from the capital had to return in vain. Do you think the hundreds of thousands of demi-human troops are stronger than our kingdom's 500,000 troops? In a word, many people in the tavern could not refute. I heard that the reason why the Great Wall Fortress of the Holy Kingdom was breached so easily was because of the appearance of demons. It is said that the demon may be related to the demon god from 100 years ago. Someone said mysteriously at this time, "Demon god, what's going on?" Upon hearing this kind of news, everyone became curious and began to ask, The man who was watched by many eyes burst into joy and began to talk about the news he had heard. Although there is no serious news from this population, there is one point that everyone agrees on. That is, the demi-race coalition forces and possible demons are raging all the way to the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Queen mobilizes the power of the whole country to fight against the invaders and asks for help from nearby countries. At the same time, she also offers generous rewards, hoping that adventurers from all countries will accept the mission and go to support. In a special room on the second floor of the tavern, a pair of twin ninja sisters are leaning on the railing, listening to the conversation of the people below. "Laddies, did you hear that? The fortress of the Holy Kingdom has been breached, and the Holy Queen is using generous rewards to summon adventurers from all over the world to help the Holy Kingdom fight against the invasion of demi-races." At this moment, one of the twin sisters looked at a dignified and awe-inspiring blonde girl sitting in the room and said with a smile, "They are one of the kingdom's 3 steel-ranked adventurer teams, a team named Blue Rose." As the captain, Laddies is also well known. Not only is she the captain of this stainless steel-level adventure team, her own strength has reached the realm of heroes, and her uncle is also a member of the legendary adventure team, Vermilion-The. Although the old members of Scarlet Dewdrop have retired long ago, its members are still passed down as legends among adventurers. Even the current master of the kingdom's warrior commander was once a member of that team. "I heard that, Tina, but that's a matter of the Holy Kingdom. What does it have to do with us? Or are you interested in the reward given by the Holy Queen?" Laddie said casually. One of the sisters named Tina urged, "But this is an invasion of the Holy Kingdom by subhumans, Captain. As humans, we should have done nothing wrong to support in the past." When Laddies heard Tina's reason, her heart moved slightly. Immediately following Tina, she said again, "And didn't you say that the demi-human race this time seems to be related to demons, or even the demon gods from 200 years ago?" Captain, you have already stepped into the hero realm. Isn't it just to show yourself as a hero? If you can really find the devil and defeat it, this is a rare honor. Ladija had already stopped eating at this moment. "Demon god," she murmured. For Laddies who grew up listening to her uncle's stories, she has the ambition to surpass her uncle and gain more glory. And the hero's battlefield is a time of crisis, and if you want to surpass your uncle's glory, you have to do something big. It's just that there are so many big events in this world. Now the Holy Kingdom seems to be invaded by demons, and it is related to the demon god. Even if the news may be fake news, it is enough to make people pay attention. Who wouldn't want to follow the example of the 13 heroes back then to destroy the demon gods and leave behind their merits and reputation for all ages? The members of Blue Rose have already sensed Laddies' temptation. A burly woman who could be described as a macho, she hugged Laddies' thin neck, laughed and said, "Go, Dowsy. We have already seen your temptation. Since you want to gain glory and become a real hero, then you must do heroic deeds. Besides, this may also be a training for us which will make us stronger." The reason why adventurers all over the land become adventurers always has their own purpose. Some people do it for money, some do it for strength, and some do it for glory. Kang Kayangwei may not be moved by money, but if they can enhance their strength and get the glory they deserve, they will also be moved by it. Also sitting at the long table, a petite girl wearing a bright red cloak and a mask said nothing. Only her folded hands under the table clenched slightly, telling that she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Perhaps it was the words of the demon god which reminded her of some long-past events. "Sorry, Fei, looks like we're going to part here. We are going to the Holy Kingdom next. It is too dangerous. We suggest you not to go there. And Mr. Sebastian, thank you for your care during this period of time." Laddies, who was originally a nobleman, looked at the only member at this table who was not Blue Rose and said apologetically. It was a warrior in black armor who looked tall, and behind him stood an elderly gentleman with white beard and hair. "Fei and Sebastian, this is a pair of master and servant that Kang Kayangwei met when she was doing a certain mission. According to the members of Kang Kayangwei, this Fei should be a descendant of a certain nobleman, and he came out of his home out of curiosity for adventure. The butler behind it as a bodyguard is enough to prove this point." At first, Kang Kyungwei thought that Feifei was just an ignorant nobleman, so she didn't have a good impression of him. But in the process of going along the way, they found that Feifei was quite capable and brave in battle, and he was definitely not the kind of nonsense son. Moreover, Sebastian is kind and generous and has helped many people along the way, which made Kang Kyungwei have a good impression of this pair of master and servant. As for Feifei wearing a mask all the time to not show his true colors, the members of Kang Kyungwei don't care. It's not surprising that they are hiding their identities. Evelai, who hadn't seen them, Blue Rose, had been wearing a mask to prevent others from seeing her true colors. "Ah, it doesn't matter, I have also received a lot of help from you along the way," Mamunga also said with a hearty smile. It's not that Mamunga has any feelings for getting along with them and doesn't want them to die. Just seeing Mamunga's mother, Mamunga's fragile heart still gave him the urge to kneel down. "Ha ha ha, little brother, I hope we can meet again when we come back to the capital next time. I really like you very much." As Demiurge's opponent, Sebastian naturally knew the devil's methods very well. Mamunga sounded suspicious. Since Saigo launched an invasion of the Holy Kingdom, he has his reasons, so he should not add to the chaos. "Sebastian, what's going on in the Holy Kingdom? Could it be Zeratul?" The mother of the evil god seemed to be an insurmountable fear for him. Gagarin, like a hunk, put his arms around Mamunga's shoulders and laughed heartily. The flying squirrel is actually not very intelligent. In the past, Ainzi Ergin was mostly used as a good guy and a mascot, and the real planner was always someone else. But Mamunga was talking to Sebastian using magic at this time. From the known information, it should be that Lord Zeratul is invading the Holy Kingdom, and the allied forces of the demi-human races should be the work of Demiurge. But in the end, Mamunga gave up this idea. Although these people are the strongest people he has encountered since he came to this world, they are still not threatening. Why did Zeratul launch an invasion of the Holy Kingdom? Well, forget it anyway. Zeratul always thinks things through carefully, and he must have his own purpose, which I don't have to think about. Ah, I just hope he can be more careful and don't encounter that kind of terrible existence like me. As an ordinary social animal, he is actually the type who doesn't bother to think and prefers others to order him to execute. Mamunga secretly glanced at several members of Kang Kyungwei, thinking whether to stop them. On the contrary, Mamunga is thinking about whether these people will cause threat and harm to Saigo, so he wants to kill them all here. There are so many adventurer teams going to the Holy Kingdom. On the road leading to the Holy Kingdom from the DxD Kingdom, adventurer teams can be seen from time to time. The younger sister of the twin ninjas exclaimed after seeing this scene. These adventurer teams range from 20 to 30 people to as few as 3 or 4, and their strength varies from strong to weak. However, there is still no such powerful team of adventurers as Kang Kyungwei. After all, there are very few adventurer teams in this world who can reach the steel level. Even if there are other adventurer teams of this level, Kang Kyungwei may not be able to meet them. The weak adventurer team is probably here for the reward promised by the Holy Queen. And those adventurers who claim to be powerful probably came for the devil or the legendary demon god. I have some doubts now whether this news is a false news deliberately released by the Holy Kingdom, just to let powerful adventurers from all over the world come here. Blue Rose's captain said so. Although Laddies, who is a nobleman of the kingdom, doesn't like those political things, she has received similar education since she was a child, so her angle of analysis is different from ordinary people. The weak pursue money, while the strong pursue honor. The summoning order issued by the Holy Queen to the adventurer team almost hit the hearts of all adventurers. It is estimated that as long as the adventurers are not far from the Holy Kingdom, they will come to this country to check the situation. If you say that, don't we have to speed up? It would be bad if our achievements are taken away by others. The younger sister of the twin ninjas urged. Laddies shook her head and said, "Don't worry, Tina, if the enemy has nothing to do with the demon god, then there is no point in our coming here. And if the enemy really has something to do with the demon god, then we can't be too worried. Although she is an adventurer, if she wants to survive, sometimes she can't be too adventurous. Laddies can become the captain of Blue Rose, so she naturally has to take responsibility." Laddies is right, Tina, you are sometimes too anxious. Although you have to be passionate about facing a strong enemy, you can't rush forward foolishly. That will only bring tragedy to yourself and your friends. The burly Jelen pressed Tina's shoulders hard, laughing cheerfully. Take it lightly, Jelen, my thin shoulders can't stand your strength, Tina complained. Tina's sister hid aside and laughed. Eveli, what's wrong? Why haven't you spoken? The members of the Blue Rose team were chatting and laughing, and it was only then that laddies noticed that Eveli had been silent since just now, which made her a little strange. There's a lot of magic ahead, very powerful magic. Eveli's voice was immature, but it contained an indescribable seriousness. And hearing her words, many members of Kang Kyungwei trembled in their hearts. To be able to become a steel-level adventure team, the entire team naturally cannot be that kind of reckless person. After hearing Eveli's words, everyone became vigilant. Ahead, there seems to be the Great Wall that has been breached. Could it be that there are demons or demi-human troops left there? But anyway, everyone should be careful. Following Lattice's order, everyone became vigilant. No, that terrible magic power is definitely not demi-human. Maybe it has something to do with demons. Although wearing a mask, Eveli's voice trembled unconsciously, and this scene made everyone more cautious. When Kang Kyungwei's team members came to the gap in the broken Great Wall, every member was dumbfounded, looking at the split city wall and the collapsed mountain in the distance without saying a word. On this battlefield that had just experienced a great war not long ago, there are still many broken weapons left, and the air is still filled with the smell of blood. Above the sky and the earth, many scavengers enjoy a feast here. The subhuman army has no idea of cleaning up the battlefield and preventing the plague. Their goal is the capital of the Holy Kingdom, and they don't need prisoners at all. They kill all the way to the capital. At the gap in the Great Wall, there are many other members of the adventure team. They were all like Kang Kyungwei's team members, standing under the dilapidated city wall and swallowing with disbelief in their eyes. The huge magic power actually emanates from these gaps, and anyone who is sensitive to magic power can already detect it at this time. In other words, such a huge amount of magical power is only leftover, so what happened here in the first place, just thinking about it makes people horrified. Judging from the broken gap in the city wall, this should be some kind of magic, but the effect of magic is purely a physical attack. Moreover, this magic is very powerful. Not only can it split the Great Wall with one blow, it can even cut off the mountain peak with just the remaining power. Eveli has rich experience, and she came to a conclusion after a little investigation. Hey, this is too exaggerated, Eveli. Do you know any magic that can do this? Tina asked in horror. Eveli shook his head blankly. At least in her more than 200 years of life, she has never seen such a terrifying magic with her own eyes. Of course, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but Evelyn also knows that there are some magic that can cause this effect. An enemy who can use this kind of magic is definitely not something Kang Kyungwei can fight against. The demon god back then was the 13 heroes who led many strong men to victory. For Saigo, sending the NPC of the Great Tomb to attack the Holy Kingdom this time is an experiment. The Blue Rose team continued to move forward, and Saigo felt the change in himself at this time. Judging from the temporary experimental results, it was in line with his expectations, which made him very happy. The speed of grabbing the origin of the world where this game is located is also accelerating. It seems that changing the original fate and distorting the fate is indeed the best way. If there were to be monsters like the demon god again, Kang Kyungwei didn't think she could deal with them, and I'm afraid a new group of heroes would be needed to fight against them. I have a hunch that this is something I must do to surpass the mother of the evil god in the future, and I need to prepare in advance. All eyes were on laddies, waiting for her, the captain, to make a decision. Then, after conquering this country, try to govern it in a good way so as to balance good and evil. As a vampire who has lived for more than 200 years, Eveli is rich in knowledge and knows many secrets of this world. Laddies gritted her teeth and said, after struggling for a long time, keep going. For example, she knows the secrets of the 8 Desire Kings that ordinary people don't know. My evil thoughts are getting stronger and stronger, driving my spirituality to also increase, although it is only a negligible increase. But this time we can't have any relaxation, at least we must know the enemy's intelligence in advance as much as possible. But even among the secrets that Eveline knew, there were very few strong people who could use such magic. If the enemy is really a monster that we cannot fight, then we will retreat immediately. But no matter what level the magic is, if the magic is issued by the enemy, then this time they may have to think about whether to move on. Led by the 7 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster, the demi-human coalition forces of more than 14 races headed for the capital of the Holy Kingdom. None of the cities along the way could resist the siege of these tens of thousands of subrace troops. Although under the desperate resistance of the Holy Kingdom's army, the demi-human army also suffered heavy losses, but they still entered the king's capital with a desperate speed and offensive. In the rear of the army, the last of the 7 sisters who were the commander was discussing with Demiurge. In the temporarily remodeled barracks, Demiurge, with one hand behind his back, stared at the sand table map in front of him together with Aurel. The devil caressed his round-rimmed glasses with his hand and said, "Well done, Aure." The army drove straight in without any hindrance. As an opening ceremony dedicated to the Supreme Being, it was barely considered a past. As an undead human being, O liar, who commanded the army and made many famous generals of the Holy Kingdom despair, bowed her body and said modestly, It's not that my ability is strong, it's just that the opponent is too weak. I hope that, as you said, Demiurge Sama, the Supreme Being will be satisfied with this." Demiurge smiled slightly and said, "Don't belittle yourself, you've done a good job, Aurel. Of course, if the Supreme Being is here, the Supreme will definitely be able to show us a more gorgeous and magnificent drama." When Aurel heard Demiurge's words, she also showed yearning eyes and said, After hearing what you said, I really want to meet the Supreme once." Yingling. Demiurge said with an unchanged smile, "If you continue to work hard to satisfy the adults, maybe you will have a chance, Aurel. Same as you, I am also looking forward to the noble figure of your lord. Wisdom like Master Zeratul, presumably even that ignorant person's actions can be completely predicted. I am still far behind. I only hope that our current clumsy performance can satisfy the Lord. I hope that these people from the Holy Kingdom can sincerely please Lord Zeratul, and I also look forward to accepting the words and deeds of the Lord so that my wisdom and strength can be improved to a higher level. Only in this way can I devote my allegiance to Lord Zeratul and satisfy you. There is really nothing more exciting and joyful than serving Lord Zeratul." Hearing Demiurge's words, the maiden lady in the red and white maiden costume also expressed joy. "Yes, the most expected thing is to serve Lord Zeratul with all your strength. Thinking of the stalwart figure of the Lord, I can't wait to dedicate all of myself to the Lord." Looking at Aurel's blushing cheeks and writhing body, Demiurge knew that this immortal human had fallen in love. He nodded and said, "You really should work hard. I thought that Lord Shaltir and Albedo could use their bodies to serve Lord Zeratul. It would be best if they could give birth to excellent bloodlines for Lord Zeratul. But they were such a disappointment. Maybe you 7 sisters have some chance." Demiurge's words made Aurel very excited, but soon Miss Miko said lonely again, "I also hope that, as you said, Lord Demiurge, Lord Zeratul's eyes will be more focused on me." But the adults seem to like to focus more on Narbaril and Intoma's 2 sisters. Demiurge raised his brows and said, "Don't be jealous, Aurel. No matter who Lord Zeratul's gaze is on, that is the decision and choice of the Lord, and we cannot comment on it. It would be disrespectful to question your Lord's decision. The ugly words are up front. If you disrespect Lord Zeratul, I will take his skin off. Even though I love everyone in the Great Tomb deeply and treat you as family members, the only thing that cannot be forgiven is the rudeness to Lord Zeratul. Even if it is a family member, I will kill it with my own hands." Demiurge's words seemed to be threats and warnings, but they were more about his love for everyone in the tomb. As a demon, it was unreasonable for him to give a warning. Under normal circumstances, Demiurge would directly kill him. "Teach me, Lord Demiurge, it's my emotions that are wrong. It is my honor to be watched by Lord Zeratul. How can I desire more?" Aurel said respectfully. Seeing this, Demiurge smiled and didn't say anything more. He just said, "Continue to lead this army, the royal city is just ahead." Lord Zeratul said that he will participate in the ending of this drama, so don't let your lord down. In Hobins, the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Rabel, where the most central palace of the royal city is located, the contemporary Holy King, or the Holy Queen, summoned the head of the Holy Knights and the highest priest to discuss countermeasures. The contemporary Holy Queen Carl Bessa Rias has an astonishing beauty, and her beauty is even called the national treasure of this world by all the citizens of the Holy Kingdom. This holy princess is a genius who can use 4th-level faith magic at the age of 15. She was recommended by the previous Holy King and ascended the throne with the support of the temple. The Holy Queen has a high reputation among the people. She has the feelings of a virgin, she is diligent in government and loves the people, and the entire Holy Kingdom is full of vitality and thriving under her governance. If this Holy Queen is given enough time, she will definitely make the Holy Kingdom rich and powerful, and may even gain the national power capital to compete with the kingdom and the empire. But these have all turned into fantasy now. The Holy Kingdom is being invaded by the demi-race coalition forces, and they even want to attack all the way to the king's city. Zero ask for flowers. Today's Holy Kingdom has to think about how to keep the country from being destroyed. Remedios and Queret, what should we do now? Wearing a white robe like a priest's uniform, wearing a crown and a gentle and beautiful complexion, the Holy Queen turned to her two friends in a worried tone. At the very least, it was at the level of a demon god more than 200 years ago. No one would have thought that the Great Wall would fall within a day, and the information we got from the soldiers who fled back to the capital is really unbelievable. Although we may have to pay a high price in the end, the main goal now is to keep the country alive. I will go to the front line and fight against the enemy's army with the soldiers. I believe that with my supervision, the soldiers will definitely have enough morale. And we have heard that the enemy is likely to be a demon-level monster, and there will definitely be strong people who want to become heroes who will come to the Holy Kingdom. These people and the theocracy will be the reliance of our Holy Kingdom. Saint Princess Carl G aside, It's useless to say these things here, Remedios. Those hateful nobles in the south, they actually stand by and watch. Don't they know that if the country is broken, these demi-human coalition forces will definitely go south? How can they resist it? The heroic, mature-looking elder sister Remedios looked tired at this moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Majesty Carl, the Great Wall is the first and last line of defense of the Holy Kingdom. It turned out that just a magic spell destroyed the Great Wall. If what those soldiers said is true, the enemy we are facing this time may not be so simple. But whether it's those adventurers or the Holy Kingdom, it will take time for them to come to the Holy Kingdom. We must stick to the capital and never let the enemy break through. The Slan theocracy is human supremacist. As long as we are willing to pay some price, they will definitely be willing to contribute to the fight against the demi-race alliance." In the end, the head of the paladin was aggrieved. The Holy Queen has been friends with the pair of sisters since she was a child. It can be said that she can become the Holy Queen. The sisters have made great contributions to the Scatterdy family. After taking a deep breath, Remedios said again, "Now that the enemy is approaching the city, we have also issued a notice to other countries in the mainland." Remedios and Queret are a pair of sisters of the Castardy family. One is the head of the Holy Knights and the other is the highest priest. They are both one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom. That power. Your Majesty Carl, please rest assured I will definitely protect your land. The head of the Holy Knights said helplessly, "Now that's the only way to do it, Your Majesty Carl. The enemy has come to the capital, and behind us is the last stronghold of the kingdom. Our relatives, friends, lovers, and children are all in this city, and there is no way we can retreat. Devils and demihumans are cruel and ruthless, they will not have any mercy on us. All soldiers of the Holy Kingdom of Rabel, for the Holy Kingdom, for me, for yourselves, take up arms and fight bravely. We will crush the invaders under the city, and our courage will surely bring us victory." The aristocratic coalition forces of the southern islands are mobilizing large armies to relieve the siege, and the Sicilian theocracy has sent its own reinforcements. And even adventurers from all over the world are heading to the king's capital. We are not alone and helpless. Hold on, victory will belong to our Holy Kingdom of Rabel. On the square in front of the kingdom, The Holy Queen is mobilizing before the war after the May 40th. She was wearing a gorgeous white gown like a priest with an awe-inspiring and gentle expression, and her beautiful appearance, which could be called a national treasure, was charming, noble, and elegant. The soldiers in front of them looked at the noble Holy Queen with fanatical eyes, and after her voice fell, they all shouted hoarsely, "For the Holy Kingdom, for the Holy Queen! For the Holy Kingdom, for the Holy Queen!" The voices one after another spread far away, causing many residents in the capital to raise their arms and shout loudly. After some pre-war mobilization, Carl, the daughter of the Holy Queen, came to the side of Remedios, the head of the Holy Knights, and said in a lonely and sad voice, "I deceived everyone, 11. The nobles in the south didn't mobilize their troops at all. The Slan theocracy may have sent troops, but it's unknown how long it will take for the Slan theocracy's troops to reach the king. As for the adventurers all over the world, they will not obey our orders and commands, they will only fight on their own, and if they encounter danger they will definitely flee as soon as possible." Remedios took a deep breath. She comforted the Holy Queen and said, "Your Majesty Carl, this is a last resort. We must improve the morale of the soldiers. Only in this way can we defeat the enemy possible. Morale is very important in this ancient war of cold weapons, even in this world of swords and magic. As long as 1/10 of the army is lost, the entire army will flee. The only good news is that the Holy Kingdom is defending the city and the enemy does not want to take prisoners. This will make the soldiers and people in the capital city no luck and can only fight to the death. Remedios, what do you think we have a chance of winning?" Carl Gia asked in a low voice. Remedios was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't want to deceive your Majesty, although the enemy has never used the magic used to break through the Great Wall again. But just judging from the confrontation with the enemy in various places, even in a conventional war, we may not necessarily be an opponent. The enemy has a very powerful commander who always anticipates the enemy's opportunities. It is simply unbelievable that he can train the sloppy demi-races to be so united. However, we are defending the city, and the capital is well stocked with food and weapons. Even if the enemy commander is powerful, it will be difficult to capture the capital with demi-human troops in a short period of time, and our odds of winning are even greater. But if that time really comes, I will find a way to escape here with His Majesty." The head of the Holy Knight didn't say everything, but the Holy Queen knew what the other party meant. If the enemy uses the magic that is enough to shatter the Great Wall again, the country will not be able to defend it at all. Carl Gia firmly shook his head and said, "When that moment really comes, I will die with the country. As a holy princess, how can I leave the people and run away?" Remedios opened her eyes and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't make a sound. "Master Supreme, you actually came to this small border country in person. What an honor it is for us, and what an honor it is for this holy kingdom." Standing on a high mountain far away from the city of Hobans, one can overlook the entire capital. Although it was difficult to see clearly because of the distance and the cloud and fog, it couldn't block Saigo's sight. Saigo, wearing a black robe inlaid with gold, stood on the top of the mountain looking at the city built by humans. As the largest capital of the Holy Kingdom, it is magnificent enough. In front of Saigo, Demiurge and the Pleiadian sisters knelt on the ground, offering their loyalty to the Supreme Being. "As I said, I'll be there to see the drama when it's over, and now it's time for it to end." A pitch-black flame burned from behind Saigo, and that flame turned into a throne, standing on the top of the mountain. Saigo is sitting on the throne, overlooking the royal capital in front of him, overlooking the land under his feet. He can clearly see and perceive that endless evil thoughts are gushing out from this land. These malice gathered on Saigo's body, nourishing his spiritual body and allowing it to grow. Even though Saigo is powerful, these evil thoughts have a small range of nourishment for him, but Saigo still feels the fluctuation of his own spiritual power. As the mother of evil gods, all evil will become the source of his strength, and all evil will increase his strength. Of course, compared to this little bit of evil, the power of the mother of evil gods eroded the world after the twisted fate, and thus the part of the power captured from the origin of the world is even more natural. And these seized world origins are nourishing Saigo's second demon spirit chaos. According to the concept proposed by Clausius, entropy is an irreversible process, and the entropy of an adiabatic system never decreases. Entropy increase is just like energy conservation, it is established every moment. It is an absolutely isolated system, any change cannot lead to the decrease of entropy. This principle tells that everything in the universe is moving from order to disorder. The total entropy change of this irreversible entropy increase is always greater than zero, and when the maximum entropy state is finally reached, it is the most chaotic and disorderly time of the system. And one of the 6 demons created by the mother of evil gods, the demon of chaos, symbolizes the most chaotic result. Everything in the world will eventually return to chaos. As long as the devil of chaos still exists, the law of entropy increase 4.2 can never be denied. Even if human beings overcome all the trials, they will eventually wither and perish under absolute chaos. Because human beings need order, human beings cannot live in chaos, and chaos is the abyss of demons. After the spirit level of the aging demon reached 3 digits, Saigo's second demon spirit level was also opened. That's why Saigo suddenly took the initiative to do things in this world. In addition to wanting to explore the balance of good and evil from the beginning, he was also providing nutrition for his second demon spirit. It's just that the nutrition provided by a single world is limited, but no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. Besides, the nutrition that this world can provide now is not mosquito legs, which is enough to provide enough power for my second spirit. Saigo thought before the third invitation is opened, all he can do is squeeze the 2 worlds he has now as much as possible. There was chaos in the capital, with burning flames, burned houses, and slaughtered humans everywhere. Thick black smoke floated into the sky, and the pungent, bloody smell permeated the capital. From time to time, people could be heard screaming and begging for mercy, but following the sound, it vanished into thin air. The capital of the Holy Kingdom is heavily guarded, and it is really difficult to directly break through the city wall. Even under the command of Waime, one of the 7 sisters, it would be difficult for an allied army of less than 100,000 demi-humans to break through the city without occupying a favorable location. If it weren't for Aurel's skill blessing to make these demi-humans brave and good at fighting, it is estimated that the morale of the demi-human army would have plummeted after such a brutal fight. I dare not fight anymore. As the attacking side, when the demi-human allied forces attacked a heavily fortified city, their number was actually smaller than that of the defending side, and the supplies in the city were sufficient. It was almost impossible to win this kind of battle. O'Lyre also knew this clearly, so she sent her 6 sisters to sneak into the city to kill people and set fire to it, so as to make it difficult for the defenders to take care of it, and thus captured the royal city from both inside and outside. After all, the human army does not have Aurel's skill bonus, they will be tired too and will be afraid. As long as this kind of domestic and foreign wars take a little longer, the capital will be destroyed by itself. Except for Aurel, the average level of the other 7 sisters has reached about 60. In this world where 30 to 40 can be called strong, the maids of the Pleiades star cluster have almost no enemies. They don't even need those subhuman coalition forces, just the 7 Pleiadian sisters, as long as they are given enough time, are enough to slaughter all the humans in this country. But neither Aurel nor Demiurge did this because they thought such behavior was too unsightly and would only disappoint Lord Zeratul. In the city, as a stainless steel-level adventure team, every member of Blue Rose can be said to be a strong person. When the Holy King and the King were in chaos and they were in trouble at home and abroad, they also sneaked into the city with ease. Looking at the battle maids of the Pleiades star cluster that was raging in the city, the members of Blue Rose all looked serious. The strength of the enemy is beyond imagination, and the 6 monsters that are raging in the city are definitely not behind this war. Just the man behind the scenes is so powerful, one can imagine how strong the real enemy is. The burly Gagran is holding a huge hammer which does not match her appearance, but she is actually a very delicate person, and she is not the kind of fool who is brave and foolish. After seeing the fighting power of the 6 maids of the Pleiades star cluster, she didn't rush forward stupidly, but was discussing countermeasures with her comrades. The enemy did not launch the magic that shattered the Great Wall again, but used the most traditional siege method to attack Hobbins. It seems that as we guessed before, even that terrifying enemy who didn't show up can't use this unimaginable magic so easily. The words of Kang Kyungway's Captain Laddies made everyone feel a little relieved. In everyone's opinion, if the enemy can really easily use that level of magic continuously, then why use this inefficient way of attacking the city? Just blow up the city wall with a single magic, and let the demi-human allied forces come in. And since the other party didn't do this, it probably means that that level of magic cannot be easily used. Such a result at least makes people feel that there is a possibility of victory. Of course, Kang Kyungway is thinking in a normal way of thinking, but whether it is Saigo or one of the NPCs in the tomb, their way of thinking is not normal. No one would have thought that the reason why Demiurge and others didn't attack the city in such a destructive way was just to present a more beautiful drama to their master. The fight between humans and demihumans, the begging for mercy and the cruelty, and the heavy casualties on both sides in the eyes of Demiurge and others, this must be the favorite song of the Supreme Being. Eveli, what do you think the enemy's strength is? Laddies looked at the petite teammate who always wore a mask. For Laddies, who knew Eveli's true identity, there was absolutely nothing wrong with asking Eveli when in doubt. If it is one of these six, I am sure to deal with it. If there are two, we, Kang Kyungway, join forces and there is a possibility of fighting, but it is still unknown how many casualties this will cause. If there are three enemies, we are definitely not opponents. It is luck to be able to run out alone. If those six enemies attack together, we will not even have the possibility of escaping. Based on my suggestion, I think it is the best choice for us to leave here and return to the kingdom. Eveli made suggestions to Laddies based on her experiences and experience. Seeing that the team members were all looking at her, Laddies gritted her teeth and said, "The enemy is cruel and ruthless. If we see the enemy killing like this and remain indifferent, what difference will we have from them?" Demiurge thought with a faint smile. "Master Zeratul, there are cute little bugs that have entered the track. Do you need to get rid of these bugs? 6 monsters are relatively scattered. We may be able to use this to rescue some people, such as the Holy Queen. Besides, I am quite interested in them. No, just treat them as the audience of this drama. Since they are the audience, we must give them the final right to watch. But everyone must pay attention to safety. We must go back alive. At least we must tell other countries what happened in the Holy Kingdom. In the World Tree game, there is a magic similar to inserting eyes. When the 6 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster ravaged the capital, they were also using this magic at the same time, so that Saigo could see the performance of this drama more clearly. Demiurge stroked his round glasses. He shared the effect of magic with Saigo and said with a smile, "As long as there is no accident with the Holy Queen, the Holy Kingdom may continue to resist, and if we meet one of the 6 people alone, we can try to defeat the other party." Saigo just said casually, but the speaker has no intention and the listener has the heart. If the enemy continues to invade other countries after invading the Holy Kingdom, maybe in this era, there will be another 13 heroes to crusade against the demon god. Since Mr. Zeratul is interested in these little bugs, then catch them at that time and present them to Mr. Supreme to play with. It is really lucky for the little bugs who are interested in being interested by the Supreme Lord. At least they have a chance to survive, and of course, life may be worse than death. The members of Blue Rose didn't know that their every move was being watched. Although the destructive power of magic in the World Tree game is not as strong as expected, even super magic is the same, but small magic formulas with various functions are sometimes more useful. Although the other members of Blue Rose didn't make a sound, their expressions already indicated that they supported Laddies' decision. Demiurge showed a thoughtful expression. Hearing what Laddies said, Ji Jelen laughed loudly. "Haha, I guess Laddies you would say that. Seeing the other party's cruelty and ruthlessness, I can't help the anger in my heart." Yuri Alpha has a pair of iron fists on her arms. This headless horseman looks mature and looks like a teacher. While showing a stern smile to supervise the students' learning, she smashes the enemy to her heart's content. Every enemy that this maid takes a fancy to will be reduced to debris after being bombarded by her iron fist. accompanied by a piece of disgusting flesh and blood fragments that shatter into the sky. Just like her creator Yimeko, this maid likes to use this very straightforward way of fighting. The second sister of the seven sisters, Lupus Regina Beta, is a werewolf with a cruel smile and a huge weapon in her hand. She kills and laughs among enemies with extremely sharp movements. This maid with bronze-colored healthy skin enjoys the pleasure of killing with the pleasure of killing. Narberal Gamma, this glamorous beauty has no expression on her face. She wears a maid's armor and transforms into a shadow. The sword in her hand harvests life and the thunder in her hand turns the enemy into herself. People saw only a double shadow on the battlefield, but they couldn't even see her true face. Su Lixiang Epsilon is also regarded as the third daughter. This battle maid created by Arrow Heluo is just like herself, an amorphous slime like a slime. This maid with a gorgeous appearance and a body made of shapeless liquid with a soft smile stuffed people into her body. Her body is like a strong acid which can easily melt the enemy into her own nourishment. To her, human beings are like food. DxD.The, whose race is an automaton, has a sweet appearance, a blindfold on his left eye, and a three-nun personality. He holds a huge spear and stands in the distance to snipe at the enemy. Zai's silver-white spear still had cute fluffy bears and stickers hanging on it, but this spear, which was decorated like a toy, could easily take away an enemy's life every time it sounded. Atoma Basilissa Zeta, this maid whose main body is a spider and whose whole body is made up of various bugs, attacks and bombards the enemy with spell attacks, and captures humans as food with her spider legs. But soon Entoma stopped eating people because she didn't have a big appetite and she was full after eating some people. She is like a game, killing enemies quickly with DxD.The. Except for Oral, who is the youngest sister, only DxD and Entoma have no sisterly relationship. Neither of them want to be younger sisters, so they are always competing with each other. Like this time they are betting that whoever kills the most enemies will be the older sister for a while until the next bet comes. And the bet between the two battle maids is simply the cruelest punishment for the soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. The fighting routes of the 6 battle maids are strange. They are not going to the palace at the center but moving in an irregular way in the city. For the battle maid, killing the enemy or capturing the city is not the primary goal. Planting magic in the city so that Master Zeratul can enjoy this drama is their top priority. Therefore, the fighting directions of the 6 maids are not regular at all, they are simply playing with the enemy. As battle maids with an average level of 60, these ordinary soldiers can't break their defenses at all, which makes the battle maids feel like spawning monsters in the World Tree game without any pressure at all. But soon, Zai and Entoma's course of action changed, and the two began to go to the palace in the center of the city. Because the bet between the two suddenly changed during the battle, the bet became that whoever first captures the Holy Queen and presents it to the Supreme will be the elder sister. The destruction of the 6 maids made the city defenders miserable. If you lead a large force to chase and intercept, the number of city defense workers will be reduced. If these maids were ignored, their destruction would not be acceptable to the Holy Kingdom. Under such tremendous mental pressure, many soldiers of the Holy Kingdom couldn't bear it and began to disobey orders. As the Holy Queen said, the soldiers' families and relatives are in the city, and now that the city is being ravaged and destroyed by the enemy, how can these soldiers have the mood to defend the city wall? Many soldiers are thinking about fleeing with their families. In their view, there is no chance of winning this war because the enemy is too powerful. The killings shown by the battle maids were completely beyond imagination and the soldiers' morale plummeted. As Zai and Ai Chuoma had a goal, the two quickly approached the palace. Remedios, the leader of the Holy Knights, and his sister, the highest priest, Queret, have been guarding the side of the Holy Queen Karl Gia. Also protecting the Holy Queen is the most elite member of the Holy Knights of the Holy Kingdom. This troop with an average level of 25, a staff of 100, and a regiment leader who has reached nearly 40 levels of heroism is the strongest troop in the Holy Kingdom. Seeing the two battle maids getting closer to her, Remedios was sweating and her eyes flashed with disbelief. As one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, Remedios became the head of the Holy Knights at a young age. What she relied on was not her family power but her own ability. After reaching the hero realm, she has always regarded the warrior captain of the kingdom as her opponent. Who would have thought that in this battle she saw monsters that were much stronger than that warrior commander, and there were 6 of them. Your Majesty Carl, the enemy is coming. I suggest you leave here and return to the palace. Remedios couldn't guarantee that she and her knights could protect the holy princess, she said softly beside Carl Gia. Carl Gia firmly shook his head and said, "The soldiers are still fighting the enemy, so there is no reason for me to run away." Remedios really wanted to say that this was not an escape but a strategic shift, but before she could say anything, the 2 maids had already arrived in front of the knights who were already in formation. "I found her. She should be the king and queen of the Holy Kingdom. As long as she is captured, Zai Zai will be her sister." As a puppet, Zai Zai spoke in a voice without much emotional ups and downs. He tilde Adoma is the elder sister. Zai, you are the younger sister. A sweet voice came out of the amoeba's mouth, and 2 cute girls who looked like dolls appeared in front of the Holy Queen and the others. Remedios didn't believe it, thinking it was an exaggeration by the enemy, but after carefully observing the 2 people's clothes, Remedios fell silent. The maid alone has such strength. How terrifying is the real enemy? No, I am the elder sister, Entoma Basilis Zeta. To be honest, the enemy has already hit the capital, and the Holy Kingdom doesn't even know who the real enemy is. Looking at the 2 battle maids who appeared, even the members of these knights have to admit that they are not inferior to the beauty of the Holy Queen. Just when Remedios was shaking, a voice came from near the palace. A good chance the enemy has been completely dispersed. The puppet with 3 characters spoke first. Blue Rose, the stainless steel-level adventure team from the kingdom, appeared in front of the Holy Queen and the members of the knights at this time. If you want to defeat them, now is probably the only chance. What did you say? You said that you who are strong enough to have a ranking in the world are actually maids. Who the hell are you guys? Remedios took a step forward. She was wearing a silver armor to protect in front of the Holy Queen and sternly asked the 2 battle maids. At this time, Remedios was a little broken, and even the members of the Paladins couldn't believe it. Good Zhao, Sister Chong said dissatisfiedly, denying Zai Zai's words with her sweet voice. But the cruel methods of these 2 monsters made people feel chills. Whether it's Zai Zai or Entoma, the clothes on them are similar to the maid's clothes, but it seems that they have been improved to be more suitable for fighting. In other words, the other party is really, as he said, they may really be just a maid of a terrible existence. We are the battle maids under the command of Supreme, and I am Sister Zizzy Delta. Master Supreme, the capital of the Holy Kingdom is about to be breached. The 6 sisters of O'Liar seem to have brought enormous pressure to the inside of the royal city. The soldiers have begun to resist passively because they were angry at the Holy Queen for not being able to protect their family. On the mountaintop in the distance outside the king's city, Demiurge put one hand behind his back. He watched the news sent back by the magic and said respectfully to the figure sitting on the throne. The Holy Queen used the fact that the soldiers' relatives and families were in the royal city as a reason to boost morale and make all the soldiers in the royal city do their best to protect their families. But now, after discovering that the promises of the Holy Queen are false, they are protecting the city from harm, but their family members are killed by the enemy. This kind of anger is rapidly accumulating. Although this cannot be blamed on the Holy Queen or the Knights of the Holy Order, the enemy is too strong for them to resist. But the soldiers don't care about these reasons, they only look at the result, and the result is that it doesn't make any sense to guard the royal city here, and their rear is being killed wantonly by the enemy. At this moment, the beautiful girl in red and white priestess clothes bowed and asked, "My Lord Supreme, what do you want to do with this city?" Saigo tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers. He pondered for a moment and said, "Don't let those demi-races massacre the king's city after the city is broken. I restrict their actions, let them be obedient, and those who disobey will be killed directly. I don't need idiots who disobey Ten's orders. Then build this city in the utopia form of human dreams, and build it into a country where humans and all subraces coexist peacefully and recognize each other. Mortal people will forget their original intentions under the scouring of time because of the short life, and mortals will distort their dreams for money and power because of boring desires. But I won't, because I'm not immortal. I won't be worn out by the erosion of time, and I won't forget my original intention for boring money and power. For I am all power, and my strength is the foundation of power. Saigo's words seemed to be said to Demiurge and Oral, but also seemed to be said to himself. The wear and tear of the three true ancestors of the bloodthirsty world made Saigo already extremely vigilant. The mental state of the three true ancestors who have lived for thousands of years can be described as sad. And Saigo has lived for less than 100 years now, and when Saigo's spirit wears out, it will probably be 1,000 years later. But Saigo is also preparing in advance. He doesn't want to be worn out like those true ancestors. He must overcome the fate. If the Almighty Realm can't do it, then try to reach the Full Power Realm. If the Full Power Realm still can't do it, then he will continue to move forward, and one day he will overcome himself, defeat the law of heaven and overcome wear and tear. Saigo's answer made Demiurge and Oral stunned. They never thought that Lord Zeratul would tell them not to cause too much damage to the capital of the Holy Kingdom. This kind of order does not conform to the thoughts of demons with negative moral values like Demiurge, but they will never violate the order of the Supreme Being. Demiurge thought for a while and finally got the answer he thought. With a smile on his lips, he said with admiration, "As expected of the Supreme Lord, your foresight and foresight are admirable." Oy. In this world, there are so many conflicts between humans and demihumans that there is almost no possibility of reconciliation. But you, Supreme, forcibly use your boundless mighty power to let humans and demihumans live together, and even to eliminate mutual estrangement. Only you can do such a miracle. Those humans who hate demihumans, when they find themselves having to choose between living with demihumans or losing their lives, they will definitely choose the former. You are torturing their souls in another way that is more cruel than destroying their bodies. Compared with you, my monotonous and violent methods seem to lack beauty. Sure enough, I still have a lot to learn from you, Supreme. And you have far-reaching plans. With the Holy Kingdom as the foundation of your thinking, other human kingdoms will have no reason to fight against you. Demiurge took a deep breath, his tone excited and adoring. The human kingdom resisted on the grounds that you would kill all human beings. And if you give them a better life, those rulers in other countries will no longer have a reason to tell their people. The rulers will not give up their status. When the time comes, your actions will cause conflicts between these rulers and the ruled people, and human beings will fall into civil strife. Let the common people resist the ruler. As expected of the Supreme Being, you just used such a small trick to completely destroy the moral foundation of mankind and plunge the whole world into war. Although these insects cannot prevent you from occupying and ruling the world, but you can do it so effortlessly and even bring such a wonderful drama. Only you, Supreme, have the means. Demiurge convinced himself first with some imaginative words, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was Saigo's purpose. After hearing Demiurge's explanation, Oral also showed a suddenly realized expression. It turns out that this is the true meaning of Supreme Being, and only Lord Demiurge can understand it. Saigo said nothing, a look of you guessed it. Existence has its reason, don't deny human beings casually, that will only make us be manipulated by desires like human beings and become as ugly as them. At this time, Oral noticed through magic that Zizi and Intoma had already been fighting with the members of Blue Rose. Saigo's words made O'Liar look forward to it, and she respectfully said, "I have been taught, Lord Supreme, your thoughts and will are as deep as the sea, and it is not possible for us to speculate." Seeing that her two youngest sisters were unable to kill each other and instead fought to a tie, she said dissatisfied, "Look, although human beings are small, they are full of desires, but there are always heroes among human beings who can shine. The members of this team are at least stained with the glory of heroes. This is what I like." In fact, Saigo didn't expect that Demiurge could help him make up so many things in his brain, and he didn't need to explain. That's why he wants to use this country as a test case and let the people here live a utopian life in exchange for human kindness. The real reason is not as complicated as what Demiurge said, it's just that other parts of the Holy Kingdom are being killed, which brings enough evil to Saigo. Violence is a kind of beauty, but balance is also a kind of beauty. Even I would have aesthetic fatigue. A war that goes too smoothly will only make people feel boring, but the current fight makes me feel interested instead. Don't be nervous, Ore. I said that at the end of the play, the audience will also stand on the stage. Only in this way the play will be unexpected, isn't it? Wait a minute, you want to do it yourself. What virtue and ability do these human beings have, and the honor of letting you do it yourself? Is it because what we did made you dissatisfied? Of course, this kind of goodness may become a closed world, because Utopia is an unreasonable country, and Saigo forcibly twisted it into this way with his own strength. Saigo said with a smile, but today's Saigo does not lack evil, what he needs is good. Shizu and Entoma-san started fighting with that team. Seeing Saigo standing up from the throne suddenly, Oral said in a panic. The two elder sisters are really shameful, they only fought to a draw with this team. Is that a vampire? They fought back and forth with each other, it really shamed Supreme. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Entoma's voice changed from sweet to hoarse with distorted anger in her voice, and she looked directly at the members of Blue Rose in front of her. As Entoma's killing intent boiled, the skin on her face fell off and the bug with the appearance of a beautiful girl fell to the ground, revealing her true face. There is no face behind that face but a pair of compound eyes of spiders. Immediately, each of Entoma's hair turned into writhing worms and sharp hooks grew out of a pair of jade hands, covered with smooth hairs of spiders. And her pair of slender legs covered with charms also turned into sharp blades. There are 4 more legs sticking out from behind it, and in the blink of an eye, Entoma transformed from a lovely girl like a doll into a terrifying big spider. Monster, monster. A Holy Order knight let out a scream. This knight had been injured before and lost 1 leg. After seeing Entoma's true self, his remaining leg and 2 hands moved forward in panic. Climb, climb, but in the end, one of Entoma's spider's legs pierced through the knight's chest. Amidst the knight's screams, the spider's legs retracted and the terrifying spider opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to eat the knight directly. Go. In a few seconds the knight was spit out and only the bones were corroded. The giant spider transformed by Entoma glared viciously at the enemy in front of him with countless compound eyes. Kang Kaiengwei is a strong steel-level adventure team, with the head of the Holy Order cooperating with hundreds of knights, plus the power of the Holy Kingdom's highest priest and the Holy Queen. Ai Chuoma and Zai Zai were beaten back and forth, almost powerless to fight back. Entoma knew that all this was the result of that masked girl who was as petite as herself. The vampire named Evelai is not weak, at least not much better than the 10 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster. Entoma knew that even if she met this Evelai alone, the battle between the two might not be able to tell the winner. But now that the opponent has so many helpers and they cooperate perfectly, it is understandable that he and Zai Zai were pressed and beaten. Zai Zai is still good, at least she is just a puppet. But Entoma, who was a bug, was quite afraid of Evelai's strange magic. She knew that this woman was her nemesis. My lipworm, my voice, it's okay, it's not dead yet. The huge body of Entoma, who turned into a spider, blocked a small bug, which was the source of Entoma's voice. Lipworms can change the victim's voice into their own. At the beginning, Entoma thought that the voice of an immature girl was nice, so she took away her voice and used it all the time. Entoma doesn't like her original voice, so now she finally found a beautiful voice that she likes. She doesn't want to give up. Master Supreme likes my voice. If my voice is destroyed by you, I will definitely eat you all of you. Entoma's huge spider body looked fiercely at the elite knights and members of Blue Rose of the Holy Kingdom. What kind of monster is this? Remedios, the leader of the Holy Knights, looked at Entoma, who showed her real body, and swallowed her saliva even though she claimed to be well-informed. The other knights were even more intimidated by Entoma's terrifying posture. It was hard to imagine that the lovely doll girl before her body was completely composed of countless bugs. Although Entoma has a magical and strange beauty, even the spider's body looks good-looking, but human beings feel chills when they see such a disgusting monster. They really are a group of monsters, although they have a beautiful human appearance, but they are so terrifying inside. This woman is basically a combination of a spider and a bug, so what is the woman next to her? Kang Kayangwei's captain Laddies also clicked her tongue when she saw Entoma's real body, goosebumps all over her body. Etoma, you have disgraced the great tomb, you have shamed the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being is watching our action, but you are beaten by the enemy and have no power to fight back. You will definitely disappoint the Supreme Being. The expressionless puppet girl uttered black-bellied words. Zizi looked at Entoma. Although there was no emotion in her eyes, Entoma clearly felt her mockery. However, Entoma was not angry with Zai Zai at this time. Instead she said in fear, what to do, let the Supreme Master see my failed side. Will the Supreme Master not want to see me again? Where are the sisters, why don't they come to help me? Adoma's hoarse voice became irritable with deep fear and crying. She was afraid that she would fail in her mission and disappoint Saigo completely. Entoma is not afraid of the punishment if the mission fails, but what she fears is that she will never have the chance to approach the Supreme Being again. The older sisters will not come to save you, Entoma. The expressionless puppet girl made a malicious voice. They just want to make you lose face in front of the Supreme Being. Although the seven sisters are united in the face of foreign enemies in order to get Saigo's attention, in order to get even a single look from Saigo, the seven sisters themselves are intriguing. Etoma, call me sister. If you call me sister, maybe I can help you. Finally, Zai Zai finally revealed her true purpose. Entoma said angrily, you are also in a mess now, Zizi. How can you spare me to help me? But I'm much better than you. Hurry up, Entoma, you don't have much time. Shizu urged with her calming noise. Zero, ask for flowers. Point 0. As a puppet, she has no extra emotions. Only when she talks about the Supreme Being, Zizi's emotions will surge. Entoma, who turned into a spider, only struggled for a moment and she shouted, Sister Zizi, come and help me. Compared to disappointing the Supreme Being, calling Zai Zai her sister doesn't seem to be a big deal. Very well, Entoma, then I will be my sister from now on. You hold on here for a while, I will go find reinforcements. Sisters will not really watch you die, they will show up to save you when you are most humiliated. Zai Zai, who said this, was preparing to evacuate temporarily. She is good at long-range attacks and assassination methods, and she has little advantage in entering close combat and frontal battlefields. There are so many enemies, it is difficult for Zizi to deal with them. After all, she is just a battle maid, not those powerful guardians. Zai Zai Delta, how dare you lie to me? Laddies, Captain Remedios, give me a chance and I will use my magic to incapacitate it. Just when Laddies was about to cooperate with the elite knights of the Holy Kingdom to stop Zai Zai and Entoma, and when Evelai was preparing her own unique magic, suddenly, an indescribable fear rose from the hearts of everyone. The enemy wants to escape, stop her. Before seeing the person, the sadness of their own impending death arose in their hearts. The maid alone is so powerful, how strong is that Supreme Being? Anyway, they, Kang Kayangwei, are definitely not able to deal with it. Leaving aside the unknown Supreme Being, just the other maids who were not present at the scene, they are not opponents. Laddies and Evelai looked at each other, both of them could see the worry in each other's eyes. Entoma shouted angrily, Master Supreme. I didn't expect that the magic invented to fight against the devil back then would be useless at this time. For their adventurous teams, personal and team safety is the most important thing. It was just the appearance of a breath and the soul was about to be torn apart and the body was about to collapse. As for the Holy Queen, they can only say sorry. Kang Kayangwei is doing her best, but the enemy is too strong and they have no way to deal with it. They have heard what Entoma and Zai Zai said just now, and these maids seem to serve a person called Supreme. Sensing that aura, Entoma shouted in her hoarse voice both in surprise and fear. Immediately, Laddies and Evelai made a decision. After defeating the two maids in front of them, Kang Kayangwei quickly left here. Evil Eye's tone was low, but her last words were murmured by herself. Being able to fight against such a powerful enemy this time is also a worthwhile trip for Kang Kayangwei, as she can gain a lot of experience for leveling up. Etoma, Shizu. A deep, steady voice with endless majesty came from the void. Hearing his voice but not seeing him, the voice alone made the Holy Queen, the members of the Holy Knights, and the members of Blue Rose feel endless pressure squeezing their backs. It was as if thousands of mountains and seas gathered in a tiny space, crushing their souls and bending their spines. With just one voice, many people present who could be called strong in different worlds all knelt on the ground. After being partially killed by Entoma and Zizi, the remaining dozens of Templars were sweating coldly. They knelt on the ground with weak knees and trembling, expressing their saddest wishes to that great existence: fear. Only those who will reach the hero realm can barely stand under this voice. But this has nothing to do with their own strength but the strong will of human beings which makes them barely able to resist. Dark clouds covered the sky above the sky, and a thick, 760 dark cloud quickly floated from afar, covering the sky above the entire city. If you look carefully, you will find that there are no dark clouds but endless burning black flames rolling endlessly in the sky. Dark clouds overwhelmed the city, the air pressure suddenly dropped, and the deepest fear in people's hearts was aroused. Even the battle of tens of thousands of troops at the distant city wall became quiet at this moment. A subhuman soldier climbed onto the city wall. The human soldier had a hideous expression on his face and was about to pierce him with a spear in his hand. But when the tip of the spear was only a few centimeters away from piercing the demi-human, the battlefield seemed to be at a standstill, and everyone was looking up at the sky, staring at the magnificent scene as if a demon god had descended. The battlefield fell into silence and every soldier looked terrified. They couldn't help kneeling on their knees as if they were welcoming the arrival of a great man. In the square of the royal city, Blue Rose's Captain Laddies trembled all over her body. Her throat was dry. Seeing the abnormality in the sky, she asked in a hoarse voice, "Eveli, is this voice the supreme being that those maids are talking about? How do you think he compares with the demon god?" As a vampire who has lived for more than 200 years, Eveli, together with the 13 heroes, is one of the few people who has personally seen the demon god who came to the world 200 years ago. After hearing Lattice's words, the vampire princess lowered her head, gritted her teeth and said, "It's completely incomparable, Lattice. The demon god is completely incomparable with this supreme being. It is like the gap between heaven and earth." Carl, the daughter of the Holy Queen, showed despair. Her delicate and beautiful face lacked the firmness that once existed, leaving only sadness and sadness. If this is the enemy, then the Holy Kingdom has no capital to resist it, and the destruction of the Holy Kingdom is already an inevitable result. Even if the nations of the human world are united, is there really a way to be an enemy of such an existence? Is the end of mankind coming soon? His Majesty Carl. Remedios, the leader of the Holy Knights, was speechless at this time, and she no longer had the confidence to say that she could cover the departure of the Holy Queen. An orange flame ignited and two figures appeared on the square. One of them was wearing an orange dress, an elegant gentleman, and a pair of round frame glasses. His appearance, which was different from that of a human, told his true identity, which was a demon. Just the arrival of this demon makes people's minds shake. Just looking at this demon can make people think of a suffocating power for no reason, but it's not enough. It's still not enough compared to that supreme being. If everyone present saw Demiurge for the first time, they might still think that this demon is a demon-like existence and is the mastermind behind all this. But after feeling the sense of oppression brought by Saigo, even this demon, who is similar to the demon god, makes people feel that he is a bit too small. Sure enough, the powerful demon knelt on the ground as soon as he appeared, and a beautiful girl in a red and white witch costume appeared at the same time as him. Both of them knelt down and shouted loudly, "Welcome to the Supreme One." As soon as the words fell, 4 more figures appeared, and they were the other 4 sisters of the Pleiades star cluster who were raging in the city before. At the first moment when Saigo's breath appeared, they rushed to the central square with their fastest speed. Entoma and Zizi followed their sisters, also knelt on the ground and shouted together with Demiurge, "Welcome to the Supreme One." Above the sky, the deep black flames turned into 12 bone wings covering the sky and the sun, and then the bone wings were closed, and the endless black flames condensed into a towering human figure. He was wearing a gorgeous black robe with gold trim, and his exposed body was made of flames. As soon as Shiki appeared, the city fell into silence as if time had been stopped, and some humans even screamed because they looked directly at such an incredible horror. Some people's eyes are bleeding, some people's spirits are stabbed, and some people are like crazy monsters. In this strange and silent city, such screams make the terrifying atmosphere even stronger. Be at peace, my servants. Saigo's figure fell slowly. He stepped on the ground, raised his hand slightly, and let everyone stand up. Yes, Lord Supreme. Every NPC of the Great Tomb stood up tremblingly. Only Entoma and Zizi knelt on the ground and dared not move. Entoma's 8 legs trembling while still maintaining her spider form said in her hoarse voice, It is Entoma's fault for letting you hear my ugly voice. And I hope you will forgive me. Saigo spoke with his calm and majestic noise. I forgive you, Entoma. Your voice is very nice now. I like it very much. You have to be more confident. Master Supreme, Lord Supreme. The terrifying giant spider made a hoarse and low, excited voice. Entoma's 8 spider legs rubbed against each other lightly, and the pair of compound eyes were full of longing and admiration. Just like that, she called out the honorific title of Saigo. Saigo looked at the terrifying spider in front of him. If it was a long time ago, he might feel fear and nausea. But now Saigo can already see through the superficial things. In his eyes, this spider is like a cute girl with an amazing sense of beauty. Even though the NPCs in the Great Tomb will be absolutely loyal to Saigo no matter what he does, Saigo still uses the method of being the superior. The combination of kindness and power is a necessary means for the superior. If there is kindness, it will be rewarded, and if it is wrong, it will be punished. You must never be mean and unkind, and you must never forgive your subordinates for their mistakes because of feelings. But their 4 sisters still have a 4.1 in their desire to embarrass the 2 younger sisters in front of Saigo. Saigo's majestic voice resounded through the sky. Even if they were already prepared for rescue, it is absolutely impossible to put Entoma and Zai in danger. The doll girl knelt on the ground and begged for punishment with her emotionless voice. Saigo spoke slowly and his eyes looked at the 4 sisters among the 7 sisters. The 4 of you are also at fault. You didn't help your 2 younger sisters when you clearly saw them in danger. As older sisters, you are unqualified. Just like Demiurge and Sebastian, they never had a good relationship. Of course, it is your fault to be defeated by the enemy. You have lost the Great Tomb and my face, and I will punish you for that. The NPCs in the Great Tomb are only completely loyal to Saigo, but they also have their own emotions among themselves, and they will be jealous and fight each other. Master Supreme, Entoma and I were defeated by the enemy. I hope you will punish me. But punishment is a matter for later. Let those weak insects crawl under my feet now. As Saigo's voice fell, the attention of many NPCs in the tomb finally focused on the Holy Queen and Tabavi. The 4 battle maids knelt down again, trembling, not daring to say any rebuttal words. I can't completely blame you. Does Zidu still have Ado? Master Supreme, why don't you do it yourself? Let us kill these insects and let their screams be a symphony dedicated to you. The big sister among the 7 sisters, Yuli Alpha, quickly said that she volunteered to make amends. I will be with you, sister. We want to present the most beautiful voice to the Supreme Lord and make up for the mistakes. The wolf girl raised her round wheel like an axe, followed Yuri's words with a smirk and said. Narbarol and Suo Lixiang remained silent. One was cold to her gorgeous face, but she just threw out the knife in her hand. The other had a cruel smile on his face, and his fingers sank deep into his skin, touching the acid-like liquid inside his body, as if he had already started thinking about how to eat these humans into his body and digest them. Stop, maids of the Pleiades star cluster, your behavior may not meet the requirements of the Supreme Lord. Demiurge spoke at this moment, Master Demiurge. Except for Waimei, the 7 sisters looked at Demiurge suspiciously. Demiu 2 Goss didn't make a sound. He just looked at Saigo and asked for instructions. Please allow me to overstep, Lord Supreme. Oh, the 7 sisters can't understand your abyss-like wisdom. It would be disrespectful for you to bother to explain it, so let your subordinates explain it for them. Saigo nodded slightly and said, Then it's up to you, Demiurge. Your will, Great One. Demiurge's tone paused. He lowered his head and looked back at Saigo, then raised his head again to look at the 7 sisters and said, You don't kill them, but kill them. They captured. This is the order of the Supreme Being. You don't need to understand the reason for this command. I will explain it to you in detail later. There is wisdom in it. I'm afraid you won't understand it. But one thing you need to understand is, don't use your own thinking to speculate on the Supreme Being's thoughts. You think that killing these human beings is a way to please the Supreme Being. But this is just your own thinking, not what the Supreme really means. Remember, how can our Creator have the same taste as ours? The Supreme taste is more elegant and cruel, and it can bring despair and pain to these insects. I used to think that my thoughts were the meaning of the Supreme until I was awakened by the Supreme, only to find out that I was actually trying to understand the Supreme. What a miracle it is. I hope you sisters can also remember this point. Everything must be based on the orders of the Supreme, and you will not be able to understand the real pleasure of the Supreme. After finishing speaking, Demiurge bowed to Saigo, expressing his humility. The seven sisters actually didn't fully understand what Demiurge said. They just thought that Lord Demiurge was so powerful that he was so close to the thoughts of the Great Supreme. For this alone, Demiurge-sama is worthy of the duty of guardian. For the seven sisters, they only understood one thing, that is, the Supreme needs living creatures and they want to pick them off. As for how the Supreme will play with them later, that is the meaning of the Supreme, and it has nothing to do with these maids. Although I don't understand why the Supreme didn't kill these rude humans, but since this is what the Supreme meant, the maids would never ask more questions. Very well, you guys who are as sad and pitiful as Paramecium, to be able to receive the mercy of the Supreme Being is the greatest luck in your life. I will crush you bedbugs, take off your filthy appearance and dedicate you to the Supreme. Narborough looked icy and glamorous. She clenched the Teyvat in her hand and made a cold voice. Bugs are obviously very cute. Why do you describe them like this? Isn't that a compliment to them? However, Narborough's words made Entoma somewhat dissatisfied. Narborough didn't make a sound. It was a problem of cognition between her and Entoma. Neither of them could convince the other. Do it. At this moment, the captain of Kang Kyungwei yelled angrily, and all the members of Kang Kyungwei and the remaining elite troops of the Holy Kingdom suddenly launched an attack. Since the appearance of Saigo, the NPCs of the Great Tomb only pay attention to Saigo, and they don't care about them human beings at all. And this naturally gave the army of the Holy Kingdom and Kang Kyungwei a chance. Taking advantage of the negligence of Saigo and others, they discussed the countermeasures in the fastest time. The Holy Queen and the Queen came to the conclusion that escape was impossible and these monsters were too strong. Their only chance is to take advantage of the negligence of the monsters and catch the thief first. Even if the existence of Saigo brings them an indescribable sense of oppression, the creatures will make the most stupid but also the most correct decision under the will to survive. Kill. The paladins who had collapsed before gritted their teeth and stood up, launching a final charge. Remedios, the leader of the Holy Knights, was the first to bear the brunt and went to kill the seven sisters as a vanguard. Holy Queen Karl Gia recited the spell, activated her most powerful 5th-level faith magic. As the highest priest, Queret cooperated with the Holy Queen and also launched the magic of faith. The two magics of faith blended together and there was a faint 6th-level prestige. You must know that in today's human world, the most powerful magician is the court magician of the Empire. That old magician can use 6th-level magic, so he is the strongest human magician. Evelai accepted this narrow death mission because now they have no better way to meet the enemy. Just when Evelai's mind was in chaos and she couldn't figure out the reason, her dagger that was blessed with magic and poison also stabbed Saigo. At this moment, a puff of smoke surrounds Saigo's back and a petite figure wearing a mask appears in the smoke. This is the only way, the last resort. But following the vampire princess, she was shocked to find that her magic weapon, which was already ranked in the world, couldn't even pierce the clothes of this supreme being. Because she found that the demon named Demiurge pushed his glasses at this moment and was looking back at her with a mocking expression. Bold. Kang Kyungwei's twin ninja sisters attacked the seven sisters by means of assassination. Ji Jelen raised the sledgehammer in his hand, shouted angrily and swept forward. Laddies also charged into the enemy group with a sharp sword. That was Evelai, the strongest among blue roses. What's going on here? Since the demon found out about his sneak attack, why didn't he stop it? They don't expect to be able to kill this terrifying monster, but as long as the opponent is injured and the opportunity to escape is enough. If this is still the game world, maybe Evelyn could see the words "unbroken defense" appearing above Saigo's head. Could it be that this demon has a heart of rebellion against this supreme being, so he allows himself to sneak attack? During the discussion among the people just now, it was other people who took the initiative to launch the attack, and after causing confusion, Eveli would launch a surprise attack on the supreme being. Successful. The 7 Pleiadian sisters were furious. These insects dared to take the initiative. It was really audacious. Seeing Saigo, Eveli didn't look back at all and didn't notice herself at all. She was happy first, but then frightened again. When seeing Demiurge's weird smile, Eveli knew something was wrong. And when her magic weapon couldn't even pierce the opponent's clothes, she had already fallen into deep despair. Eveli knew that he had failed, and so did Blue Rose and the Holy Kingdom. What a terrible sight to behold after this! Will the Holy Kingdom completely perish in a disaster just like its former motherland? And Kang Kaiengwei herself and her comrades in arms will be completely eaten by these angry demons and monsters. People say that there will be flashbacks in their minds before they die, and Evelyn thinks this may be his own flashbacks. She is not afraid of death because Eveli should not have been born. She should have died more than 200 years ago. Her current life is nothing more than a lifetime. During these 200 years, Eveli traveled alone most of the time, without friends or relatives. Until she lost a bet with an old woman, she joined the adventurer team of Blue Kaiengwei. Although they didn't get along with Kang Kaiengwei's teammates for a long time, it also made Eveli's heart that had been struggling for more than 200 years start to jump for joy, and made her feel like a friend and a family. Eveli cares a lot about the relationship with Kang Kaiengwei, but now this relationship is probably about to disappear. Should I blame myself for not being firm enough to keep everyone from getting involved in the Holy Kingdom? Or is it to blame laddies for insisting on leading everyone to participate in this war that does not belong to them? No, if you want to blame, you should blame yourself for being too weak. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Urk's mind. Then she saw a huge bone wing appearing behind the Supreme Being. For some reason, after seeing this bone wing, Eveli felt a painful feeling that her life and soul were completely suppressed. It wasn't that the other party was too strong to suppress, but the true face of this bone wing made her oppressed by the food chain of the species. Immediately, the bone wing extended, and just as it was about to touch Eveli's body, the vampire concubine finally saw the true face of the bone wing. It turned out to be a girl with a beautiful appearance with iridescent hair and flaming eyes, and at this time the other party's flaming eyes were full of anger, as if I had violated her master. And the oppressive feeling on his body emanated from this young girl, the true ancestor of the vampire. These were the last words that Eveli could utter, filled with incomparable surprise and fear. The vampires in this world are of the same type as the bloodthirsty vampires, but there is a huge difference from Shaltyr's lampreys. Therefore, Aurora and the others who are Flame Yibo and the fourth true ancestor have great restraint on Verwelk, the vampire with their aura as the true ancestor of vampires. At this moment, Eveli remembered that when he saw Saigo before, there were 12 bone wings on his back. If each bone wing is a true vampire ancestor, it means that Saigo is carrying 12 true vampire ancestors. What kind of terrifying existence is this supreme being? Any true ancestor of vampires is a monster that can compete with the oldest dragons and those dragon kings, and is the ancestor of vampires. In the long history of this world, there has only been one true ancestor of vampires, and in the end, that true ancestor was exterminated by many dragon kings of the dragon clan. But now this supreme being actually made the 12 true ancestors of vampires loyal. Just thinking about how he wanted to assassinate such an existence, Eveli felt that he was really ridiculous. The bone wings turned into flames. Yibo grabbed Eveli's slender neck with his small white hand. Eveli only felt suffocated, and it was difficult for her body to move anymore. As a vampire, she doesn't have a beating heart and she doesn't need to breathe, so she wouldn't feel suffocated. But the icy chill emanating from Ororasu's hands froze Eveli's body and her soul, and this kind of freezing made her feel a rare sense of suffocation. Eveli. Seeing that the sneak-attacking Eveli was captured without even piercing the corner of the Supreme Being's clothes, the other members of Kang Kaiengwei exclaimed, "You should pay more attention to your own safety. Insects uglier than bedbugs. Dare to offend the Supreme Being really deserve death." Narbarul uttered angrily. Although she is not the oldest sister, her rank is the highest except for the younger sister. As a double phantom, she was holding a Teidao, and when Kang Kyungwei's captain, Laddies, had already drifted behind her, the Teidao in her hand perfectly pierced into the opponent's lower abdomen. Although Laddies has already stepped into the hero realm, there is still a huge level gap with Narbarul, and she doesn't have much power to fight back in front of Narbarul, who is serious. The lightning strike from the sword exploded, and after it pierced Laddies' abdomen, the rest of the power blew up the rows of houses to powder and even pierced the distant city wall, piercing a big hole. Although this is only a 7th level magic, it is not a very powerful move in the World Tree game. But in this world where humans can only master 6th level magic at most, Narbarul is undoubtedly a master of magic beyond humans. Laddies felt the tingling pain in her abdomen, looked at the charred hole, and knelt on the ground with one knee that could no longer support her body. As a magic user of the faith department, Laddies wanted to use magic to heal her injuries, but she was shocked to find that the magic level used by Narbarul was too high and her healing magic was useless at all. Team leader. Seeing that Laddies was seriously injured, the twin ninjas both screamed and wanted to come to the rescue. But as soon as the twin ninjas appeared, they felt their feet being grabbed by sticky hands. Xiu Lixiang, who was an amorphous liquid, turned into a puddle of mucus at some point. As an assassin, she was very clear about the assassin's methods. After grabbing the feet of the two sisters, Xiu Lixiang's terrifying laughter came from the pool of mucus. Ugh! The twin ninjas screamed and the sticky arms dragged them into the liquid under their feet. The liquid that was more terrifying than strong acid immediately corroded the legs of the two sisters. The assassin who lost his legs was no longer a threat. Xiu Lixiang threw it away and threw the two sisters, whose bodies were trembling in pain, to the ground. Gagarin and the wolf girl Lupus Regina had a man-to-man duel. One is holding a giant hammer and the other is holding a round wheel like an axe, fighting each other. What, is it just this little strength? Not enough, not enough, not enough. Lupus Regina laughed loudly, with Qian Zhao's extremely cruel sense of abuse in the laughter. The strength gap between the two is huge and the weapons and equipment are even more different. It's just that after 2 rounds, Gagarin only has the strength to parry. And Lupus Regina seemed to be playing with her, cutting countless scars on her body with deep visible bones, fully showing her demeanor. As the big sister, Yuri Alpha entered the paladins with an iron fist, each punch crushing a knight. The Supreme Being said that as long as these leaders are alive, then there is no need for these soldiers to live. Intoma and Zai Zai also joined the sisters' battle in order to make up for their mistakes. Huge spiders swept across the battlefield and Zai Zai finally played a role as a gunner. She stood far away when there was a front row and every shot could take away a piece of life. Even the 2 magicians, the Holy Queen and the Supreme Priest, were easily pierced through their chests by the gun in her hand and fell in a pool of blood. Middle. Under the magic blessing of O'Liar, who is the younger sister, and under the seriousness of the 6 sisters, the Holy Kingdom and Blue Rose, who were not opponents at all, were wiped out almost in the blink of an eye. You think I didn't notice you, little vampire. ... It's just that I think it's funny to give you hope and then give you despair. Saigo turned around slowly at this time. He looked at Evelai, who was being held by Aurora's bare hands on the neck, unable to move due to the freezing of the enchantress's blue ice, and said in a calm tone, "Be grateful, vampire. The Supreme Lord gave you a chance to touch him. What an honor it is a happiness that you will spend your whole life to repay. Do you think no one has found out? What a joke. It's just that the Supreme Being stopped our actions and that's what made you touch the Supreme. Supreme, although such a small bug cannot cause any harm to you, my servants still sincerely want to give advice. I hope you don't let such ants touch your great body again. It will make our heartfelt servants feel distressed." With one hand behind his back and the other in front of his body, Demiurge bowed in salute. "I have received your advice, Demiurge. I will consider the persuasion brought about by your advice when I allow it." Saigo nodded slightly and said, "Ah, Supreme Being, you are so great, so tolerant, and you will listen carefully to the advice of my little self. I am so moved." Demiurge wiped the corners of his eyes and said in an excited tone, grateful that Saigo listened carefully to his words. Saigo suddenly stretched out his hand at this time. Eveli widened his eyes, watching Saigo's hand penetrated her chest, feeling the heart-piercing pain. As a vampire, Eveli's recovery ability is extremely strong, but she found a tiny black flame burning in her pierced chest. That black flame stopped her self-recovery ability and kept her, a vampire, in a state of serious injuries. She could neither really die nor completely heal her injuries. This way you temporarily lose your threat, although you haven't been a threat since the beginning, little vampire. Aurora casually threw the seriously injured Eveli to the ground, and then Flame Yibo turned into bone wings again and merged with Saigo. Eveli, who was thrown on the ground, spat out blood with a wow, and the mask on his face also fell to the ground, revealing his true appearance. It was a beautiful girl with long blonde hair and red eyes. Her facial features were exquisite and she looked about 11 or 12 years old. Under Eveli's red hooded gown was a tight black skirt, revealing the white and tender skin of her shoulders. A pair of slender legs under the short skirt are wrapped in black stockings like silk stockings. This kind of dress is very suitable for fighting, and it also adds a little charm to her young appearance. Master Supreme, how do we deal with these people? The 7 sisters of the Pleiades star group came to Saigo and stood up and knelt down, asking how to deal with the Holy Princess and the members of Blue Rose who were captured by them. Bring them to this palace, pay a little attention, don't let them die, and then I need them to complete the task for me. Saigo glanced at the people who were lying in a pool of blood and spoke slowly. Yes, Supreme Being. The 7 sisters stood up and they used healing magic to heal those who were seriously injured and dying, but they didn't completely heal them. Demiurge, end this war and let those demi-race troops enter the city. Be careful, don't let them destroy this city and don't let them harass the people here. I need this city and its people to carry out the next experiment for me. Overtake. Saigo looked at Demiurge again and ordered, your will is supreme. Demiurge bowed and saluted with a faint smile, and then he used magic, and magic circles appeared on the square. Demons appeared one after another from those magic circles. These demons are not strong, but they are more numerous. As the highest level demon, Demiurge certainly has his own subordinates. In order to fulfill Saigo's orders and bring a basic order to this defeated city, Demiurge alone cannot do it, and he also needs the help of his subordinates. Then go, Demiurge, come see me after completing your mission. Saying this, Saigo Ikbai stepped forward to the Holy King's palace. The sisters of the Pleiades star cluster grabbed the captives and followed Saigo to the Holy King's palace. After the Holy Queen was captured, the morale of the soldiers guarding the capital finally fell to the extreme. Not long after, with the addition of Demiurge's demon army, the capital of the Holy Kingdom fell completely. Only a very small number of human soldiers did not surrender and were still desperately resisting, but in the end they were only brutally killed by demons and subhumans. Just when all the soldiers who surrendered were desperate, and the residents in the capital of the Holy Kingdom mourned and waited for the city to be slaughtered and washed, what happened next was completely beyond the expectations of many humans. Master Demiurge, didn't you promise us that as long as you take down the Holy Kingdom, you will let us slaughter here for 3 days? The demi-human coalition army killed by the demon army was actually more than the number of people who died in attacking the city. Demiurge had a slight smile on his face and then followed him with a cold expression. Besides, this is the task entrusted to me by the Supreme Lord. Look at you, and you the clansmen look like they are not ready to obey. The leader of the snake-human race was furious and cursed. Since you are treacherous, don't blame us, Demiurge. The city was easily captured by Demiurge while maintaining basic order. With unparalleled power, the demon killed the leader of the snake-human race with one punch, and then waved his own flames to kill all the resisting snake-human race. Demiurge stroked his glasses and said with a smile, "You don't think I need your power to capture this city, do you?" The leader of the snake people questioned Demiurge. Just when his men broke into the residential area and were about to carry out a massacre, Demiurge suddenly appeared and killed all the snakemen. Such a scene made the leader of the snake people furious, which was completely different from what Demiurge had promised them. After completing his mission and confirming that everything was safe, Demiurge went to the Holy King's palace to meet the Supreme Being. Next, the residents of the Holy Kingdom were surprised to find that the demi-human coalition and the demon army suddenly turned against each other. and within a very short period of time, those demon legions just slaughtered the demi-human coalition who did not obey orders. As a large number of demi-humans who resisted were killed, the remaining demi-humans finally became obedient and obediently obeyed the orders of the demons. At this time and at that time, I have allowed you to plunder other cities in this country to vent your anger and desire. As for the agreement, know that the devil's favorite thing to do is to break the agreement. You also no longer need to exist. Only a few minutes later, this snake-human tribe was almost wiped out. I am just playing with your emotions in order to please the Supreme Lord, humble idiots. It's just that as soon as the leader of the snake-human tribe finished speaking, a huge flame demon appeared behind him. In the Holy King's palace, Saigo sat on the throne belonging to the Holy Queen. He stared at the Holy Queen, Kang Kyungwei and others who were prostrate on the ground with his eyes burning with black flames, without saying a word. The overly heavy pressure oppressed the Holy Queen and the others, adding a layer of pain to their already seriously injured bodies. They had to contort their expressions under Saigo's gaze, but they didn't dare to moan. Saigo's eyes swept across the crowd one by one, and finally his eyes fell on the Holy Queen. This holy princess deserves to be called a national treasure beauty, but she is just as good as Albedo and the others in terms of appearance. Compared to Albedo's charming and demonic nature exuding from the inside out, the holy princess in front of her is awe-inspiring and holy. From a human point of view, she already has the beauty that makes all men fall in love with her. It was a kind of greed and demand that either wanted to surrender to her holiness or wanted to defile that holiness. Carl Bessarius, Queen of the Holy Kingdom, I have investigated your intelligence information. Saigo opened his mouth slowly and let out a heavy and majestic voice. At this time, the pierced wound on the chest of Saint Princess Carl Gia has recovered to its original appearance, but the weakness and pain of her body still make her suffer unspeakably. Even in the face of the chief culprit who destroyed her own country and the enemy of this life, she still maintained the etiquette and accomplishment that a queen should have, reluctantly smiled and said, It is my honor to receive the attention of a great being like you. No one knows how many of these sentences are sincere and how many are sarcasm, and Saigo doesn't care. Even now, whether it is the people of the Holy Kingdom or the members of Blue Rose, they still cannot know how powerful Saigo is. It was a power beyond the limits of their imagination, a power that human cognition could no longer comprehend. It seems natural for the country to be shattered by such a terrifying existence. But if you think about it deeply, if this terrifying monster is not limited to the Holy Kingdom but continues to invade, then in this world, no matter whether it is human or demi-human, who can stop it? Even those dragons are probably not his opponents. Maybe this is the doomsday judgment of this world, not necessarily. In this country, you have a high prestige and you also have a compassionate and a virgin-like feeling, and it is correct to call you the Holy Queen. You are too ideal as a ruler and you are not qualified. You try to build a beautiful country in vain, but you only have ideals but you don't have the ability to turn them into reality. Your strength is too weak, your size is too small, Carl Gia. Bessarius? Saigo's words made the Holy Queen silent because she knew Saigo was right. She has been an idealist since she was a child trying to build a country that will not cry. But the ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. She can't create such a country at all, even the capital of the country under her feet. Because human beings are greedy and greedy for power, no matter how noble she is as a holy princess, when the order is issued, she will end up at the grassroots level and the result will even be completely different from her order. Not all are idealists, so idealists are bound to drown. The Holy Queen sighed softly and said, You are right, an unknown existence, a great supreme. I can't even govern the city under my feet, so how can my political ideas benefit the entire country? Even until now, my orders can't go out of this northern peninsula, and the nobles in the southern peninsula don't listen to any of my orders at all. In the end, the Holy Queen laughed at herself. I just don't know, why are you telling me this? Shouldn't you kill me, slaughter all the people here and turn this royal capital into scorched earth and a carnival place for demons? The Holy Queen took a deep breath and asked boldly, How dare you speak to the Supreme Being like that? As soon as the Holy Queen finished speaking, Entoma's hoarse and angry voice came, and one of her spider legs suddenly lifted up, piercing the Holy Queen's chest from behind again. Well, the Holy Queen screamed in pain and spit out a pool of blood from her mouth again, including pieces of internal organs. Saigo waved his hands and said, "Well, I don't mind her words." As Saigo's voice fell, Entoma restrained her spider legs and slowly stepped back. Although Lupus Regina's race is a werewolf and her fighting style is relatively violent, her profession is a priest. She quickly used magic to help the Holy Queen heal her wounds for fear that she would die here. It's not that Lupus Regina has much pity for the Holy Queen, but that this is Saigo's order before, and what he wants is a living person. "Is this what you want, Carl? You want me to kill you here and then slaughter your people?" Saigo chuckled as he stood up. As Saigo stood up, the black flames burning all over his body quickly gathered, and what finally appeared in front of everyone was a young man with a tall, slender figure and a handsome face. Since hitting triple digits, the concept of Saigo as a demon has gained real flesh and blood, and he's finally turned into nonsense. The Holy Queen and the others were stunned for a moment. They never expected Saigo to have such a human face. Saigo walked slowly to the highest level of the palace in a black, gorgeous robe, and at the same time ordered, "Bring them here." The maids obediently took the captives, and Saigo came to the top floor of the Holy Kingdom. Here you can already overlook the royal capital, and you can have a panoramic view of the kingdom under your feet, the nearby aristocratic living areas, and the distant civilian living areas. Look, Carl Gia, this city is not caught in the flames of war as you imagined. Everyone is safe and sound, and your people can still live and work in peace and contentment. The order here has not collapsed, prices are still stable. Every commoner has food to eat and can live a good life, even a better life than under your rule. Zero ask for flowers. Because the devil is killing those nobles, collecting their wealth, and distributing the food they hoarded to the common people. Of course, all these require the common people to work for the devil in exchange. A small number of people hoard a large amount of wealth so that this part of the wealth cannot be circulated to the market, so that the money cannot flow, so that the total amount of wealth cannot grow, and eventually even deflation. 11. Of course, this is a question of economics. You may not understand it, and you don't need to understand it. You just need to know that under the rule of the devil, human beings will even live better. What do you think? Saigo's fingers swept across the capital, his voice was calm and powerful, and the words he said made the Holy King's expression shake. "You've wanted to do this for a long time, Carl Gia. You know that the wealth is piled up in the hands of the nobles, and you know that the common people are in dire straits, but you can't do it. Point 00. Because you still need nobles to help you strengthen Wang Quan. You have a compassionate heart, but you don't have the strength to put it into practice." Pato. Saigo suddenly threw a dagger and threw it at the feet of the Holy Queen. In the confusion of the Holy Queen, Saigo said in a devil's voice, "I give you two choices. You have a good relationship with the two women beside you. If you kill them with your own hands, I will spare all the civilians in this city. The second is that you can choose them, and I will destroy this city in front of you, and you will see at least hundreds of thousands of deaths." How do you choose, Carl? As soon as Saigo finished speaking, the figure of Demiurge appeared beside him along with the demon fire. The highest-ranking demon knelt on the ground, staring at Saigo with adoring and excited eyes, and said frantically, "As expected of the Supreme Lord, your elegance and pursuit of beauty are beyond my reach. Compared to destroying the enemy's body, it is more exciting to destroy their spirit like this. I finally understand a little bit of your pleasure." Saigo didn't comment on Demiurge's words. Demiurge was originally a demon whose moral value reached the limit of negative, but the current Saigo is different. After realizing the end of the possibility of the dualism of good and evil, Saigo is now an extremely evil demon, but at the same time he also has an extremely good heart. Today's Saigo is looking for a balance between good and evil. The reason why the spirit of the Holy Queen is hit like this is because he still needs this idealistic queen to govern the country for himself and turn this country into a utopia. In the end, this place may become a real utopia, or it may become a dystopia and become a closed world. But the premise of all this is that I want to use this method to make the Holy Queen completely loyal, and I have no second thoughts. Playing with other people's emotions and hearts is exactly what Saigo is good at. Majesty Carl. As the Holy Queen's friend, Remedios, head of the Holy Knight Order, had a complicated expression at this time. Her face was a little frightened and fearful, which was the fear of facing death as a human being. But at the same time, she also felt calm in her heart. That was the price she should pay as a knight for the sacrifice of the people. Sister, Your Majesty Carl. As for Remedios's younger sister, Querette, at this time, behaved a little unbearably. The highest priest looked terrified. She knelt on the ground trembling, looked at the Holy Queen Carl-Gia with eyes like a little squirrel, shaking her head unconsciously. Carl-Gia, on the other hand, looked hesitant with a tangled and grim expression. She looked at Remedios and Querette and then at the quiet city outside. The Holy Queen staggered forward a few steps, then knelt on the ground with trembling legs. She tremblingly grabbed the dagger in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were at a loss and at a loss. In the end, the spirit of the Holy Queen broke down a bit and she burst into tears there. Wow, I don't know what to do, 867, paced Medios. On the one hand, she was elected as the Holy Queen, her close friend since she was a child, and even the relationship between them was so good that the subjects secretly suspected that they were lesbians. But on the other side are the residents of the capital city of the Holy Kingdom. As the Holy Queen, she is obliged to protect the safety of her subjects. If I chose Remedios, would I really want to see hundreds of thousands of people being brutally massacred in front of me? Carl-Chia didn't dare to think. Demiurge and the Pleiades looked at them with cheerful yet cruel smiles. Ah, this is the supreme being. This kind of pursuit of beauty is really different from those of us ordinary people. The pleasure of destroying the other party's spirit to the point of collapse is really far greater than the killing pleasure of destroying the other party's body. His Majesty Carl-Gia, kill me, for the people of the Holy Kingdom you should kill me. Remedios closed her eyes, and tears of fear flowed from the corners of her eyes. But she didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that Carl would be shaken by seeing the fear in her eyes. This is the duty of a paladin. She didn't know if she was righteous, but at this moment Remedios had a clear understanding that she should sacrifice for the people. Remedios. Carl-Gia picked up the dagger on the ground, trembling all over, and tremblingly walked towards Remedios. At this time, Saigo looked at Kang Kyingwei's people, and Laddies, the captain, stared at him fiercely and said in a voice hoarse from pain, "Devil, you want to treat us do what?" Saigo smiled lightly and said, "Why don't we make a choice too?" At this time, Saigo took a piece of paper that Demiurge handed him, which was the information that Demiurge had obtained. He flipped through it for a while and said, "Well, so your name is Laddies Albine Drew Aindora, a nobleman of the kingdom of Leastage, miss. Oh, how can this give you a choice? How about this, at the cost of the life of this vampire under my feet? Give you two choices. You can choose to kill this vampire and I will spare the kingdom you are in. Or you can choose to save this vampire and I will destroy the kingdom of Ray. Yes, Tiger, what do you think?" Facing the choice again given by Saigo, Laddies was different from Carl-Gia, the Saint Princess. She kept her mouth shut and showed a non-cooperative expression. Seeing this, Saigo said with a slight smile, "The Holy Queen over there is the queen of this country, so she will be entangled in the choice. Oy. She will feel painful to choose among her friends and subjects from childhood to adulthood, because it is her responsibility as queen to protect common people. But you're not the royal family of the Riestig kingdom, let alone the king there. Why are you so hesitant and don't make any choices?" Saigo pretended to be thinking, and then suddenly realized. "Oh, I see, it's because your team member named Evelai is a vampire and she isn't anyway. Since they are vampires, they are the same alien as us, then let us kill each other. Are you laughing in your heart?" Hearing Saigo's words, Laddies angrily said, "You fart, how could I not care about Evelai and how could I care about her vampire status?" Saigo calmly said, "Then why don't you choose your teammate as long as I destroy the kingdom of Rai? Yes, Tiger, you can save her. Do you have such great love for the people of that kingdom? Laddies's voice was angry. She knew that it was Saigo who was putting her on the fire of morality. "If I chose Evelai and this demon really destroyed the kingdom, would I think that the deaths of so many people in the kingdom were caused by myself? In any case, it was also her motherland, so how could she just watch it being destroyed?" Laddies didn't say that the kingdom would be able to resist these demons. She knew clearly that it was definitely not something a mere country could do to fight against this demon. At the very least, it needs the unity of all races in the world to take out all those collected artifacts to defeat him. So Laddies fell silent. She couldn't make a choice, knowing that the demon was sowing discord, but she just couldn't make a choice. At this moment, Demiurge's body was already trembling with excitement. If it wasn't for the wrong position, he would have knelt down and kissed the shoes of the Supreme Being. Such methods of manipulating people's hearts are exactly the role models he needs to learn from. The Pleiadian sisters also looked at Saigo with adoring eyes, and their eyes were full of fascination and affection as a woman. This is the Supreme Being. Let the flower of evil bloom so beautifully on this land. It is a realm that they will never reach. Saigo burned a piece of paper in his hand which contained the information of everyone in Kangkayangwei. When Blue Rose appeared on the Holy Kingdom battlefield, Demiurge collected these for Saigo in advance. It can only be said that Demiurge is a servant who makes his master very happy. Ah. At this time there was a scream from the side. With tears in his eyes, Carl stabbed Remedios in the abdomen with the dagger in his hand. The head of the Holy Knight lay convulsed on the ground, a pool of blood dripping from his abdomen. Because the one who was stabbed wasn't vital, Remedios didn't die for a while but showed an even more painful expression. This made Carl Gia even more flustered. I know, Holy Queen, you don't want to kill your best friend, so when you shot, you subconsciously avoided the vital point. But this will only make your friend suffer more. If you are smarter, you should let her leave without pain. The words of Saigo's demon came again. This made the Holy Queen even more sad, and she knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Just when the Holy Queen stretched out her hands tremblingly and was about to draw out the dagger to give Remedios a pleasure, Saigo suddenly said, "Okay, let's call it a day." You are doing well, Carl Bessarius. All I need is an obedient servant. I don't care what your choice is. What I care about is that you must obey my order to make a choice. Compared to the noble lady over there, your behavior should be rewarded. Saying that, Saigo waved his hand, and the power of the white steel of the water essence was activated. I saw that the wounds on Remedios' body quickly recovered as if time went back, and even the damaged clothes on her body were mended. Remedios touched her abdomen in astonishment, as if she couldn't believe that she didn't die but was saved by a demon instead. Carl Gia Bessarius, the Holy Queen of the Holy Kingdom, 3.9 Now I give you another choice to become my servant and kneel at my feet. In this way, I will give the blessing of life to your friends and give your people a happier country. The Holy Queen, who was tossed and tortured by Saigo, was on the verge of collapse at this time, and she knelt on the ground with almost no resistance. That flowery face was full of tears of excitement and gratitude. She knelt on the ground, grinding her delicate knees, and came to Saigo, reverently lowered her noble and beautiful face like a national treasure, and kissed Saigo's shoes with her holy lips. Saigo just looked at her quietly. Saigo is also helpless. A group of NPCs in the tomb are almost all weirdos with negative moral values. I am also a devil now. If you are not cruel enough, it will seem a bit out of place. Saigo wants to do evil things with a good heart or do good things with an evil heart, so that he can grasp the end point of the balance between good and evil and fulfill his ambition. He is sure to be the sovereign of Zoroaster. The posture of the Holy Queen bowing her head in front of Saigo completely shakes the hearts of Kangkayangwei and the others. But Laddies still believed in her own judgment, thinking that this was all a devil's conspiracy. The promise of the devil cannot be believed. If you trust the promise of the devil, then you will have to pay the price in the end. To a certain extent, Laddies' idea is correct, and the promise of the devil is indeed not credible. But Saigo is not an ordinary devil. He does not pursue the ultimate evil, nor does he pursue the ultimate good. What he pursues is the balance between good and evil. But obviously, Laddies couldn't understand Saigo's great pursuit. Laddies looked at the expressionless Evelai who was being trampled by Saigo on the ground. Her eyes were filled with sadness and pleading, hoping that Evelai would forgive her choice. The subjugated vampire girl also slowly raised her immature and muddy head, her red eyes flickering. Evelai slowly shook his head at Laddies, indicating that he would not blame her. Like Laddies, Evelai distrusts the words of demons even more. As a vampire who has lived for more than 200 years, although she looks young, she is actually a very mature person. Evelai does not feel that he will be easily deceived. Seeing Evelai's expression, Laddies was also slightly relieved, letting her guilty sense of morality be slightly lowered. Unlike the Holy Queen, Laddies thinks she has nothing to threaten. She even feels sad for the Holy Queen. This terrible demon said to forgive the residents of this city. Does he really mean what he said? Perhaps this demon just wanted to see the Holy Queen kneeling down begging for mercy in a mental breakdown, and then let the Holy Queen be full of hope and bring her despair. From the current state of the Holy Kingdom, it can be seen that this is what the devil is likely to do. But Laddies won't laugh at the Holy Queen because she knows that the Holy Queen has nothing to do. As the king of a country, she must think about her subjects. Even if this is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she will try it. Devil, put away your tricks, I will not be deceived. If you want to kill me, you can do whatever you want, even if you want to abuse me, it doesn't matter, I will accept it. Lattice said fiercely to Saigo. Then it doesn't matter to you if I want to abuse your teammates. Saigo asked with a smile. He stepped on Evelai's head hard, causing the petite vampire girl to groan in pain. Her beautiful face was buried in the mud, and no matter how hard she struggled, she was powerless to break free. VR. Lattice's expression changed. She didn't expect Saigo to use such a despicable method, which made her even more angry, but it was only incompetent and furious. Ha ha ha. Since it has fallen into your hands, it is up to you. We are not people who are greedy for life and fear of death. Laddies, don't be upset. When we joined Blue Rose and became adventurers, we already put life and death aside. Jijelin laughed out loud, his voice rough and heroic. The twin ninjas also nodded vigorously, expressing their fearlessness. Since an adventurer like Kang Kyungwei has such strength, he has already prepared for the possibility of being defeated and dying one day. Without this will, there will be no ability to match it. Seeing the support of her teammates, Laddies was even willing to use her life to support her. She couldn't help crying and began to sob. But this time it was not tears of fear but tears of happiness from understanding. Seeing this scene, Saigo felt like a villain now. Oh no, I seem to be the villain. The subordinates are a group of alien monsters with negative moral values. They directly invade other countries for the sake of exploration and experimentation, and then use other people's friends and countries to threaten them. This is not what villains do. You don't need to be so sad, everyone of Kang Kyungwei. I'm not going to kill you, it's enough to just leave this little vampire. All your sins will be borne by her, and I will bring her the most desperate pain while you enjoy life and freedom. Well, the vampire's recovery ability is good. If she is thrown into the swarm and let those cockroaches eat her body, the scene must be wonderful. Thinking about the speed at which cockroaches gnaw on the body is not as fast as the recovery speed of vampires, and they will be gnawed forever until the end of the world. Thinking about it, it is really a desperate punishment. Or maybe she is a good reproductive tool. If she is allowed to keep giving birth to strange monsters and become a mother-like existence, that must be a good punishment. Anyway, with the recovery ability of vampires, even after pregnancy and childbirth, the recovery period will definitely be faster than that of humans. Saigo gave a malicious smile. He squatted slightly to grab Evelai's delicate chin and straightened it vigorously, exposing her immature and stubborn beautiful face to Laddies and the others. You devil, be *****D, what's coming at me, don't do this to evil Yuan. Ladija hissed. Saigo's words made everyone in Kang Kyungwei and the Holy Queen fear in their hearts. This kind of punishment, especially the punishment of never being able to die, makes people go crazy just thinking about it. Look carefully at the face of this little vampire, everyone of Kang Kyungwei. You must always remember her appearance and never forget, because your freedom and life were bought with her tragic life. Demiurge, send our distinguished guests away, let them leave this city safely. Well, it's better to send them far away and send them directly to the main country. Saigo ordered Demiurge. Yes, Great Supreme. Saigo's terrifying words not only did not frighten Demiurge and the Pleiadian sisters, but even excited them, making them even more awed by the Supreme Being. This is where the majesty of the Supreme Being lies. Its majesty is like a prison, and its grace is like an ocean. While Laddies and the others cursed, Demiurge snapped his fingers and directly activated the demon's teleportation magic. and the crowd with Hua Leiwei disappeared into the Holy King. At this moment, Saigo stretched out his hand, caressing the shivering holy princess lying on the ground and dare not look up. His voice softened a lot. Now you are one of your own, Holy Queen Carl. Just treat you as a peripheral member of the Great Tomb. I have always treated my own people with kindness and majesty. As long as you don't make mistakes, as long as you obey orders, you will only receive my gifts and blessings. It is your wish to build a country without tears, to have all the residents live and work in peace and contentment, and to live happily in this country. No one can build such a utopia in this world because it requires absolute strength and will and a whole set of theories to support it. But no one in this world can do it, but I can do it. And I will fulfill your little wish and build this country into a beautiful country like the heaven on earth. Go, Carl, announce to your subjects the rebirth of a great country, and you are still the Holy Queen. The Queen of this country. Of course, you are also my slave, a slave who allows me to trample on you wantonly. Saigo stood up and announced so. Zoroastrianism is a dualism of good and evil. When there is a problem with the evil, it means that there is also a problem with the good. So Saigo suspects that it is not the good god who defeated the evil god, but the good god and the evil Shendu may not be there anymore. Then, it's time for Zoroaster to be reborn and let the oldest group of gods stand in this boundless universe again. Everything starts now. The Agran Council has always maintained neutrality, and this country has rarely influenced the outside world, so in the eyes of ordinary people, this country does not have a high sense of existence. But only the top people in those countries know what kind of strength the Yagran Council has. It can be said that even the Slan theocracy should not be an opponent of the reviewing kingdom if it enters an all-out war, because the people behind the scenes of this country that has always maintained neutrality are those legendary ancient dragons. In a majestic and quiet quaint hall of the Agran Council, the figure of a white-haired old lady is strolling. The old lady had an old face and covered her face with a hood. The old man's name was Ligurido-Bella's Jalen. He was once a member of the 13 Heroes and participated in the Battle of the Demon Gods more than 200 years ago. At the same time, she is also a member of Kang Kyungwei and the former founder, but after the iteration of Kang Kyungwei, she just left the adventure team. Evelai, the vampire, was also introduced by the old man to the current Blue Rose team. Ligurido walked into the empty and silent hall, and it didn't take long for her to see the Beijing-colored giant dragon in the deepest part of the hall. Chando Luke's Bai Xiong, the legendary son of the Dragon Emperor, a member of the rare Dragon Kings and one of the real ancient dragons, is honored as the Beijing Dragon King. This Beijing Dragon King is also one of the rare dragons in this era who can still use the Siyuan magic. Ligurido's arrival made the sleeping dragon move. Slowly, the huge dragon opened its upside-down dragon pupils, its dragon head moved slowly, and finally the figure of the old man was reflected in the pupils. Ligurido-Bella's Jalen, long time no see, what kind of wind brought you here? The deep voice of the giant dragon resounded and echoed in the hall. The old lady didn't make a sound, her eyes fell on a corner of the hall. There was a set of Beijing-colored armor, and seeing this armor made the old lady look nostalgic. Back then, the Beijing Dragon King manipulated this armor, and as a member of the 13 Heroes, together with humans and heroes of other races, wiped out the legendary demon god. Even now, recalling the soul-stirring epic and adventure, Ligurido still feels his heart surge. Seeing Ligurido staring at the armor, Beijing Dragon King was also a little embarrassed. In its adventures with the heroes, it also has a strong bond with many heroes, so it will also feel embarrassed about its behavior of keeping its true identity. When I saw this armor, I thought of my adventures back then and the captain. Ligurido said reminiscently. The captain of the 13 heroes back then was a player of the World Tree game. This player was of a very low level. After coming to this world, he did not bring the world into chaos. Instead, this player stood with the natives of another world and helped them resist the aggression of other players. During the long adventure career, the player's level will increase accordingly until he defeats the evil demon god and saves the world, interpreting the life of a true hero. That is a person who is enough to be respected by anyone. He may not be the strongest person in the world, but he is definitely the most determined person who can truly be called a hero. Both Bajan Dragon King and Ligurito fell into memory, missing their former friends and captain. After a long time, Ligurito said, It's time to wake up, Charles, another 100 years have passed. As the old man's voice fell, the Bajan Dragon King's expression became serious and he said in a low voice, Has another player come to this world? Yes, home. Ligurito nodded slightly. I can let you come to me in person. It seems that the player who comes this time is very tricky. Bajan Dragon King's tone was serious. Ever since getting to know the captain of the player, those powerhouses like Bajan Dragon King who are at the top of the world have finally known the origin of the player. Thus they came to a conclusion based on historical records. That is, players will come into the world every 100 years. These players are likely to bring peace to this world or they may bring disaster to this world. For example, the 6 gods who descended at the beginning established the belief of mankind. The 8 Desire Kings who followed were a group of tyrants who brought the world into despair. Although there are still players coming after this, their strength is incomparable with the 6 great gods and 8 Desire Kings, and they are easily solved by the natives of this world. The demon god more than 200 years ago was a player. Although he did not have the power of the 6 great gods and the 8 Desire Kings, he was still quite powerful. That's why there were 10 heroes. And about 100 years ago there were also players who came, but the players who came at that time were very weak, and they were easily dealt with by Bajan Dragon King and the others. Now 100 years have passed and this time it is Saigo and Momonga who came. It's tricky, Char. The player who came this time is very tricky. I just glanced at it from a distance and it made me feel an irresistible sense of fear. The demon gods back then couldn't be compared with him at all. I haven't seen the 6 great gods and the 8 Desire Kings with my own eyes, so I can't make a comparison between them. But I know that this time the world will probably face the biggest disaster in history. Charles, I need your help. I even need the help of all dragons. Ligurito looked directly at Bajan Dragon King and said word by word. The 8 Desire Kings almost wiped out our dragon clan back then, and our dragon clan has a sworn feud with these players. Since they have come again, since they are a threat to this world, of course we will take action, and we will work together with the heroes again to defeat these invaders. However, even Ligurito, you said that it is so dangerous, then we must be cautious and not act rashly. Bajan Dragon King said after pondering for a moment. Ligurito nodded and said yes, although the Bajan Dragon King is powerful, it does not have the unique arrogance of the Dragon Clan and it has always been cautious in doing things a good king. This is also the magic weapon for Bajan Dragon King to survive until now. Now that the enemy has captured the Holy Kingdom, I don't know where the opponent's next goal will be. We also need to prepare in advance, Charles. Ligurito said in her old voice. Since the enemy is dangerous, then we have to be fully prepared to find those guild weapons and world props. Even those players cannot resist guild weapons and world props, especially world props. Even now, I am still amazed by their incredible power, Bajan Dragon King said with a sigh. After the discussion between the two as action groups, they quickly started preparations. At this time, Saigo was thinking about how to punish Entoma and Eveli. Can worms and vampires get pregnant? Probably not. In the tavern in the capital of the Kingdom of Ray. Yes, Tiger, except for Eveli, the remaining members of Blue Rose returned to the capital. It wasn't that they didn't want to rescue Eveli, but that Laddies and the others left the border of the Holy Kingdom after being teleported by Demiurge's teleportation magic. They originally planned to sneak back to the Holy Kingdom, but at that time, Kang Kaiengwei and the others were seriously injured, so they had to recuperate first. After their injuries recovered, they planned to sneak back to the Holy Kingdom to save Eveli. But no one thought that the army on the border of the Great Wall had been replaced by demons, and it seemed that some kind of tracking magic had been placed on them. As long as they enter the realm of the Holy Kingdom, they will be discovered by demons, and every time they have to go through untold hardships to escape the pursuit of demons. After several times in a row, even Laddies, who was the most determined, knew that their plan to sneak in and save people had completely failed. No matter how desperately he tried, in the end he was just throwing his life at the Holy Kingdom. Under such great despair, the Blue Rose and the others returned to the Kingdom of Lee. Yes, Tiger, and spent a long time in this familiar tavern, drinking away their sorrows. The Holy Kingdom was captured by a group of demons who appeared from nowhere and the entire country fell. Do you know the news? This news has long been outdated. Well, it is said that at that time, the troops of the Slan theocracy wanted to counterattack these demons, but in the end they were defeated and suffered heavy casualties, so they had to retreat to the theocracy. Hey, I don't know what happened to those humans in the Holy Kingdom. It is said that the Holy Queen is amazingly beautiful. What a pity. In the tavern, a group of drinkers are chatting, and what they are talking about is undoubtedly the most talked about Holy Kingdom in recent days. Kang Kaiengwei and the others who were drinking on the second floor were also attracted. During this period of time, they had been using alcohol to relieve their sorrows and they were suffering for abandoning their companions. For a while, they did not know the latest news of the Holy Kingdom. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. I heard the news and I just heard. It seems that those demons did not slaughter the capital of the Holy Kingdom after they captured the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Instead, they governed the country like humans. The devil killed all the nobles, took all their assets into the country, and used the undead as labor to do some rough work. While human beings do some finer work, which is what liberates productivity. Furthermore, that terrifying demon king insisted that all demi-races live with humans and treat them as citizens. Some people say that the life of the residents in the Holy Kingdom has been greatly improved now, and even some border people of our kingdom have gone to the Holy Kingdom. I don't believe this. The bard who didn't know where he got the gossip from described the story he heard. Seeing that everyone's attention in the entire tavern was attracted, he was very proud and he was even more happy when he told it. Someone is stupid enough to go to the devil's country. This is simply too stupid. That's right, living with a group of undead and demi-races, just thinking about it is terrifying. I really feel sorry for those people in the Holy Kingdom. Everyone in the tavern laughed loudly. They didn't believe the news at all, and it was purely for conversation after tea and dinner. At this time, someone said something. I think it may be true. You have never been to the border and you don't know how difficult the life of the kingdom's residents there is. The nobles on the border extorted money, making many people miserable. If there were no nobles in the Holy Kingdom and those exorbitant taxes, even if it was a kingdom ruled by demons, there would definitely be countless people yearning for it. After all, for the residents on the frontier, they live in the land of the nobles, which is crueler than hell. This sentence made everyone in the tavern fall silent. Most of the adventurers used to be from poor families. Of course, they knew how hateful nobles are, but being exploited by nobles has always been a habit and everyone is used to it. Maybe it was because of the heavy topic. At this time, someone laughed in a low voice. I heard that the Holy Queen surrendered to the Demon King, and now she is still leading the country as the Queen of the Holy Kingdom. What price do you think she paid to get the devil to agree to her continuing to govern her country? As soon as the voice fell, the whole tavern immediately became a riot. Everyone, you say a word to me, and what you say is always difficult. Does it need to be said? The Holy Queen is called a national treasure in the Holy Kingdom. She is amazingly beautiful and she can only satisfy the devil with her own body and beauty. But she is human, no matter how beautiful she is. The devil will appreciate it. Maybe the aesthetics of demons is the same as that of humans. Oh, I'm a little envious of the devil. It's useless to be envious, but we have a bard who wrote a story. What is it? The story that the Holy Queen and the Demon King have to tell. The sales are quite good. If you are envious, go read it, let me mention it. The tavern is so lively, it really is everyone's favorite behavior to engage in color. On the second floor of the tavern, the members of Blue Rose who were listening to the discussion looked away. The younger sister of the twin ninjas couldn't help asking, is what they said true or not, that demon really didn't massacre the residents of the Holy Kingdom and managed the country well? Laddies took a sip of the wine and said with a drunken face, this may be the trick of the devil, but if it is true, it would be great. At least this proves that demons are not tyrannical. Evil I may be able to. After Laddies' voice fell, everyone was dull again. At this time, a simple and hearty voice came, ... It's everyone from Kang Kaiengwei. Have you returned? Kang Kaiengwei and the others looked up and saw a tall man in black armor walking up to the second floor with a housekeeper behind him. Laddies forced a smile and said, It's Feifei, I heard that you have been very active recently and your adventurer level has risen very high. Indeed, many people in the capital of the kingdom now know the name of the warrior Feifei. He has completed many difficult tasks and raised the adventurer level by several levels in a very short period of time. Today Feifei has also become the idol of many adventurers. It's just luck. Well, where's Evelai? Mamunga pretended to be modest and said, then he glanced at Kang Kyungwei and the others, but he didn't see that petite girl. Kang Kyungwei and everyone remained silent, and suddenly the atmosphere became even more sad. Seeing this, Mamunga's heart was full of malice, slandering that Evelai must be dead, right? Well, being killed by Zeratul is also a matter of course, and he is already surprised that these Kang Kyungwei people can come back alive. Only in this way, the next time he sees the mother of the evil god, he may be able to keep his spirit from breaking down. The Holy Queen is still wearing the white robe that can show her figure and highlight her holy temperament. At this time, the Holy Queen's complexion is flushed and her eyes are full of moist light. Carlgia, Bessarius was wearing a small and delicate crown. She was kneeling on the ground, her golden hair was slightly disheveled. It seems that, as I thought before, Zeratul is planning to make his existence known to everyone, and try to attract as many powerful people as possible in this world so as to determine the level of danger in this world. She wiped the corners of her cherry-red mouth, her throat surged, and she knelt on the ground respectfully and in awe. It is also possible that Zeratul wants to find out if there are other players here. Although the behavior is a little risky, but as expected of Zeratul, he can always do things that I dare not do. Is it time to be too cautious? No, I still need to practice, not to practice strength but to exercise my will and heart. At that time, I should discuss it carefully with Zeratul and ask him what he is going to do so I can help. He shuddered and quickly stopped his thoughts. In the Holy Palace, the living place of the Holy Queen, Master Mamunga. But Zeratul made things so big all of a sudden. This doesn't look like his behavior, let me think about it. Mamunga fell into deep thought, then suddenly said, Sebastian whispered behind Mamunga. Even if it was for Zeratul, as long as he faced that terrifying monster directly, this was the only thing he could do for Zeratul. It is estimated that Zeratul thinks they are still useful, so let's keep them for now. Mamunga waved his hand and said, Don't pay attention to them, Sebastian, until we know Zeratul's purpose. Let's not cause more trouble. The muttering Mamunga suddenly thought of the mother of the evil god. The Holy Queen Karl pursed her lower lip, thinking that what she swallowed was the supreme reward and reward. He stared longingly at Saigo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed in his boudoir. His demeanor was completely different from the anger when he first met Saigo. Of course, sometimes she also feels that Supreme Being's thoughts and actions are too radical, and it is better to use more peaceful means. But that is the will of the Supreme Being, and as his servant I am not qualified to comment on it, let alone refute it. Carl, what do you think of the country right now? Saigo looked away from the floor-to-ceiling glass window on the side, and his eyes slowly fell on the holy princess kneeling on the ground in front of him. Even though the life of the Holy Queen is relatively simple, the place where she lives is also hidden luxury. In the boudoir of the Holy Queen, one wall is completely floor-to-ceiling windows, through which half of the capital city can be clearly seen. Saigo stared at the face of the Holy Queen, who had reached the pinnacle among humans, and this queen, who was as beautiful as the jewel in the crown, had just finished serving herself. Whether he is a demon or a human, Saigo has his own desires, so it is only natural to vent his desires on his beautiful servant. It is more beautiful than under my rule, and it is more loved by people, my Lord Supreme. The Holy Queen is like all the NPCs in the tomb, respectfully calling Saigo's title. Saigo's reforms are quite terrifying and thorough. He directly kills all the exploiting classes and turns them into undead. Sometimes these dead people without self-will are really useful. They will complete their duties like a set machine. Saigo's race in the World Tree game is classified as an undead demon, which is one of the reasons why Shaltir set by Peperoncino is so obsessed with Saigo. Naturally, Saigo also has a lot of magic to summon the undead. It's just that the magic in the World Tree game is not very strong in terms of destructive power, even super-level magic, and it is not bad to barely reach the city-breaking level. Therefore, Saigo rarely used the magic here in the past, but there are hundreds of world tree magics, some of which are very functional, and now Saigo also uses them. With Saigo's wisdom and knowledge today, it is not difficult to disassemble and master all the hundreds of magics in the world tree. It can be said that as long as Saigo wants to, he can use all the magic of this game. The magic effect of the high-level transformation of the undead is quite useful. That is, the person transformed into the undead will retain the memories and abilities of his life. In this way, it is much simpler. Kill all those exploiters and then transform them into undead, and these people will follow the set procedures to execute orders. Whether they are judges or consuls, these former nobles can actually complete their tasks very well. Then Saigo summoned a large number of low-level undead. Humans can hire these low-level undead who don't need to eat and drink to work, thus achieving a different kind of productivity increase. It can be said that in the capital of the Holy Kingdom today, except for people like Saigo, there is no privileged class anymore. All are living perfectly according to the laws set by Saigo. This is the transformation of society with extraordinary power, simple and brutal, although the human beings living here are not used to it for the time being. But as long as 2 or 3 generations pass, the rudimentary concept of this society will be fully mature. It can be said that Saigo is using his mighty power to forcibly create a utopian world for human beings. At the beginning, many humans in the capital of the Holy King were not used to living with the undead. But the bottom human beings are the easiest to be satisfied. All they need is a fair environment and a survivable soil. And Saigo created a fair environment for them, giving them the right to survive as long as they work. Today's Holy Kingdom is politically clear, the environment is fair, there is no exploitation or oppression, everyone's labor belongs to themselves, and judges will make judgments according to the fairest law. Although it is still far from the real Amaroti compared to other countries in this world, this place is already close to heaven. The current residents of the capital of the Holy Kingdom have long turned to the Great Tomb. Even if some external force really came back here to drive the Great Tomb away, these people would spontaneously organize to resist. They support whoever treats them well. The people are actually so simple. The same is true for demihumans. The reason why these demihumans hate humans is that humans have seized the rich land, making them unable to survive. Now under Saigo's strong order, as long as they live peacefully with humans, they can live a good life, and naturally the demihumans will not resist. The residents spontaneously prayed to Saigo, who gave them this happy life and radiated his endless glory. And these prayers turned into pure goodness, neutralizing Saigo's endless evil. For the time being, there are few brilliance of goodness, and there is a huge gap with Saigo's ultimate evil, but one day good and evil will balance. At that time, Saigo believed that he would hold power beyond the realm of full authority. The Holy Kingdom is no longer called the Holy Kingdom of Rabel but the Holy Kingdom of Zoroaster. Today's Holy Kingdom is the happy kingdom without tears that the Holy Queen expected. Zero looking for flowers. Although Saigo's cruel behavior towards the nobles made her a little bit unbearable, but the Holy Princess knew well what those nobles did. It's just that in the past she had nothing to do with these nobles and could only fall into political battles, but now Saigo directly breaks the unspoken rules of politics with her absolute strength. Anyway, people who don't agree with me will be killed and they will be hung on the street lamps. Lord Supreme, His Majesty Karl, please see Remedios. At this time, the maid in the palace came in and said respectfully, "Therefore, it is up to you, the king, to formulate the country's grand strategy." After Remedios left, Saigo also stood up and said, "I am your god and you are the one who is loyal to me," says Saigo, who is sitting on the bed of the Holy Queen. The leader of the knights raised his head to look at the flushed Holy Queen. She hesitated to speak and finally said nothing. This made her quite conflicted. Remedios, head of the Holy Knights, walked in very quickly. She tried her best not to look at the disheveled Holy Queen and knelt down to listen to the order. As in the month of Nangong, the relationship between Saigo and the Holy Queen is still the relationship between God and King. This country will still be ruled by you. Although the undead will act according to the set procedures, the undead will also lose the overall view of the strategy. After giving orders to the Holy Queen, Saigo also left here. After regaining the north, you will start preparations for going south. You must wipe out all the southern nobles and all policies will be implemented in accordance with the rules of the king's capital. If it weren't for the different environment in the bloodthirsty world, Saigo would not be able to use this method to do it. He even wanted to transform Witch's Night into a similar utopia. Remedios responded loudly. Yes, Your Excellency, His Majesty Carl Gia. The Supreme One has promised that, if necessary, you can mobilize the legion of undead and demons to complete your mission. But this world is different. In the world of slavery and feudalism as a whole, Saigo is free to transform according to his own ideas. He also wanted to visit his captive, the little vampire Eveli, to see if she was still so stubborn. Let her in. As an aristocrat, she certainly felt that Saigo's policy was too cruel, but as a knight watching the people live and work in peace and contentment, she thought Saigo's approach was correct. The holy princess glanced at Saigo, and seeing that Saigo didn't want to talk, she gave the order, "Mr. Recover the city." In the restaurant of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Sitting in the restaurant, Saigo was speechless, looking at this huge place that looked like a campus cafeteria or a company restaurant. Who designed this cafeteria in the first place? It must have been a social animal for a long time, and even when designing the guild base, it must be a place for employees to gather for dinner. In the restaurant, many ordinary maids are working hard. These ordinary maids are all beautiful, and each one is a man-made human with a level of only 1. They don't have any combat power, but they can do various housework. At this time, every maid is working hard. Even if the shiny chairs have been wiped 5 times, they will continue to do it again. Because the Great Supreme is here, they want to let the Supreme see their efforts. You must know that the Supreme Beings are 77 who rarely come to this big cafeteria. Now that the Supreme Beings finally come here once, of course they must try their best to show their sense of existence. A group of hardworking maids looked at Saigo from time to time, and after looking at the few people beside Saigo, they all showed envious expressions. As ordinary maids, they are not qualified to serve the Supreme Being, and the only maids who have this qualification are the 7 battle maids of the Pleiades star cluster. At this time in the Pleiades star cluster, except for Intoma, the 6 maids are all surrounded by Saigo. As the big sister, Yuri Alpha stands behind Saigo with her powerful hands. She wears a pair of glasses and looks like a head maid, rubbing Saigo's shoulders. The vigorous wolf girl is kneeling at Saigo's feet at this time. She wags her wolf tail and makes a ha and ha sound like a puppy. Every time Saigo strokes her red hair, she wiggles her wolf ears. Narbarrel, who has put on a maid outfit, has a good appearance. She is using her precise knife skills to cut the dragon steak in front of her into perfect small pieces. Whenever Saigo opens her mouth, she will pick up the dragon meat with a fork excitedly. Pass it to Saigo's mouth. Suo Lixiang melted all kinds of strange juices into her body, and then stretched her slender fingers into her jelly-like slime body, and after some fermentation, it turned into a more delicious slime drinks. As long as Saigo looks this way, she will immediately step forward and let the Supreme Being taste the drink brewed by herself. Oral was dressed in a priestess-maid costume. She knelt on one knee and cut apples with a knife, offering the fruit to Saigo when she needed it. Zai Zai stood quietly by the side without moving. As a defeated one, she temporarily lost the qualification to serve the Supreme Being, so she could only look enviously at what her sisters did. Also envious was Albedo, standing behind the maids and sisters. The hands of the head guardian, wearing lace gloves, trembled slightly, and she smiled kindly and gently, but her white teeth were shaking up and down, wishing to change places with these maids. This kind of behavior of serving the Supreme Being is obviously enough for me alone. Whether it is feeding or rubbing shoulders, I can obviously do it all by myself. There is no need for so many people. But these tasks should really be done by the maid. As the guardian, she has more important things to do. At this time, Albedo regretted why she was the head guardian. If she was just a maid, she would be able to serve the Supreme like this. Today's Albedo is just like those ordinary maids. She can only show envy. Saigo feels that this decadent and depraved life, if the will is a little weaker, he will be unable to control it, and he will become completely useless. Now he is really willing to open his mouth, and he doesn't need to make any movements at all. As long as he looks at him, the maid will immediately understand his meaning and give him everything. These maids have their own characteristics, and all of them are beautiful. As long as they are willing, they will offer their bodies and minds and play with their bodies and souls as they please. Even these maids look forward to Saigo doing this. In their view, this is an opportunity to get closer to the Supreme Being. Sometimes Saigo feels that it's actually quite good to just dawdle like this, and there's nothing wrong with lying flat. It took Saigo an hour to finish a lunch served by many maids. Albedo, what happened to that little vampire? Saigo casually pulled Narbarul next to him into his arms, stroking Narbarul's soft hair with his fingers. With one elbow propped on the armrest of the chair, he asked lazily. Narbarul suppressed her excitement on her icy face and tried her best to feel the touch of the Supreme Being, while Albedo gave the maid a vicious look and then replied respectfully. Master Supreme, that little vampire has been sent to the place of terror by me. However, following your orders, I haven't let the Lord of Terror execute the cruelest punishment on her, and now I'm only destroying her spirit. Saigo nodded slightly. His two fingers rubbed Narbarul's chin, just like playing with a jade in his hand. It was just a subconscious behavior. Immediately, he pushed Narbarul away, stood up under Narbarul's disappointed eyes, and said, "Let's go, come with me to see that little bat. Are you going to the black coffin where the horror house is?" Albedo looked a little nervous. Any questions? No, there's nothing wrong with that. Although Albedo was very reluctant to go to the place where the Lord of Terror was located, if it was the Supreme Being's request, she would gladly go there. Saigo and Albedo leave. Narbarul looked at Saigo's back with a sad expression. At this time, her older sisters and younger sisters gathered around, sneering and ridiculing one by one. Oops, my lovely sister, disappointed. That's right, dear sister, what's so sad about you being held in the arms of the Supreme Being like this? Isn't such a chance enough once? Hearing the gnashing of teeth of her sisters, Narbarul looked cold. She snorted 3.5 and left quickly, for fear that if she stayed here for a long time she would be killed by her sisters. Saigo and Albedo came to the black coffin on the second floor of the great tomb. As soon as they entered here, they saw bugs all over the ground. The bugs squeaked insanely, and all they could see were black beetles. As Saigo came, the bugs stopped their voices and rushed to the side in a kneeling position to get out of the way. In this group of bugs, there was a beautiful girl who was as petite as a doll. After seeing Saigo, the girl shouted in a sweet voice, "Master Supreme." While shouting Saigo like this, the girl grabbed a worm from the ground and put it into her mouth, eating the worm like she was chewing on a cake. She is the sister of the Pleiades, Entoma. At this moment, the sky shook. In the darkness full of worms, a figure was riding a monster slowly. When he got closer, he realized that it was actually a giant worm like a cockroach. It landed on its two legs just like a human being, and the other cockroach legs on its body were close together in front of its body, flowing a liquid like mucus. This gigantic cockroach is wearing a red cloak, an elaborate crown, and a scepter in one hand. His height doesn't seem very high, only about 30 centimeters, but he exudes the aura of a king, and his demeanor is even more polite, just like a gentleman like Demir. And the monster that this cockroach was riding was also the same big cockroach, but unlike those living cockroaches, the monster it was riding was an artificial creation made of metal. Lord Terror, the guardian of the black coffin on the second floor of Nazarick, is known as one of the 5 evils. In Saigo's view, the so-called 5 evils are not so-called evils but should be disgusting. It is impossible to know which player made this thing, but it is estimated that a group of members of Anzi Wuogong made such a wonderful thing together in a joke. When it was still a game, the existence of the horror hero was still tolerable. But when the game is turned into reality, seeing such a thing with one's own eyes is enough to make people insane. Even Albedo couldn't bear the existence of the Dreadlord, but obviously Saigo is not on this list. Today's Saigo does not look at the appearance of species but at the inside. In his eyes, even this disgusting big cockroach is actually more like a scholar and gentleman with imperial knowledge. Master Supreme. After the scary man saw Saigo, he jumped off the cockroach and saluted Saigo with absolute respect. If it is the king of the cockroaches, then the Supreme Being is the undisputed creator god in the eyes of the Dreadlord. Ah, Mr. Horror. Entoma smiled sweetly and greeted the Horror King. The big cockroach nodded to Entoma with kind eyes like a kind old man looking at his granddaughter. Horror and Entoma are both bugs. They are of the same race, so they will naturally get closer to everything. The Horror Lord possesses the ability to create infinite relatives, and for Entoma, the black coffin where the Horror Lord is located is simply a gourmet shop, and the bugs everywhere are her pastry shop. Entoma is a cannibal monster. Humans are her main food and bugs are her snacks. Where's the little vampire? Saigo nodded slightly at the scary man and said, I tied her to the deepest part and obeyed the Supreme's order to destroy her spirit. Supreme, please come with me. The horror man said politely, I didn't see any movement from it, and the bugs all over the ground dispersed immediately and the area became clean and tidy soon. Horror also knows that not everyone likes its territory. Entoma, my punishment for you hasn't started yet. At this moment, Saigo looked at the insect sister Entoma and said, Adoma's beautiful slender legs like wearing red stockings were kneeling on the ground. She didn't dare to look directly at Saigo and said with a sweet voice of fear and expectation, Adoma is waiting for the punishment of the Supreme Being. Although she is afraid of punishment, Entoma also knows that when you make a mistake and the Supreme will punish you, it means that the Supreme still cares about you. If the Supreme ignores you, it will be the end for Entoma. Saigo nodded. Soon, under the leadership of the terrorist lord, everyone came to the deepest part of the black coffin and saw Eveli, who was tied to the cross. According to your request, I haven't punished her physically, I just let her feel the pain of being devastated mentally. No one can still stand firm under my ravages. This vampire's will is between collapse and non-collapse. Master Supreme, now you can instill your will and thoughts in her at will. On that cross, Eveli's red cloak jacket and black skirt were shredded like strips of cloth. Under her feet, countless insects made a spirit-stimulating squeak sound. Eveli's scarlet eyes were dead silent at this moment, and there was a fear of shrinking back like a patient about to lose his mind. Among the insect swarms around her, there are countless human bones. The Dreadlord showed Eveli how it abused those enemies who opposed the tomb. Yes, Eveli saw it with his own eyes. When she was locked in the black coffin on the first day with so many bugs, she had some mental problems, but at least she was still able to persevere. But when the Horror King threw in those humans who were enemies, and when Eveli saw those humans screaming and being eaten by countless cockroaches, her spirit had already begun to collapse. The next scene frightened her even more, because the flesh and blood of those humans who should have been eaten began to regenerate under some kind of magic. What's even more frightening is that this kind of recovery magic obviously needs to exhaust the vitality of human beings themselves, and human beings themselves need to eat and drink to maintain their lives. Thinking that she is a vampire and her vitality is stronger than that of humans, I am afraid that she will really experience this kind of punishment until the end of the world, as Saigo said. They will then be eaten by the roaches again and the cycle repeats. Eveli knew that one day such a punishment would fall on him because there were fewer and fewer living people here, and maybe he was the last person to be punished. Those cockroaches will take the initiative to become human food. You must know that cockroaches are also protein and even rich in nutrients. The horror is worthy of being a horror. When Eveli had this idea, he told Eveli that it even possesses magic that can keep people from breaking down. At this moment, Eveli even wanted to cry. She even felt that the current Saigo was her savior, who was about to save herself from this sinful and terrifying sea of suffering. Eveli thought that the punishment was finally coming to him. Numerous cockroaches got out of the way. Not being hungry does not mean that the punishment is not there, and the bones will not be melted until the human spirit completely collapses. Until a familiar majestic voice came, Eveli saw that great figure in the darkness. She struggled quickly, her delicate face that was already numb and expressionless was immediately turned pale with fright. Eveli, how do you feel here? These cockroaches actively drill into the stomach for people to digest, but people will not worry about being hungry, and even their health is getting better and better. Eveli, hanging on the cross with his head bowed, saw a big bug in a red cloak slowly approaching. This is the eternal punishment. Even if you want to go crazy, you can't do it. This even made Vampire Princess hate herself for having such a strong mental will. If she was a little weaker, it might be the best result to become a lunatic at this time. But no matter how desperately she struggled, she couldn't escape the shackles of the black coffin. After seeing Saigo, Evelyn got a little excited. There was a gleam of light in her scarlet beautiful eyes, which was the desire for life. But soon, that bright light dimmed again, because Evelyn suddenly thought that he was sent to this black coffin by this terrible existence, and he was also responsible for the reason why he faced the current situation where his spirit was about to collapse. Just now, I was actually moved by seeing the savior, but thinking about it now, it's really funny. What are you going to do? Want to see me being eaten by bugs and begging for mercy? Evelyn spoke, her voice was a little hoarse. It was pitch black here, only bugs were wriggling, so Evelyn didn't know how long he had stayed here and how long had passed outside. She has lost the sense of time. But when he saw a person who could finally speak, Evelyn couldn't help but speak out. Confined in this silent space for a long time, Evelyn felt that it was a luxury to have even one person to talk to. Do you want to be eaten by bugs like those people? Saigo pointed his fingers into the pile of worms. The cockroaches began to crawl excitedly as if they had received the approval of the Supreme Being. They densely crawled onto the body of a living human, and the disgusting sound of chewing came, and soon the human screamed. His flesh and internal organs were eaten away in a very short period of time, but immediately after the magic was activated, his flesh and blood grew out again. This is a nobleman of the Holy Kingdom. Before he was sent into the black coffin, he oppressed the common people in the fish and meat village. When he was in power, he encountered a natural disaster. However, he corrupted the relief supplies and sold them at a high price, which eventually caused heavy casualties to the local people. If the residents of the Holy Kingdom saw his current miserable state, they would definitely applaud and shout that Saigo is their savior, the god who saves them miserable people from the fire and water. Evelyn looked at the screaming human being eaten by insects. She swallowed, her body trembling slightly. If it wasn't for her strong willpower, she would probably be incontinent by now. The terrorist has been using various methods to destroy Evelyn's spirit. She is not broken down yet, and she is already strong enough. At this time, the group of cockroaches creaked and crawled to the cross, and some of them even touched Evelyn's bare toes. She struggled immediately, watching groups of cockroaches surround herself with fear on her face. Evelyn, or I should call you Kino Fastleys, Inberin, the vampire princess who died in the country and the princess of the country of Inberia. Your homeland has been affected by unknown magic, and all of them have been turned into undead, and you are the only one who survived in the whole country. You also became a vampire from the human species called Hongtong, because only you survived and became a vampire. So people in that era thought that you killed your own country for eternal life, and some even called you destroying the country. You were treated as a demon king, and you were hunted down by being called a vampire princess. A long time has passed. Although this world still bears your name, it has also become a story in the mouths of human beings. After all, 250 years is too long, enough to make human beings forget many things. Saigo spoke slowly, talking about Evelyn's identity. The vampire princess who was struggling to get rid of the bug suddenly raised her head and looked at Saigo with a surprised expression. It's very strange why I know these things. It's not a secret, isn't it? Even the Holy Kingdom has a huge library. As long as you do a little research, you can always find out a lot of things. Saigo narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. At this time, Evelyn didn't struggle anymore. She lowered her head and bit her teeth. Why are you telling me these things? When Saigo mentioned his lost homeland, Ivor, the mental fluctuations suddenly became extremely violent. At this moment, she even broke free from the fear brought to her by the horror man, and her mind became clear. It can be seen from your character that you are not someone who can kill all your relatives, family members, and all your citizens for the sake of eternal life. Besides, you were only 12 years old at that time, so how could you know the meaning of eternal life? So why don't you come and tell me a story and let me hear what happened back then? Saigo said with a smile. The black flames burning behind him finally condensed into a throne, and he sat on it leisurely. Evelyn pursed her lips and remained silent, as if she was using this method to silently resist. Aren't you talking? It's okay. I have time, then let these bugs eat you up, and let you feel the pain of being eaten by your own flesh and bones. Oh, by the way, Albedo, go and get those friends of our cute little vampire and send them here. First let her watch her friends being eaten by bugs maybe better. Saigo snapped his fingers. Albedo bowed and said with a cruel yet gentle smile, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Supreme. I will go and punish those who offend you, caught by humans." As soon as Albedo finished speaking, Evelyn struggled again. I said, no matter what you ask, I will say it." She looked panicked, afraid that Saigo would really catch everyone in Kang Kayangwei here. She knew that Saigo had such ability and would do such a cruel thing. Isn't that good? Why waste everyone's time? Saigo leaned on the throne and made a happy expression of listening to the story. Evil was gasping for breath. She lowered her head and said in a hoarse voice, "The one who wiped out my country and turned everyone into an undead is the Coffin Dragon King. When I was 12 years old, I was studying magic with my mother in the palace. Then the Dragon King of the Coffin came. It used its original magic, sacrificed the entire kingdom, absorbed the souls of all the citizens of Imberia, and made them lose their souls and become immortal monsters." Evelyn looked pained. Obviously this incident was her life's nightmare, a hatred that she would never forget. "I myself should die under the magic of the Dragon King in the corrupted coffin. Even if the palace has a powerful magic barrier, it is impossible to resist the magic of the Dragon King. But I have a natural ability, that is, I can store the magic of the one I see, only one Li lies. Before I died, this ability of mine was activated and I subconsciously copied the magic of the Dragon King of the Coffin, and thus also used the magic that absorbs souls. I killed my parents and everyone in the palace, and I even fought for souls with the Dragon King of the corrupted coffin. I don't know how many people's souls I absorbed in the end. When I woke up from the coma, I had already become an immortal vampire because of the effect of this magic." Evelyn panted violently and she said tremblingly, "And when I was using that magic, I inadvertently found out the reason why the Dragon King of the Coffin did so. He hopes to use this magic to capture the soul, and then use the souls of millions of human beings to launch a spell, which will break the distorted laws of heaven in this world and regain everything that belongs to the original magic. It studies the forbidden art of the soul in order to kill the player, and the country of Imberia is the object and place of its experiment. It can be seen that Evelyn doesn't know what the so-called player is. She just recounted everything she knew and told Saigo everything in detail. Evelyn's hands were tied to the cross and his arms were hung high. His slender and white wrists were bound by a rope, revealing his white armpits. His posture looked very attractive, the Dragon King of the corrupted coffin. Saigo stroked his chin. Sure enough, as he expected, this world has been completely distorted. Before the laws of heaven are distorted, it should be the world of dragons, and dragons are the real rulers of this world. In other words, the Dragon Clan is the real king of this world. But the advent of the players broke the rule of the Dragon Clan and made the Dragon Clan lose their strongest power. So much so that even now that the 6 great gods and the 8 desire kings have died, there are still dragons who are recalling the glory of the Dragon Clan and even want to modify the distorted laws of heaven. The decadent Coffin Dragon King that Evelyn spoke of should be such a dragon. Judging from the results, the magic of the Dragon Coffin Dragon King succeeded. It wiped out a country with just one magic. This is a real country-destroying spell. But the Dragon Coffin Dragon King also failed, because even if it used the magic that could devour the souls of millions of people, it could not correct the distorted laws of heaven. Saigo sneered at this. Distorting the laws of heaven is a 2-digit power, and even a fraction of 123 is not something that ordinary people can grasp. I am afraid that even if the 8 Desire Kings are resurrected and they use the world props again, they will not be able to restore the distorted laws of heaven. Destruction is easier than creation. Unless there is a real double-digit birth, it is possible to achieve the ability to restore everything. Now I tell you everything, Supreme Being. You can let everyone in Kang Kayangwei go. Whatever you want to do to me is up to you. I just hope you can let them go." Evelyn said in an almost pleading tone. Saigo said with a playful smile, "Evelyn, remember, you are just my prisoner now. You have no right to ask me to do anything. Besides, I don't seem to have told you that as long as you answer my question, I will forgive them. I just said that if you don't answer, I will take them into the black coffin. Evelai was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Saigo to play word games with her, she said angrily.
Hush.
Saigo put a finger to his mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Accompanied by the squeaks of the groups of cockroaches under his feet, Evelai really fell silent. This time, let's make a real promise. Evelai, the poor little vampire, surrendered to me, became my property, and then took the kingdom of Ray. Yes, Tiger, for me, you are not from this country, so you probably don't care about its fall. As long as you agree to this condition, I can also promise you that I will spare your friends in Kangjue when I invade the kingdom of Leastage. Even I can avenge you and kill the Dragon King of the corrupted coffin. Saigo said with a light smile with a leisurely tone. From Evelai's words, it is known that the corrupted coffin Dragon King hates the player very much. And I am also a player now. As long as the other party knows my existence, it will naturally become an enemy. So killing that dragon was something Saigo would definitely do, and he didn't mind using it as a pawn to make the little vampire submit. Perhaps I can resurrect your perishing country for you and bring back those citizens of the country of Imberia who have turned into dead souls. As soon as Saigo's calm words fell, Evelai suddenly raised his head and said in shock, "What did you say? You can revive the citizens of the country of Imberia. How is it possible? How is this possible?" Saigo shook his fingers and said, "For you, it is an impossible miracle, but for me it is not difficult after all." Saying that, Saigo stood up from the throne and walked to Evelai. He looked down at the subjugated vampire and his fingers landed on her heart. Then he grabbed it hard, causing Evelai to groan slightly in pain as well as an indescribable feeling. "Akba, your citizens whose souls are in your body, it is not difficult to free their souls. I think you understand what I mean." Saigo smiled while maintaining his posture. Evelai's fair and pretty face was slightly rosy and she breathed faster and said, Why do you have to do so much just to make me surrender to you?" Evelai didn't understand why a powerful existence like Saigo should care about her, a little vampire. Among other things, Saigo's men are stronger than her monsters abound. Even the holy princess who surrendered to Saigo is more useful to Evelai than herself. At the very least, as a queen, the Holy Queen has sufficient experience and means to rule the country, so she can rule the country for Saigo. "Why, it's just because your stubbornness makes me feel funny. I always do things as I like. Seeing a stubborn person like you surrender, no matter whether you are willing or not, I will feel happy and happy." "So, little vampire, what are you going to do?" "A gift of loyalty to the Supreme One." The rope snapped and evil fell to the ground. Whether it was Evelai who had just surrendered, or Albedo, the horror, and Intoma who were standing aside, they were all trembling under Saigo's terrifying aura. "Or maybe I have a great affection for vampires?" Saigo asked with a smile, stroking Evelai's beautiful cherry lips. At this time, Saigo suddenly frowned and he suddenly looked in one direction, and at the same time, Albedo also showed anger on his face and trembled all over. "Lord Zeratul actually likes vampires." Saigo looked gloomy and then scolded, "Radia, you idiot." When she heard this sentence, Yade almost went crazy. She wished she could change her race directly so that she could change from a demon to a vampire. His anger caused violent storms around him, and the hurricane tore everything apart. Countless bugs instantly turned into powder and died, and the stone bricks under his feet shattered into pieces of wreckage. "Intoma, it seems that your punishment will be postponed a little bit. Let's punish you and Shaltir together." Being tied up for a long time made her stagger a little, but soon Evelai mastered the balance. She knelt down respectfully like the saint princess back then and kissed Saigo's shoes. Saigo nodded and said, "Whether you are loyal or not is based on doing, not speaking. I hope you will remember this, Evelai." Saigo said in a deep voice. The last sentence Saigo said with interrogative sentences. Evelai sighed softly and she whispered, "Do I have any other choice?" As soon as he finished speaking, Evelai didn't say anything, but Albedo, who had been quietly standing behind Saigo's farewell, almost gritted her silver teeth. "Shaltir, you idiot." Saigo looked gloomy. He watched the text belonging to Shaltir on his panel change from bright light to dim, and behind the dim light was the word betrayal, which made him extremely angry. Saigo thought of the first season of Overlord that he had watched, and it seemed that there was such a thing. It's just that Saigo has distorted the fate of this world from the very beginning. He changed the direction of fate with his own choice just as he invaded the Holy Kingdom now and planned to build it into a heaven on earth. So Saigo doesn't pay too much attention to other things. But who would have thought that Shaltir would still fall for it? World props are really a troublesome thing. That stuff doesn't have much effect on me. After all, my essence is too high in the realm of full authority, and I also have Avesta. But even if the flying squirrel gets hit by that thing, it will definitely be finished. Although he also has world props as a defense, it is not a permanent effect. Saigo frowned. Even for these NPCs in the tomb, the world props would still have an effect. After all, it was the power of the full power domain. But there is no need to worry too much. It is one of Saigo's plans to collect all the world props into one and finally make them part of the power of his own domain. Back between the thrones, Saigo sat on the throne. Numerous guardians, almost all the combatants of the Great Tomb, gathered in front of Saigo. They knelt on the ground with angry expressions, furious at Shaltir's betrayal. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the prelude to a storm, and at this moment Saigo laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, although Gentia did this because of external forces. It is also in line with the devil's betrayal significance. But no matter whether she actively betrays or passively betrays, since she has fallen into the enemy's trap, she is stupid and weak. And she will be played. Now that Shaltir Bradfrin is an enemy, then I will bring her malice, fear, aging, destruction, chaos, and weakness." In Saigo's eyes, there is a light of terror blooming, and malice is brewing in it. He is a demon, the mother of evil gods, and he is still at the extreme of duality, so he naturally wants to use demon means to gain victory and power. Fear, deceit, malice, and death are his sources of strength. Saigo has no intention, and it is impossible to promote truth, goodness, and beauty. If he really does so, he will immediately collapse and lose all his power. After all, his source of power is absolute. It's just that Saigo has a grander goal, one day to achieve the unification of good and evil. But that can only be done after Saigo has reached the domain of full power and completely controlled the spiritual status of the mother of the evil god. Today's Saigo must follow the existence meaning of the mother of evil gods in order to control that power. Even if he builds a utopia, Saigo builds it with malice. For him, this is his experiment, rather than Saigo really pursuing the goodness of utopia. Treat foreign enemies with chaos and fear and rule the people with order, but even this order is full of Saigo's malice. This can be regarded as what Saigo has done by prying on the fundamental teaching of Zoroastrianism that good will overcome evil, that trivial point. But he believes that with the passage of time, as his strength and will become stronger, the embankment of 1,000 miles will eventually be destroyed by an ant's nest. Now that Shaltir is an enemy, it is necessary to bring the cruelty of the devil to her. There is absolutely no need for preparation and vigilance. Since you already know that it is the effect of the world props, you don't need to fight against the air. It's just a mere Shaltir, and it's nothing more than a chicken and a dog in front of the big old demon who has reached 3 digits of aging. In this world, the only power that can make Saigo look at him is the world props, and what can make him a little interested is the original magic before the law of heaven is distorted. Everything else is nothing to worry about. An exquisite magic circle appeared at Saigo's feet, and Saigo, who was sitting on the throne in an instant, disappeared in front of the eyes of many guardians of the tomb. The magic of the World Tree game is all skills. Although there are hundreds of them, they are all finished products. And the magic technology in the bloodthirsty world has already done the most fundamental research on spells and magic, involving the essence of spells. The comparison between the two worlds is like one is still studying classical mechanics, and the other has been involved in the microscopic field to study quantum mechanics. Therefore, in the bloodthirsty world, Saigo has learned a lot of basic knowledge of magic and spells. Just like the long-distance space control spell currently used by Saigo, if you want to use the same effect in the World Tree game, you need to spend a lot of materials to start a big ceremony to do it. Seeing Saigo leave suddenly, many NPCs who were waiting for his order to the big tomb panicked for a while. Albedo stood up hastily. At this moment she also lost her composure as the manager and said to Demiurge, Demiurge, hurry up and activate the ceremony in the Great Tomb field. We can't let the Supreme to face Shaltir. It will be a shame to our guardians and it will make the Supreme see us. Zero asked for flowers. The corners of Albedo's mouth were ferocious, and the huge slit stretched directly below the ears, beautiful and distorted. All our guardians are loyal, but a traitor appeared among them which ruined the love and affection that all of us received from the Supreme. If the Supreme One is disappointed with them and leaves, then all people in the Great Tomb will lose the meaning of existence. Sister, I want to dig out Shaltir's heart and dedicate it to the Great Supreme. Why not let Shaltir experience all of the 5 evils? That is definitely the only person who enjoys it in the history of the Great Tomb. This kind of behavior makes the guardians in the tomb not angry, and now Shaltir has become the most hated person among all the guardians. Albedo said coldly to the other guardians. And you, do your best to smash that hateful traitor into pieces. I want to see her howl. The Supreme Being is so sympathetic to them that he will stay here, but that damned guy Shaltir dared to do such a thing. She should really be shredded into pieces. The tall insect warrior Cositus, the guardian of the 5th floor, said in his deep voice. At this time, Albedo didn't care about it, and even if it cost some materials from the Great Tomb, she would use magic to go to Geisha's location. After finishing speaking, Demiurge directly activated the teleportation magic regardless of whether it was a large tomb or not. He had to be fast. The traitors should be executed by them guardians to show their loyalty to the Supreme Being. I will break Shaltir's limbs and let her bleed to death. There was no smile on Demiurge's face at this time either. He bowed and said, Please wait a moment, Lord Albedo, I will prepare right away. Yaoyula smiled sassily and said, Yes, I will throw Shaltir into the cell of Lord Horror, let her be bitten by bugs and then throw her to the hungry Ladybug King and take her head off. The body is made into a single. But Shaltir, who was the guardian, actually betrayed. How would the Supreme Being treat these guardians in the future? Would he think that they would also betray? She was not afraid that Saigo would not be Shaltir's opponent. In the hearts of the guardians, the creator of them was the greatest existence in the world. Of course, a mere Shaltir could not be the opponent of the Supreme Being. The cowardly mare hid behind Aura, speaking the most cruel words in his timid voice. Hey, can you use some strength? In this case, even as a nail clipper for trimming my concubine's nails, it is a bit unqualified. Shaltir opened her moist cherry lips, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. She let out a sigh of boredom and gently covered her mouth with a slender and beautiful hand. The vampire girl looked at the blue-haired man in front of her with boring and cruel eyes. Her tone was lazy. B*******D, B******D monster, where did you come from? Brian Anglaus was trembling all over, and he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. He couldn't imagine that there would be such a terrible monster in this world. Although the other party has a perfect and beautiful face and his skin is like white wax, even if he is petite, he still has a heart-shattering charm. But Brian knew that underneath that exterior was definitely not a pretty face. She must be something weird, a monster. Brian has always been proud of being a talented swordsman who is as famous as the warrior commander in the Kingdom of Ray. Yes, Tiger? Although he was finally defeated in the Kingdom Royal competition with the warrior commander, he did not become decadent but worked hard, always looking for opportunities to fight against powerful enemies in order to hone his sword skills. But looking for a strong enemy to fight is not looking for such a strong enemy. Brian is very confident. He also knows that there must be some hidden masters in the kingdom, but he also believes that he can be ranked among the top 10 in the kingdom. But even a swordsman like himself, who is enough to be called the top 10 in the kingdom, can't even cut off the nails of this monster. Not to mention cutting it off, he couldn't even leave a scratch on the opponent's nails. Brian even thought he was dreaming, even though he had fantasized about what kind of powerful enemies he might encounter and even fantasized about confronting a dragon. But he never imagined that he would be defeated by a man with nails. There was cold sweat on Brian's forehead, and seeing Shaltir's mocking and boring expression, Brian not only did not have any anger at being insulted but instead had an unusually calm mind. This monster is not something humans can defeat at all. There is no need for me to fight her. The best choice at this time is to run away. Drink. Brian yelled angrily, making people think that he was about to go all out, but after swiping his sword and performing a sword skill, Brian turned around and ran away without hesitation. Is it really going to be desperate if you don't run away from this kind of monster? He is not such a fool, nor is he a knight with a sense of honor. Only by surviving can there be hope. It doesn't look like a fool. Seeing that Brian turned his head and ran away, Shaltir sneered. She raised her little finger and with that neatly trimmed, flesh-colored nail, lightly blocked it, eliminating the sword energy that Brian swung invisible. As a little time to pass my boring life, it is barely qualified. My servants go, now is the time of cat and mouse. Shaltir breathed out again. She waved her hand casually, and the two beautiful girls in light veils kneeling beside her just showed their sharp vampire teeth, turned into terrifying ghosts and chased them out. And Shaltir followed slowly. Those two girls were both human virgins captured by Shaltir, who then sucked their blood and turned them into their servant vampire brides. In Shaltir's settings, she has a similar status as a young lady, so she attaches great importance to ostentation and servants when she is outside. When will I end this boring task and return to Lord Zeratul? Talking about Saigo, Shaltir's lazy expression was gone, her scarlet eyes showed obsession, and her body was trembling slightly due to excitement. After a long time, she suddenly sighed, her legs gave way and she almost fell to the ground. But just thinking about Saigo has already made her feel hard for herself. However, Shaltir did not realize that the reason why she had not completed the task was that she was too lazy in doing things. Even though she was loyal, Shaltir was not the kind of reliable person in her character. Demiurge has already completed his mission and even captured the Holy Kingdom with Saigo. And Shaltir, who has been circling in the deep mountains and old forests, doesn't even know what's happening outside and thinks that time hasn't passed. She adjusted her skirt a little and then walked out of the cave. This is a mercenary stronghold, she discovered, and Shaltir herself has no interest in these mercenaries. But one of the mercenaries said some very obscene words because of her beauty, which made Shaltir extremely angry. In Shaltir's heart, his body and mind belong to Lord Zeratul, and even if other people use words to defile themselves, it is a crime of treason and immorality. Therefore, Shaltir spent some effort to kill all these mercenaries. Now there is only one slightly stronger little bug, that is, the famous swordsman Brian Zero. Shaltir restrained her bored expression. Although the strength of the other party was still too weak, the appearance of this man also proved one point, that is, the high-end combat power in this world is not as small as imagined. The old lady named Carrie said in an old voice. Not all prophecies in astrology are accurate, the Dark Scripture. The 11th speech fell and the troops of the Dark Scripture suddenly became serious. In the distance, the small army of a dozen or so people facing Shaltir stood still, and the leader of the man holding a spear asked an old lady beside him. Master Carrie, it seems that you are not a good person. Destroy the Dragon King 3.2. Everyone here has the power to reach the hero realm. According to the game level, it is above level B0. Then the body of the 11th seat of the pitch-black scripture swayed, and he said with a heavy expression, "Strong, so strong, really too strong. Facing her is like facing those ancient dragon kings, and it even makes me feel like I am facing death and death directly." Shaltir took a few more glances at the leader of them, because this man in armor and holding a spear was actually stronger than the battle maids of the Pleiades star cluster in the Great Tomb. Shaltir narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a pleasant smile. Walking out of the dirty cave that made Shaltir feel sick, Shaltir suddenly frowned. There were about a dozen people on the other side, and everyone was wearing a pitch-black mask. Just standing there brought heavy pressure. She turned her head suddenly and saw a small human army suddenly appearing in this desolate valley. It's a good piece of information, keep it firmly in mind. Maybe Master Zeratul will reward the concubine. How strong is this monster? Shaltir frowned. These people are powerful. Although there is still a huge gap compared with her, they are already the strongest Shaltir has seen since she came to this world. A man with a big hat and a woman's attire but with a beard and dressed like a clown glanced at Jidia. Although Kai Rui couldn't tell what kind of race Shaltir was, she knew that it was definitely not human. But since the astrology prophecy points to her, she should be our target. the 6 great gods used to be 6 players, 5 of them died due to race reasons and only the last one survived because he was undead. But the last of the 6 gods was also killed in the battle with the 8 desire kings. Since then, all the so-called 6 great gods in this world have fallen, but the theocracy, which is a believer of the 6 great gods, has been passed down. Because of inheriting the legacy of the former 6 players, the theocracy has been at the top of the human world since its establishment. It is also because of the legacy of the 6 players that the theocracy has a crushing numerical gap compared to other countries in terms of high-end combat power. Just the dozen or so members sent by the theocracy's Dark Codex, they have expanded the realm of heroes. And even for Blue Rose, who is a steel-level adventure team apart from Eveli, only Laddies has reached this field. From this, we can see how terrifying the strength of theocracy is in the eyes of high-level officials from various countries in this world. Fortunately, the doctrine of the theocracy is human supremacy. As long as you believe in the gods of the theocracy will not take action against the human country. This is how other human countries exist on this continent. Not long ago, the 7th seat of the Dark Scripture, Astrology Kyanli, predicted that a huge disaster would befall this world. This prophecy was not very clear. After many discussions among the high-level theocracy, they finally came to the conclusion that this so-called disaster should be the resurrection of the disaster Dragon Lord. That's why the theocracy sent many elite members of the Dark Codex to escort Kai Rui, the divine weapon, to find the revived Dragon King of Disaster according to the direction provided by the prophecy. But in the end, the Slan theocracy did not find the Dragon King of Disaster. What they found was Shaltir, the true ancestor of vampires, a power comparable to that of Jiu Shiju Ming. Many members of the Dark Codex have powerful abilities, and the ability of the 11th seat is that he can see the strength of the opponent through his own eyes. And in the life of the 11th seat, the strongest person he met was without a doubt the extraordinaire of the Dark Holy Code, Jiu Shiju Ming. It can be said that this is already the highest level of strength description for the 11th seat to describe Shaltir as a strong person like death and death. Many members of the Dark Scripture gasped. They are fully aware of Jiu-Deju's strength. Although their chief, that is, the soldier with the gun, his title is Dark Holy Code, which is a title that every generation of chief will inherit. And the current chief once arrogantly said that I am the Dark Scripture alone, such arrogant words. But in fact, everyone in the Dark Scripture knows that the only person who can truly be praised in this way is Jiu Shiju Ming. That is the real strongest human being who can destroy all the Dark Scriptures by himself. In the absence of the true artifact, Jiu Yiju Ming could even destroy the entire Slan theocracy by himself. Now the 11th seat described Shaltir as absolutely deadly. The opponent's strength has already given them a basic idea. Phew, it's a good thing that Lord Carey is here, otherwise we would have to explain everything here today. The chief of the Dark Scripture said with a smile, with a relaxed tone. Although he is arrogant, he also knows that there is a huge gap between Jiu Shi and Jiu Ming. He didn't have the confidence to defeat this monster that was as terrifying as Jiu Yi Jiu Ming. Although we didn't meet the Dragon King of Disaster, we were even more fortunate to meet a strong man with the same strength as Jiu Shi Jiu Ming. The 6 great gods, this is your blessing to the theocracy. If the theocracy has one more powerful person like this, it will have greater capital even in the face of the reviewing nation. The old lady named Carrie smiled. Shaltir licked her lips, looking cruelly at this group of people with beautiful scarlet eyes, thinking about how to kill them all. Although the strength of this group of people is already extremely strong in this world, and the strongest one is even stronger than the battle made, but compared with Shaltir as the guardian, the gap is still too large. But finally, some interesting people came. Well, most of them were killed, leaving 1 or 2 people back to the big tomb, and then we can get information from them. There are plenty of ways to torture in the big tomb, and no matter how resolute people enter there, they will eventually go crazy and tell everything they know. These people should be the upper echelons of this world. They must know many secrets that are unknown. I don't know how Lord Zeratul will reward the concubine. The concubine wants to press Master Zeratul to the ground and use my feet. Ah, no, no, the concubine is going to be hung up by Lord Zeratul and loved by him. It is right to flog the concubine's body with a whip. Shaltir didn't know what to think of. Her waxy and beautiful face was flushed, and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Shaltir's sexuality set by Perorancino is quite weird. It's both S and M. Just as Shaltir was imagining Saigo's reward for her, she saw the dark scriptures in front of her get out of the way and another old lady in a long robe. Shaltir took a look at the old lady. She was not very strong, not even the average level of this group of people. But for some reason, Shaltir faintly felt uneasy. Suddenly, the old lady pulled the robe on her body, revealing what she was wearing under the robe, which turned out to be a cheongsam. The cheongsam is gorgeous in style and silver white in color, with a 5-clawed golden dragon flying in the sky in the Song dynasty embroidered with gold thread on it. Wearing such a beautiful cheongsam on an old lady with dry skin always makes people feel weird. But when Shaltir saw the cheongsam, her pupils shrank and she blurted out, "World props. It seems that you also know the power of true artifacts, unknown monsters." The old lady smiled casually, and then she looked serious and muttered something. "B**************************************************** Die for this concubine." This time Shaltir didn't dare to be careless anymore. She was about to burst into tears, and her whole body flew up into a bloody whirlwind which was bound to kill the old lady. Of course, Shaltir knew the horror of the world's props, which were artifacts that any guardian would shy away from when they saw them. Although she doesn't know the function of this world item, even as a guardian, her strength is absolutely unable to resist the power of the world item. "Go away." Seeing several members of the Dark Scripture standing in front of him, Shaltir let out a sharp cry, and the terrifying sound wave bombarded out, and the members of the pitch-black Scripture didn't even respond. The body is turned into blood foam. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other members of the Dark Holy Code changed drastically, and they secretly rejoiced that Lord Carey was there this time. Otherwise, how could such a monster have survived? They crossed the realm of heroes, but they couldn't stop the monster's roar. What terrible thing was hidden under her gorgeous appearance? Shaltir's speed was very fast, but several members of the Dark Scripture who were not afraid of sacrifice stopped her at the cost of their lives. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Kai Rui. Overwhelming country and overwhelming city. The vampire girl knelt on the ground and howled. The terrifying burst of magic power caused flying sand and rocks to fly around. Even the desperate canyon was rumbling, and countless rocks fell from both ends of the canyon. Shaltir, who was flying in midair, knelt on the ground with a plop, clutching her head and howling. Tears of blood flowed from her scarlet eyes. She tried her best to resist the controlling power, and wanted to kill all the bugs that polluted her spirit, but the power of the world props as a power of 2 digits, 470, how could Shaltir be able to resist it? As the old man read out the name of the world item, Yuan Tia only felt a burst of great pain flooding her mind. Woo. It wasn't until half an hour later that Carey opened his mouth and said, ... It should be almost there. Shaltir's magic bombardment when she went crazy almost changed the terrain of this canyon, turning it into a flat land. What is it? They didn't dare to get close to Shaltir, they just stood guard on the periphery. The wind of magic power roared past, and the vicissitudes of the earth were blown by the wind of aging, and the rocks on the earth began to weather. With the appearance of that graphic, endless black flames surged above the sky, and the dark clouds filled the top. Great malice and the true meaning of aging filled the land, and even the surrounding air was drained, making it difficult to breathe. It seems that the power of the true artifact is still effective. This monster has been completely controlled, and it will soon become a weapon of the theocracy. Just when many people smiled slightly, suddenly an extremely complicated magic figure appeared in the sky. Hearing Kai Rui's words, the members of the Holy Code team slowly approached Shaltir, and they were also slightly relieved when they saw that the monster just knelt on the ground and made no sound. Shaltir, who was kneeling on the ground, reluctantly raised her beautiful head, and she uttered the last voice with blood and tears. Zeratul, Lord. Carey didn't dare to move either. The cheongsam on her body has become an ordinary item after being activated. The world props can only be used once, and then they will disappear until one day they reappear somewhere in the world. Many members of the Dark Scripture who saw this scene swallowed their saliva. The chief of the Dark Sacred Code tried his best to make a sound, but he himself didn't realize the extreme horror in his voice. In the complex and gorgeous magic circle, Saigo's frightening figure slowly emerged from it. He was wearing a jet-black robe with a gorgeous but not kitsch gold border embroidered on the edge of the robe. Endless black flames were burning high in the sky, making his figure even taller and terrifying. The true meaning of aging pervades this land, and the conceptualization of aging has become a real storm. Every blow will weather the earth and turn rocks into powder as if it has gone through billions of years. After just a few breaths, this once majestic valley turned into a plain, and the vastness of the sea was only realized in an instant. The 11th seat of the Dark Scripture subconsciously looked at Saigo with his own eyes. The ability from the 11th seat was activated, and he really wanted to see how strong Saigo was. But the moment his eyes saw Saigo, his eyeballs bulged and then burst like popping beads, turning into a bloody thick soup. Ah! The 11th seat let out a shrill scream. He knelt on the ground, covering his eyes that had lost his eyeballs, and unstoppable blood gushed out from the empty eye holes. In addition to the blood, there was even a little black flame escaping from it, which made the 11th seat look extremely terrifying, as if he had turned into the shadow of a demon. Run, run, that's the real monster. A monster we cannot defeat. He is a devil, he is a god, and he is an existence above everything. We must run back to the theocracy, inform the existence of this horror, and make the theocracy vigilant. That is not an existence that we can defeat, absolutely not, ha 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 ha. The 11th seat seemed to be going crazy. He couldn't stop laughing, and in the end he grabbed his throat with his hands. His face turned blue. The horror of looking directly at the aging demon made him wish he could strangle himself to death, so as to escape the spiritual punishment. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the skin of the 11th seat of the pitch-black scripture began to turn into blood wax. His flesh and blood became dry and rotten. All his hair turned into dry grass, and even his teeth were withered and yellow and stained black. In the process of his rapid aging, the 11th seat even showed a happy smile, as if death was also a kind of relief for him. This terrifying scene made everyone in the other dark scriptures present secretly horrified. It turned out that just looking at this monster, the 11th seat became like this, which has never happened before. Even if it is the kind of Jew Sai Ju Ming who can destroy the teaching country with one person's power, even if it is facing the ancient Dragon King, the 11th seat will not become like this. If what the 11th seat said is true, then we must flee, even if only one person returns to the Holy Kingdom to inform the Council of 12 Priests about this place. The chief of the Dark Sacred Code gritted his teeth and said, he was not arrogant enough to want to be an enemy of such a terrifying person. His duty as the chief of the Dark Scripture made him willing to listen to the words of the dead 11th seat. Hurry up, run away. After using the true artifact, the old man is now close to exhaustion, and he doesn't have enough energy to escape. The old lady who had just used the overwhelming country and overwhelming city sighed. She had already expected her own ending. Master Carey. The chief didn't say anything, he just took a deep look at the old man, saluted respectfully, and then quickly dispersed in all directions with everyone in the Dark Scripture. Whoever leaves here alive must inform the Council of 12 Priests what happened here. Everyone in the Dark Sacred Code knows that the escape at this time depends entirely on who is lucky, and that monster is going to chase after all. They are worthy of being one of the most elite troops in theocracy, and they can be said to be decisive without hesitation. After discovering that the enemy is invincible, delivering information is their first priority. Shaltir, I will punish you later, let me clean up all these little bugs first. Do you think you can escape, but I don't mind if you go back alive alone. Saigo smiled coldly. Letting a person go back alive to pass on his terror is Saigo's last kindness. Even this kindness is also mixed with malice. The terrifying storm blew again, and with Saigo at the center, a huge pitch-black tornado rose out of thin air. This hurricane rolled up from the earth to the endless sky. The wind is not an ordinary wind, it is the wind of aging. As long as any living being touches this wind, it will age rapidly and feel the pain and sorrow that human civilization cannot overcome. In an instant, the rising wind of aging surrounded Fang Yuan's range of a kilometer, and the storm blocked everything like a barrier. A member of the Dark Scripture gritted his teeth and gathered all his magic power to rush towards the storm. But the body just touched the corner of the breeze and he was aging rapidly, turning into fly ash under the terrifying screams. These people are all strong men who have reached the hero realm. Seeing that they are only being blown by the breeze, they are rapidly aging. The other people in the dark scripture also stopped quickly, not daring to use their bodies to test the horror of the storm. Give you a chance to kill each other, insects. And now here is a game of raising goo, only one of you can survive. Kill your compatriots and get a chance to live. Only the last person can leave this aging storm alive. Saigo fell from the sky, and he stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. Every time he took a step, the ground under his feet was broken like tofu, and the light in the entire space was absorbed as if even the space had fallen into extreme aging. Hateful! The chief of the Dark Codex cursed, and he raised the spear in his hand and was about to charge towards Saigo. But as soon as he made a move, a burly man holding a huge shield stopped him. Chief, you are the strongest among us. Compared to us, you are more important to the theocracy. Don't mention whether the monster's words are true. If there is really only one person here who can get out alive, then I hope that person is you. You devil, I already know who you are. The devil who invaded the Holy Kingdom is you. My name is Wanli Giant Shield, and I am the 8th seed of the pitch-black scripture. Let me try to see if you are as terrifying as the rumors say. The burly man holding a huge shield shouted angrily, raised the shield in his hand and rushed towards Saigo like a tank. Seeing this, the chief was furious. He immediately knew the plan of his teammates. If there is really only one person left alive, then the final winner is undoubtedly the strongest chief. But if they kill each other, the chief will be seriously injured even if he wins. Then there is only one way, and that is for everyone to charge the demon. As long as everyone else is dead, the chief will survive unharmed. Giant Shield Wanli, come back to me. The chief yelled loudly. He clenched the long spear tightly in his hand, but in the end he didn't make any movement, just watched the strong man with electricity charge towards the devil with blood-filled joy. He knew that if he made a move, it would make his teammates sacrifice in vain. Seeing this scene, Saigo smiled and he looked more and more like a villain. But he is a devil. This is the impression that a devil should give to the world. Fear, hatred, madness, and even begging for mercy from the devil. If it is Zoroaster's teaching that good will triumph over evil, then Zarathustra himself will surely break this teaching. The new Zoroastrianism will be born from his own hands. Very good, although the strength is insufficient, but the spirit of sacrifice has already taken the shape of a hero. Saigo showed a happy smile. As the final trial of mankind, he likes heroes. No matter how weak the hero is, as long as he is a real hero, Saigo will give him an equal stage and give him an equal death. Saigo breathed out lightly. Then the burly man who shouted angrily and rushed forward stopped a few meters in front of Saigo. And Saigo's performance is simply in line with humans' definition of demons. I am a demon who keeps my word. Since I promised that only one of you can live, then the one who is alive now is you. But even so, they still gritted their teeth and rushed towards Saigo. She raised her blood-stained and beautiful face, showed a beautiful smile to Saigo, giggled and said, Master Zeratul, I want to trample you under my feet. The feet of my body stepped on your face fiercely. At this time the chief Dijao looked at Saigo in despair. I want to asterisk you, and then I will give birth to a child for you, Lord Zeratul, our child, ha 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 ha. Saigo stood in front of the chief, looking straight at him with pupils burning with black flames with a playful tone. No, even Ju Ming in a normal state won't work. She must bring all the secret treasures of the 5 great gods to defeat this demon, which will give everything a great evil spirit of aging. Even though he doesn't like Ju Ming and is not convinced by her at all, the chief also knows that the only one who can contend against this monster is Ju Ming. The weapons on his body began to rot and his body began to age. Just being blown by the old demon's breath, human beings will usher in the death of old age and sorrow. Seeing that the 8th seat was blown to death by the monster in one breath, the others were so frightened that their livers and gallbladders were torn apart. Carrie's body was also weathered into fly ash when Saigo walked past him. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark scripture was completely wiped out, leaving only the chief. The vampire let out a high-pitched, maniacal laugh. At this moment, Changtia, who had been motionless, slowly stood up straight like a rusty puppet. How he wished that Jiu Shiju Ming could appear at this time, not to save himself but to save his comrades in arms. Saigo just walked forward without any movement, but when everyone approached him within a few meters, even the weapons and equipment on their bodies were decayed and old, and eventually turned into 10 stinky real Cheeto. You have a good group of teammates, human. Fortunately, their spirit of daring to sacrifice satisfies me, and this is the only reason you survived, ha 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 ha. Lord Zareth, my concubine is beautiful. Let this concubine step on you, and let this concubine hear your screams, ha 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 ha. Shaltir, who stood up slowly, let out a piercing but pleasant shrill laugh. There is a strong oral habit in her words. That's a kind of oral pronunciation that only the courtesans who have fallen into the world will use. It can be seen that when Peperoncino set Shaltir, he also regarded it as a character similar to B*****ch. At this time, Shaltir's face was covered with blood and she looked very crazy. She didn't look stable at all, as if she would go crazy at any time. In the World Tree game, the true ancestor is a race and it is very powerful. In order to balance the game, such a powerful race will naturally have flaws, and that is the passive skill called Blood Frenzy. This skill will make Shaltir have a greater urge to kill after being exposed to blood, whether it is her own or the enemy's blood. Although this impulse will make Shaltir stronger, it will also make Shaltir lose her mind and turn into a pure berserker. But for the truly strong, such madness is actually a very troublesome ability, which will make people lose their grasp of the battle situation and even lose their ability to think. To put it simply, the more blood Shaltir is stained with, the lower her IQ will be. But in order to resist the mind control of the overwhelming country and city, Shaltir's body was injured and the blood on her face all came from herself, and the appearance of the blood has already made her mentally crazy. Bold Shaltir, do you know what you're talking about? At this moment, a woman's angry shout came from 970 on the land that had turned into a plain. Albedo brought the other guardians, and after spending a certain amount of materials and a price, they came to this battlefield through the teleportation magic ceremony of opening the tomb. And Albedo, who had just arrived on the battlefield, heard Shaltirna's words, which made her very angry. At the same time, no matter whether it was Cocytus, Aura, Mare, or Demiurge, they all showed anger on their faces, staring at Shaltir with cruel eyes, wishing to see this idiot who offended the Supreme being torn into pieces. Shaltir's spirit at this time has been completely deranged under the influence of all over the country and all over the city. A coquettish smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She stared at Albedo and said, "You, the gorilla, are here too. In the past, my concubine has always tolerated your contention. But at this moment, my old body can no longer bear it. The concubine will crush you and bite off every inch of your skin and every piece of flesh. So Lord Zeratul will be the concubines. The concubine will cut off your limbs again and then make you look angrily and helplessly at the happiness of the concubine and Lord Zeratul. Maybe the concubine will give you the honor of being a nanny to the child of the concubine and Lord Zeratul, ha 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 ha." Shaltir spoke frantically, expressing the deepest desire in his heart. If the loyal Shaltir also had such thoughts, but she didn't dare to show too much initiative, just waiting for Saigo Akal to do these things to her. Then Shaltir, who is now in a frenzy, will take the initiative to do these things, even if it is the so-called inferior offender. As long as you step on the Supreme Being under your feet, isn't it that you can do whatever you want? It can be said that Shaltir in the past was a complete M-shaking character when facing Saigo, but now she has become an S-shaking character. What absurdity! The corners of Albedo's mouth were grinning to the base of her ears. She was wearing heavy armor and she had a black spear in her hand. This black axe and spear is actually a world item which was secretly given to Albedo's creator Qi. Usually the appearance of this prop is a black short staff, but in battle it will turn into the current axe spear. Sitting on Albedo was a king of bicorns, as a mount corresponding to the pure unicorns. Bicorns were magical beasts that only those with an obscene personality could ride. This is also the reason why Qi set Albedo's character as obscene, so that Albedo can ride this powerful monster that is comparable to the Guardian. Master Zeratul, Shaltir betrayed the Great Tomb. We, the Guardians, have really failed in our duty. Please allow us to tear Shaltyr's body into tens of thousands of pieces to let him know the sad scene of betraying the Great Tomb. Afterwards, we, the Guardians, hope that you can punish us, and we want you to believe that our Guardians are still loyal to you and the Great Tomb." Albedo put away her hideous face. She knelt down and said to Saigo. The other Guardians also knelt down and said in unison, "Please allow me, Great Supreme." Although Shaltyr is very strong, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Guardian is the strongest, even if it is the king of two-legged beasts. Albedo is not the opponent of Shaltyr who is fully engaged. But if all the Guardians go up together, Shaltyr will definitely die. Besides, Albedo still has a secret weapon, that is her third sister Lubedo, a secret weapon that only she can control. The hidden NPC of this big tomb was created by Jade using the game bug. It can be said that this NPC represents the strongest that World Tree can achieve after the game is turned into reality. Except for today's Saigo, Lubedo can even kill all the Supreme Beings. Even if all the Guardians and the Supremes fight together, they cannot be defeated. It takes a certain approach to defeat Lubedo. The name Kyuyulu comes from the legendary cornerstone of alchemy. In fact, the names of the three Albedo sisters are the names of all stages of alchemy. Albedo means white in Latin, and it symbolizes the second stage of whitening in the 4 stages of alchemy. Another translation is Abedo, son of chalk. Saigo didn't pay attention to the many Guardians kneeling on the ground. He just looked in one direction and said with a smile, "You even ran over W." The flying squirrel in pitch-black armor was walking quickly in the yellow sand all over the sky, and behind him was Sebastian with white beard and hair. At this time, Momonga had already taken off his helmet, revealing the big bald skull. As he approached Saigo, the jet-black armor on his body also disappeared, and he put on the gorgeous mage robe again. Shaltyr's sudden betrayal. "Of course I have to come over for such a big event. What happened, Zeratul?" Momonga's voice is very calm, but Saigo knows that it's just because of Momonga's passive skills. At this time, Momonga has already panicked. "It's okay, it's just some small things. This vampire met the world prop overwhelming country and then it became like this." Saigo said indifferently, "World props." Momonga's voice became louder in vain. As a player of the World Tree game, he certainly knew what it was. It can be said that world props are officially allowed hacks. Even if an individual holds world props, it is even enough to fight against a guild without world props. Of course, because the world props have a limit on the number of times they can be used, they are not completely invincible. After hearing about the world props, Momonga panicked even more. He tried his best to calm down and said, "Zeratul, do you need my help?" Shaltyr is an NPC created by Peperoncino with the most rigorous occupational structure. She is a complete combat specialization, and even the comprehensive combat ability is said to be the first in the entire Great Tomb. Yes. Especially, she is particularly good at dealing with the undead. Speaking of this, Flying Squirrel was also a little embarrassed. The Aging Great Demon is an undead demon in terms of racial classification and also belongs to the category of undead. Back then, Peperoncino was researching skills with Momonga, and that's why he set Shaltyr as the natural enemy of the undead. At this time, Momonga didn't care whether his exposure of his weakness would make the other Guardians suspect that he, the Supreme Being, was actually not as strong as he imagined. For him, Saigo's safety is the most important thing. In the past, when playing games, everyone played in a team. Today, it is not shameful to plan to form a team with Tia. Even if Saigo was the strongest in the game in the past, he is still afraid that Saigo will overturn at Shaltyr's place. You must know that it doesn't matter if the car overturns in the game, but the person who overturns may die in reality. Hahaha, thank you for your concern, Momonga, but it doesn't matter, just come and support me and let you see how I abused this stupid vampire. Saigo laughed loudly. Momonga hesitated after hearing Saigo's words. If it is said that what the flying squirrel who just crossed over is most cautious of is the rebellion of the NPCs in the tomb. That's why he has been using his skills to try to maintain that majestic appearance, making these NPCs believe that he is the Supreme. The flying squirrel understands how terrifying the guardian NPC of the Great Tomb is. The upper limit of the World Tree game is level 100. Whether it is an NPC or a player, there is no qualitative difference in this respect. Perhaps he could defeat the Guardians one-on-one by virtue of his equipment advantage, but if all the Guardians rebelled, Momonga knew that he would definitely die. But until Fei Shu met the mother of the evil god, his mentality changed dramatically. Witnessing such a great existence, the loyalty of the NPC becomes unimportant to Momonga. Just like facing Shaltyr's betrayal now, Momonga was surprised to find himself very calm. After discovering Shaltyr's betrayal when he was in the kingdom before, he was still panicked, and he didn't hesitate to use Krypton gold props to arrive at the scene quickly. But when he faced Shaltyr directly, Momonga found that he no longer had that sense of fear and anxiety. Witnessing that great existence, Momonga is more concerned about the friendship with his friends, perhaps because he has faced the most terrifying thing, which makes Momonga pay more attention to the things he cares about the most in his heart. And Momonga is undoubtedly an extremely emotional person. Seeing Saigo's confident look, Momonga had no choice but to trust him. Besides, he could also feel that the Saigo of today seems to be completely different from the past. Just looking at him unexpectedly gave Momonga a kind of palpitation pressure. Although Saigo was known as the strongest in the world in the past, he never gave Momonga such a sense of oppression. It was real power oppression, not that kind of intellectual spiritual oppression. It seems that not only have I grown during this time, Zeratul has also become stronger. Flying Squirrel sighed in his heart, but he was happy in his heart. The stronger the friends, the safer they will be, and the more securely they can survive in this unknown world. This may be the biggest advantage of Flying Squirrel, focusing on friendship without unnecessary jealousy. All right, Zeratul, then please be careful. Momonga, who said this, couldn't help but buffed himself with nearly 20 usable buff magic. Although he can continue to add buff but then need to use some Krypton gold props. Now that he can no longer Krypton gold, those Krypton gold props are used once less, so naturally he will not waste it easily. Now that he doesn't need to play in person, Flying Squirrel still kept those Krypton gold props. Such precious things should be used in the right place. Are you the only one, Mr. Zeratul? Why don't you let Mr. Momonga play together so that I can have the pleasure of defeating the supreme beings? Shaltyr smiled cruelly and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, revealing a coquettish and cruel smile, and a pair of cute little canine teeth turned into sharp teeth. Presumptuous. Before Saigo made a sound, Albedo just yelled angrily. She was trembling all over. She never thought that Shaltyr would dare to say such outrageous words. Death deserves death, Shaltyr deserves death. But despite the mocking words in her mouth, Gentia's last rationality made her still attach great importance to Zai. Her bustling and magnificent long dress faded and turned into a crimson armor, and she held a scarlet spear in her hand, which was the divine weapon dropper spear held by Shaltyr. Although it is not a world item, it is also the most powerful group of weapons in the game. In the former World Tree game, this weapon is the strongest weapon for vampires besides the world item. Come on, Lord Zeratul, let's dance together here, and then the noble feet of my concubine will step on your face, making you look excited and obsessed, ha 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 ha. Magic is the strongest. Brilliant brilliance. As soon as he made a move, Gentia launched his ultimate move. She held a dropper spear and pointed at Saigo from a distance, and in an instant, complex magic figures appeared around Saigo, wrapping him up and down. Immediately afterwards, within the three-dimensional magic, rays of holy brilliance shone out, carrying divine will. Although Shaltyr is a vampire, her profession is a faith-based magician, so she can naturally use this kind of holy light skills. This is also the combination of skills discussed by Peperoncino and Momonga back then, so that Shaltyr has almost no major flaws. Seeing Shaltyr's divine brilliance as soon as he made a move, Momonga apologized to Saigo in his heart. Now he really regrets why he suggested that Peperoncino did a complicated task and put this sacred skill on Shaltyr, a vampire. Want to fight in the way of the World Tree game? Then I can satisfy you, Shaltyr. Sacred radiance sprinkled on Saigo's body, but after the radiance touched the burning black flames around Saigo, the radiance quickly dimmed and gradually lost its sacred meaning. Even Shengguang will be decadent in the face of aging. Seeing this, Shaltyr doesn't care too much. In the past, Saigo's ability was the nemesis of all kinds of mages. His breath of aging can weaken all magic effects to almost no power. Let the demons suffer unspeakably. Even in the World Tree game, many people called Saigo anti-mage, although there is no such profession in the game. Shaltir obviously also knows Saigo's skills very well, but although her profession is a faith-based magician, Shaltir's most powerful combat ability is hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, she doesn't care if her magic has no effect, she just holds the spear tightly and prepares to enter the next hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, Saigo suddenly said, "Super Magic God Goat King Kong." As soon as Saigo finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. Zero looking for flowers. Use super level magic right from the start. This is the bottom of the box skill for all players. It consumes a lot of MP and has a limit on how many times it can be used every day. Under normal circumstances, these super level magics are used as a killing blow. But Momonga remembers that Saigo doesn't seem to be a magician. He doesn't seem to have used super magic in the past. Just when Momonga was stunned, 12 huge bone wings stretched out from behind Saigo. One of the bone wings turned into a terrifying goat surrounded by countless rhombic crystals. As Saigo temporarily restrained the black flame, the afterglow of divine light shone on these rhomboid crystals. Before Shaltir had any reaction, the three-dimensional magic figure also appeared around her and rays of light shot out from it, sprinkled on her body. Shaltir, don't lose your mind during the battle. When Shaltir was in a trance, Saigo's figure appeared beside him. He punched out, denting the armor on Tia's abdomen. The blue light in Shaltir's eyes suddenly lit up while saying this, and she used the skill essence of magic power. But in the next moment, Shaltir screamed again, her eyes spurted blood, and she became blind all of a sudden. The effect of looking directly at Saigo was no different from that of the 11th seat. The vampire's recovery ability made Shaltir's ugly face quickly recover, and soon turned into that beautiful appearance. The whole person flew upside down like a cannonball, and under the loud bang, her petite body smashed the ground into a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Although she can use holy-type skills, Shaltir herself is not immune to holy-type skills. The nature of a vampire makes these holy lights have a better impact on her. But Shaltir only felt severe pain, and she spit out blood mixed with internal organ fragments with a wow sound. How can it be? B********DB******DB*****DB*****. Shaltir let out a scream, and on her beautiful face the white wax-like skin actually started to melt like wax. In the blink of an eye, this stunning beauty turned into a monster image with solidified wax liquid all over her face. At this moment, Shaltir suddenly realized, is this the power of the Supreme Being? Although Momonga has never seen Saigo's super magic, but as a magician he also saw the effect of this magic at a glance, that is to reflect all attacks. Shaltir was flustered. After looking directly at Saigo, she found that if she wanted to describe the total amount of magic power of Saigo, it could almost be described as infinite. Just like the 11th seed of the pitch-black scripture, this skill can see through the strength of the opponent's magic power, thereby judging the opponent's strength and remaining power. Doesn't this mean that the Supreme Being can use super magic without limit? She had a ferocious face, her scarlet eyes gleamed with blue light, and she said angrily, Use super-level magic as soon as you come up, Mr. Zeratul. Aren't you afraid that you will not have enough stamina? Well, the huge deep pit was steaming with steam, as if a meteorite had just fallen from the sky and smashed into the earth. Shaltir wobbled her body and climbed up from the deep pit. Her internal organs had been stirred to pieces, and she had been severely injured by Saigo's punch. Saigo, who has reached 3 digits, can manipulate the laws of the world at will without any restrictions, and destroying the stars is no problem. And Saigo itself, as the embodiment of the concept of aging, is one of the final trials to prevent the advancement of human civilization. Today's Saigo is the concept of aging in the universe. As long as this concept is still there, he will live forever. It can be said that as long as he has reached the realm of omnipotence, it is already impossible. If one wants to kill the omnipotent domain, only the omnipotent domain directly changes the laws of the world and distorts the laws of heaven. so as to invalidate the concept and authority symbolized by the omnipotent domain, so that it can be killed. In addition to this method, if you want to defeat the almighty domain, there is only the 8 or 8-0 way of sealing. Kui Yulu made use of the bug of the World Tree game to make Lubido so strong that it is almost invincible, because this albedo's sister has reached the omnipotent realm at the level of life. Of course, Lubido has only reached this level of life, but the power he controls is far from enough, and the mere World Tree game cannot give birth to the almighty domain. After all, to span from 4 digits to 3 digits, that is. But even so, Lubido has acquired the ability to be undefeated. Saigo did not use the power of the omnipotent domain of aging authority, otherwise Shaltir would have aged and died in an instant without any room for resistance. But even so, Saigo's 4-digit power that could shake the heavens and the earth was already irresistible to Shaltir. Stand up, Shaltir, is this the strength of the guardians of the 1st to 3rd floors of my great tomb? If it's just that, I'm really disappointed. If your strength is nothing more than this, I have to think about whether to disqualify you as a guardian. Saigo's stalwart body floats in midair. He is wearing a pitch-black robe, and there are countless black flames around his body, which is magnificent. And behind him, those 12-bone wings covered the sky and the sun, bringing endless haze to the earth. Ah! Lord Zarath, I will tear you apart, trample you, and make you lose all your glory. Shaltir roared like crazy. Her sanity had almost completely collapsed, and her body even faintly showed signs of alienation. Clean-throwing gun. Shaltir stood up from the deep pit. She made a javelin pose, and the dropper spear in her hand burst out with a strong holy light. This is one of Shaltir's special skills and also one of her ultimate moves. It is a technique that can only be used 3 times a day, like super magic. Infinite holy light shrouded the long spear in her hand, and even Shaltir's jade hand was burned into red coal in this holy light. She threw it hard, and the long spear turned into a splinter and turned into a radiance that pierced the sky. Go straight to Saigo. Seeing this blow, Momonga widened his eyes, if he had eyes. At this time, Momonga was thinking about what he should do if he faced Shaltir's ultimate move. After thinking about it, it seemed that only using Krypton gold props could completely block it, and other methods could not withstand the power of the holy light at all. And if he was hit by this move as an undead person, he would definitely die immediately. Idiot, the blood frenzy has made you lose the ability to think, and you still use this kind of magic technique when you are my enemy. Have you forgotten that this kind of attack is ineffective against me? Saigo sneered, facing the stabbing spear. He just inadvertently raised his hand and then grabbed it. Stab! There was a sound of burning fire from the contact between Saigo's hand and the spear, and the smoke was rising, but the scorching spear that shrouded the holy light could not break through the thin layer of black flame on Saigo's palm. The breath of aging permeated the spear, and Saigo exerted a little force in the next moment, and the spear condensed with endless holy light, shattered inch by inch with a click. At this time, Shaltir had already jumped out of the deep pit. She grasped the handle of her gun in the air, concentrated all her strength, and stabbed forward, vowing to pierce Saigo. But there are star particles flowing in Saigo's body which give Saigo enough power to smash thousands of mountains and seas. Shaltir's mere power is like a fly shaking a tree, and it is difficult to move the spear at all. Just as Shaltir was stunned for a moment, Saigo said slowly again, "Super magic, quicksilver of dragon and snake." A bone wing behind Saigo roared, turning into a translucent double-headed spiral dragon, opening its huge mouth amidst the terrifying sound waves, biting towards Shaltir. Unclean shock shield. In a panic, Shaltir quickly used her strongest protective magic, but the 2-headed dragon ignored it and crushed the unclean impact shield with just one bite. The quicksilver of the dragon's snake eats the dimension, and unless it is a magic formula involving space, it cannot be blocked by any magic spell. One head of the spiral double-headed dragon crushed the large shield, and the other head bit Shaltir's slender waist with sharp teeth. In an instant, Shaltir's armor shattered her upper body and lower body directly, separate. The severe pain caused Shaltir's scarlet pupils to shrink sharply, shrinking to a point, and the intestines, stomach, and other internal organs splashed from her broken body, bloody. Back in time. At the critical moment, Shaltir activated her second life-saving magic. She could use the time-reversing skill 3 times a day, which could restore her body to the posture and appearance before the serious injury. This skill is quite IMBA. In the World Tree game, it almost gave Shaltir 4 lives to use. In addition, her skills and martial arts can also suck blood, which makes Shaltir a meat shield with explosive attack power and invincibility, and the title of the strongest guardian is well-deserved. Jisha, who was teased by Saigo like this, finally went completely crazy. Then Saigo put his right hand into Shaltir's mouth full of sharp teeth like a lamprey and grabbed her tentacle-like tongue. She bit Saigo's head with one bite, looking like she was going to bite off Saigo's head and smash it into pieces. Master Zeratul, Lord Zerath.
Tierra.
The long tongue-like tentacles were pulled out of Shaltir's body by Saigo, bringing out a lot of disgusting scarlet things. Shaltir was like a 7-inch snake caught, its elongated body began to writhe violently. Just as Shaltir's mouth full of sharp teeth approached Saigo, Saigo suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed her sticky neck. Saigo casually threw Shaltir's sea snake-like body, which was not moving around, and threw her from a high altitude to the ground. At this time, Momonga's thinking diverged, and he admired Perorensino again. What a miraculous skill it was to paint such a monster into a peerless beauty with a brush. 3.0 Saigo didn't show any disgust when facing Shaltir's real body. Instead, he admired, "That's right, Shaltir, you are still so beautiful now." Her 4 claws turned into monsters like those of birds. The moist cherry lips turned into a circle with a circle of disgusting tiny teeth growing inside, and even the tongue became a mucus-filled tentacle, wriggling there. Shaltir's real appearance, even Momonga couldn't help feeling sick when he saw it. If it wasn't for the Undead King's skill activation, he would probably spit it out as a human. Saigo's compliment made Shaltir seem to show a hint of joy, but that joy couldn't resist her madness to eat Saigo into her stomach. Shaltir yelled frantically, even that beautiful and noble voice became dry and hoarse. Shaltir's mouth opened suddenly, and each of the sharp teeth in that circle was wriggling and sticky saliva flowed out. Shaltir, who had completely entered the state of blood frenzy, finally couldn't maintain her human body, revealing her true colors. Her body began to distort, and lumps of flesh and blood grew out of that beautiful face, and then these lumps gathered together, turning into a twisted and ugly monster like a lamprey. Shaltir's resistance suddenly became much weaker. Shaltir's body with dry skin but sticky like a sea snake fell from the high school and hit the ground. Her body was struggling in the mud and her pale skin was stained with mud. And in Shaltir's mouth full of sharp teeth, countless pieces of internal organs were spit out by her, turning the ground under her feet into a swamp composed of pieces of flesh. Gradually, Shaltir's monster-like body became weaker, as if she had lost most of her strength. If it weren't for her skin still trembling slightly, anyone who saw Shaltir's current appearance would think she was dead. Saigo's body fell from midair and stepped on the ground under his feet. The 12 huge bone wings behind it gradually closed, and in his right hand he was still holding Shaltir's tongue that had just been pulled out. The tongue was several meters long and the nerves on it hadn't died yet, trembling slightly in Saigo's hand. "Shaltir, can you still talk?" Saigo walked slowly in front of Shaltir, looked down at her twisted body like a lamprey, and said coldly,
"Woo."
Because of the loss of her tongue, the monster could only utter inarticulate voices. In her ferocious scarlet pupils there was a look of fear. You must know that Shaltir is irrational in the blood frenzy, but even such a lunatic without self-awareness too will show fear. One can imagine how strong the fear Saigo brings to Shaltir. Hiss, hiss. Shaltir wanted to say something else. Saigo listened carefully. It seemed that Shaltir was about to activate the magic of backtracking in time again. Shaltir can use this magic 3 times a day. She was severely injured by Saigo just now and she has used it once. Now Shaltir wants to activate the second skill to recover herself. Seeing this, Saigo raised his hand and whipped Shaltir's tongue like a whip. The scarlet tongue was still burning with pitch-black flames, and as the whip lashed Nashitia's writhing body like a sea snake and a maggot, the monster let out a miserable cry again and writhed in the mud. The black flame on the whip burned the magic power mobilized by Shaltir and withered under the will of aging. And without magic power, naturally no skills can be activated. Saigo beat Shaltir with whip after whip, leaving only Shaltir's painful screams on this empty land. After beating for an unknown amount of time, Saigo kicked hard and kicked Tia, who was already bloody and invisible, in front of many guardians. Saigo seems to be saying that this is the fate of betrayers. As guardians, you must be loyal, otherwise you will become like Shaltir. Of course, this idea is Momonga's own imagination and dubbing. He imagined that Saigo kicked Shaltir's broken body in front of Albedo and the others, and imagined that it was a stand against the Guardian. Momonga's heart was relieved and his expression was joyful, not only the excitement brought by Saigo's easy defeat of Shaltir, but also his heartfelt temporary reassurance for the Guardians. Presumably, after being abused by Zeratul like this, those Guardians will be afraid and dare not give birth to a rebellious heart. As expected of Zeratul when executing the traitor, he also made an example to other Guardians by the way. Momonga admired Saigo's way in his heart but was also shocked by his strength. Such a terrifying power simply surpassed the limitations of the World Tree game. You must know that Shaltir is the strongest Guardian. Even if another world champion Takumi wears a divine weapon, he will have to fight hard to defeat it. But when Saigo faced Shaltir, it was like a father beating a daughter. He was abusing Shaltir from the beginning to the end, and Shaltir had no power to resist. According to the flying squirrel analogy, it is as simple and easy as a full-level boss taking a novice to the village gate to brush Goblin. In the World Tree game, there are some bosses that require dozens of players to work together to defeat them. Momonga felt that with Saigo's current strength, he would definitely be able to defeat those world-class bosses with ease, and he was no longer in the same dimension as the players. Even the strength shown by Saigo gave Momonga a feeling that the game restricted Saigo in the past so that he could only show the same strength as other players. Momonga was thinking wildly, and the other Guardians were kneeling on the ground at this time, looking up at Saigo with fanatical expressions and shouting respectfully. "My Lord Supreme, what should I do with Jidia?" This is the power of the Supreme Being. It is so great because it is inconceivable. All the Guardians were inexplicably shocked. As Guardians, they certainly knew how strong Shaltir was. With full power, she is the strongest Guardian, so Shaltir is the only one guarding the 3-story tomb, and the others will only guard the first floor at most. But just like that, he is also the most powerful existence among the Guardians, and in the eyes of the Supreme Being, he is no different from other ants, just a small bug that can be trampled to death with his feet. This is the Supreme who created us, the Supreme, the Great Supreme, our Creator, our God. Contrary to what Momonga thought for Saigo's behavior, they didn't feel any sense of trying to make an example of others because the Guardians never had the idea of betrayal. Zeratul, how should Shaltir deal with it? Since she was hit by the world item, overwhelming country and city, in theory, only other world items can remove this effect. When facing this kind of world props in the game, there is another way to kill them directly. You only need to drop 5 levels at most. But now it is reality. I don't know if the resurrection mechanism of the Great Tomb can still be used. Momonga walked towards Saigo at this moment, and he said worriedly, "As the strongest Guardian, Shaltir is an easy-to-use item. It would be too wasteful to throw away such an item." This is Momonga's idea. Overwhelming country and overwhelming city is not a particularly strong world item. Suicide can be used to release the control. Returning to the topic just now, I just want to use Shaltir as an experiment to try out my newly mastered and unproficient technique. Saigo stared at Shaltir, who was writhing on the ground with scorching eyes. These words are from the heart, whether it is Saigo's strategizing wisdom, his calm and decisive maturity, or even his current display of super strength. Momonga has a huge sense of security. But even so, overwhelming country and overwhelming city cannot be dispelled by the skills in the game. It is the effect of world props after all. This will bring a lot of important experience for Saigo to familiarize himself with and master the power of the full power field. To use a sentence you can understand, if you were just an ordinary company animal in the past, then you are already a small leader of a company now. If it's the kind of 20-level props, some effects can even force the player to delete the account. That's really scary. I can feel that your heart is no longer as flustered as when 967 came here just now, and even you are not as timid as you were at the beginning, and you have no assertiveness. Momonga praised. It seems that this period of experience has made you grow a lot, flying squirrel. If you are still in our world now, I can already give you some power and position, and ask you to bring a group of people under your command. Momonga smiled mischievously, touched his big bald head, and sighed in his heart that Zeratul was worthy of being a leader in the past. And this leadership style is really not something ordinary people can learn. He still likes flying squirrel, a good old man who pays great attention to friendship. This change of mind is priceless, Momonga. It's amazing that you can even see this, and it really makes me feel at ease to be in this world with you. Since the world props involve the power of 2 digits and 1 dime, if I use the same level of power as Holy Annihilator, can this effect be dispelled? Saigo looked at Momonga carefully and said with a smile. Momonga doesn't know how Saigo will undo the effect of overwhelming country and overwhelming city. In Momonga's cognition, the effects of world props can only be removed if they are also world props. In the World Tree game, many players complained about the exaggeration of this thing, but because of the limited number of world props and the unique way of using them, it will be nothing in the end. Under Momonga's curious gaze, Saigo walked up to Shaltir. Seeing Shaltir lying on the ground and twitching like a rag, Saigo's eyes were cold. There are many inconceivable figures sketched in his mind. Each symbol in these figures is mysterious and vast, and these symbols are so densely packed that they seem to tell the truth of the universe. This is the power of holy annihilation. In the bloodthirsty world, Saigo obtained from Cain all the materials he studied on the Saint Annihilation, and the Saint Annihilation's ritual site is underground at the gate of the keystone of Zyangami Island. This allows Saigo to have sufficient experimental props to study the holy annihilation. Although the time so far is still short, Saigo has not been able to fully grasp the Holy Annihilator, but he has also studied some methods of use from it. And in the short communication with Cain, Saigo also knew the true origin of the Holy Annihilation. Holy Annihilation was developed by Cain but not by him. According to what Cain said when he was still the chief researcher of the Heaven Department about 10,000 years ago in the bloodthirsty world, he accidentally got a stone tablet. The steel has no entity and does not really exist. It is like the condensed truth of the universe with countless lines and mysteries written on it. As a researcher, Cain was naturally delighted when he saw that. He memorized everything written on the stone tablet in his heart. After a long study, he used the stone tablet to develop a spell called Holy Annihilation. It can be said that Cain did not develop the power of Holy Annihilation by himself. He was just a user. After obtaining the technical principle first, he turned it into reality after a long period of hard work. This also relieved one of Saigo's doubts at the time. That's how a 4-digit number in Cain's area can research the power of a 2-digit number. Even if the Saint Annihilation is an insignificant part to the real 2-digit number, the essence of that power belongs to the domain of full authority. Cain was able to cross the 2 chasm-like gaps to research the Holy Annihilation, which is no longer explained by a genius. It wasn't until after communicating with Cain that Saigo suddenly realized that this power didn't belong to Cain, and he was also picking up the wisdom of others. The materials that Cain handed over to Saigo at the beginning, besides the experience gained from his own research on the Saint Annihilation, also contain the content of the steel itself. At that time, Saigo felt that the Sinnoh recorded in the steel was somewhat familiar, as if it had the same origin as himself and was similar to Avesta. Now, after a period of research on the Saint Annihilation, Saigo can finally try to clear up his doubts. Countless graphics were drawn in the mind and finally turned into countless mysteries. In fact, compared to the power of the spiritual power, Saigo believes in the not too strong power of holy annihilation that he has now. The power of Linge is directly inherited by Saigo, and he also belongs to the Dominion. However, the power of the Saint Annihilation is the research of Saigo from scratch, and he uses his own wisdom to walk on the road of his predecessors and turn it into his own power. He understands all the principles here and knows the meaning and mystery of every mysterious symbol he can master. It is the ability to fully grasp it. In Saigo's view, this is his own power. The originally clear sky turned dark. Not just the sky above Saigo's head but all over the world, night replaced day. On the endless cosmic sky, countless stars shine and turn into bright brilliance, as if they are using the universe as a curtain to form a manifestation of the truth of the world. Each of the stars exudes the vicissitudes of life that have not changed since ancient times. Under some unknown force, they changed their revolution paths and they came to a suitable angle appropriately. According to the legend, the highest level of astrology has the power to change the stars and change places. If each star represents a person's destiny and many stars constitute the destiny of the world, then this kind of power is undoubtedly the great power to change the world. At this moment, Saigo has already felt this incredible power, which is powerful enough to distort the laws of heaven and stir up the destiny of thousands of worlds. At the same time, the holy annihilator activated by Saigo with the aging spirit secretly reacted with the world prop in Shalter's body that distorted her will. They seem to be once a complete figure, but because of unknown reasons they are broken, and finally they are like lost children scattered in the endless universe, trying to find their way home. Saigo suddenly realized when he discovered that the Saint Annihilator and the world props were of the same power, and that they were originally one. After associating with what Cain said that he obtained knowledge from a non-existent stone tablet, and thus researched the holy annihilation, he added some logical reasoning and associations with Saigo's wisdom, and he generally knew that this is what happened. The power of this full domain, the power to distort the endless world, came from the shattering of the mother of evil gods. The spirit of the mother of evil gods mastered by Saigo is where most of the power of the mother of evil gods lies. But the mother of the evil gods still has part of the power broken into pieces of cosmic truth and sprinkled into this boundless universe. Whether it is a holy annihilation or a world prop, they are actually broken truths of the universe. This is why in such a world where it is difficult to even be born in the omnipotent domain, the power of universal truth in the omnipotent domain unexpectedly appears. And even these broken little powers still distort countless worlds. One can imagine how incredibly powerful the mother of evil gods is in a complete state. Thinking of this, Saigo's heart shuddered even more. Even for such an unreasonably powerful mother of evil gods, her spirituality was shattered, and even the truth of the universe was shattered into fragments and scattered all over the world. What exactly did she experience back then? Saigo knew that this was not something he should think about now, so he could only temporarily suppress his boiling thoughts. At this moment, all the powerhouses in this world felt their hearts, raised their heads and stared at the sky, staring at the magnificent star rain formed by the endless fallen stars. The invitation letter I sent and the world tree game world I was reborn in, every world has fragments of the truth of the universe left by the mother of evil gods. This is definitely not accidental, but inevitable. In the end, when all the countless puzzle pieces are assembled, it will be the complete truth, the truth that only belongs to Saigo and is fully grasped by him. At the same time, Saigo also understood the meaning of invitation letter. Even if the power from the realm of full authority is just a small fragment, it still has a mighty power that ordinary people can't imagine. A giant dragon looked dignified and said in a low voice, "All the fates of this world have been messed up, Tilda." Just like in the World Tree game, whether it is a player or an ordinary person, as long as the conditions are met, the world props can be used. It's like Cain in the bloodthirsty world, Denus can launch a holy annihilation to change the laws of the planet. Although the brokenness of the truth of the universe is regrettable and requires Saigo to complete it, it also gives Saigo a possibility. Even this randomness can be false, but fate influenced by the power of cosmic truth. Even if the complete truth of the universe is placed there for Saigo to study, he will not be able to find out why, because the truth of the universe has always existed. In the distant sky and universe, countless stars have left their orbits and they turned into meteors one by one, falling like rain. As the power of Saint Annihilation appeared in this world, it resonated with the world props. That is to say, the invitation letter that I put out is not actually put out at random, but those forces will independently find the power that they have lost. But the manifested and broken truth of the universe gives an opportunity to study it. The only random ones are the ones who get the invitation, the ones who open the invitation. This made possible what was impossible in the past, and it also gave Saigo a possibility. He can study these broken truths and follow the pictures. That is the self-attraction of the power of the mother of evil gods. In the Sicilian theocracy, the 12 highest priests walked out of the deepest temple. They stood outside the temple, raised their heads solemnly, and watched the spectacular scene of the falling stars. At this time there was a sound of crisp footsteps, and a petite girl with 2 different colors of hair and eyes, one black and one white, and a beautiful face walked slowly. The girl was wearing a black and white checkered gown and black pantyhose on her slender, beautiful legs. The girl looked like a combination of black and white, and there were no other redundant colors. The 2 eyes, one black and one white, look weird and indifferent, and its beautiful figure is like a piano elf dancing between the fingers. Death. After seeing the girl, the 12 priests, who are the highest level of the theocracy, all showed basic respect to her. Although the girl looks petite, she is actually older than the old men and women present. As a descendant of the 6 great gods holding 5 mysterious treasures, Ju Ming is the last trump card and secret weapon of the Sicilian theocracy. My lords, good morning, or maybe good evening. Ju Ming smiled at the corners of the mouths of the 12 highest priests, looking very mad. She walked to the side of the 12 highest priests, raised their heads together with them, and looked up at the magnificent scene of falling stars in the night sky. 690. It's morning now, but the day suddenly turned into night, and even the scene of the stars falling, whoever estimated that at this time would feel uneasy and worried about what happened. The 12 highest priests also asked Ju Ming in the same way. They didn't know what happened, so they tried to get answers from Ju Ming. Ju Ming just shook her head slightly. She squinted her weird eyes and said, I just felt a terrifying force suddenly appearing. I don't know about the others, but that power covered the entire theocracy in an instant. Perhaps this inconceivably magnificent scene is also a vision created by the person who possesses that power. It's really too strong. It's really too powerful. Just the moment I feel that power, I'm like a god in the market. Ju Ming's body trembled slightly. She licked her lips and made a voice like gossip. The 12 highest priests didn't care about Ju Ming's disrespectful words that were described by gods. They knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. The 6 gods are on top. Let the stars fall. Just this superb scene is enough to shock any living being, and fortunately this world still can't understand the meaning of stars. Otherwise, if they know that every star piercing the sky is a fallen star, then I don't know if they can still have the mentality of confrontation. A man in his 40s with sharp eyes said in a deep voice at this time, all the members of the Fenghua Sacred Code were sent to collect recent major events in the entire continent. The Holy Book of Windflowers is one of the 6-color holy books of the theocracy, specializing in information collection and espionage. And this man in his 40s is the youngest of the 12 priests. He is the head priest of the earth, and he is also the unifier of the 6-color scriptures. Several other priests nodded and agreed to his proposal. Ju Ming just looked up at the sky, staring at the stars without saying a word. At the same time, there were giant dragons all over the continent looking up at the sky, watching this incredible scene. Bajan Dragon King stood on the top of the mountain, raised his dragon head and remained silent. Deep underground, a huge dragon opened its dark eyes. Above the sky, the dragon, like an island in the sky, woke up from a deep sleep and slowly raised its head the size of a hill. What's more, in the universe, a giant dragon that is indescribable to humans slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes skipped the planet under its feet and stared at the end of the Dark Hand universe. Although it can't see anything, it can perceive the incredible power. In the valley where the kingdom has become the earth, I laid my open hands. Following his movements, the dark night sky completely melted under the sunlight, the stars lost their color, and the rising sun showed its brilliance again, and the earth was shrouded in warm sunshine. Both Momonga and the Guardians looked at Saigo with shocked eyes, feeling incredible about what just happened. Especially the flying squirrel. As a calf, modern person, he knows that every star shining in the night sky is actually an extremely distant star. Even most of them are bigger and more magnificent than the sun. But at that moment just now, Saigo actually caused all the stars to fall, as if stirring some inexplicable force of fate, so powerful that Momonga couldn't imagine it at all. Is this really what the World Tree game can do? It would be understandable to make such a great power in the game. After all, the game is just a pile of codes and it is enough to make an animation. But here is reality now. They should be on a certain planet in the universe. Manipulating the stars in reality is equivalent to manipulating a celestial body. Saigo is satisfied now. The power of Holy Annihilator easily lifted the control effect of overwhelming country and overwhelming city. More importantly, Saigo finally knew the true colors of the holy columns and world props. Shaltir was like a poor little girl, kowtowing her head in fear, her delicate body trembling slightly, heartbroken tears flowing from her scarlet eyes and weeping. After knowing their true colors, Saigo can also let go of his vigilance. Flesh grew from the ugly, shriveled body and the dilapidated body began to recover. Shaltir knelt on the ground terrified and said in a crying voice, Lord Zeratul. The greatest fear of human beings is the unknown. When the unknown becomes known, fear will cease to exist. Of course, the fear is gone, but you still have to be careful. After all, it involves the power of a corner of the domain of authority. If you are not careful, you may also read it. Please punish the concubine, please whip the concubine vigorously, please let the concubine suffer the pain, only in this way can the concubine be comforted. I will punish you, Tia, but in the great tomb. Hearing Saigo's words, Shaltir showed a joyful expression. Just a few seconds later, a beautiful girl in a gorgeous long dress with delicate white waxy skin appeared in front of Saigo again. What Saigo is most afraid of is that the masters of these powers have enmity with the mother of evil gods, and he who inherits the spirit of the mother of evil gods will also be in danger. As far as Shaltir is concerned, if she is not punished, it will make her worry about gains and losses, fearing that she will be abandoned by the Supreme Being like a puppy. The body of the maggot-like monster trembled, and following the surge of magic power, Shaltir activated the magic of returning time again. Now that he knows that these powers are from the same source as his own, and that they all come from the mother of the evil god, he is finally relieved and doesn't need to think about where these powers come from. Saigo lowered his head, looked at the rag-like Shaltir, raised his foot and kicked it, and said coldly, Don't pretend to be dead, Shaltir. The concubine can't forgive my betrayal. But after hearing Saigo say that she would punish her, Shaltir finally felt relieved. At least it meant that the Supreme still cared about her. After all, no matter which world he is in, he can encounter the power of the full power domain, which makes Saigo always feel very uncomfortable. Master Supreme, how should we deal with this person? Demiurge looked at Saigo with fanatical admiration. He bent his waist hard and was holding a human in his hand. That human being was the last survivor of the Dark Codex team, their so-called chief. Saigo's calm eyes just glanced at the chief casually and said to the other party's terrified eyes, Let him go. Since I said that I would let their team go back alive, that is my promise. Although devils like to tear up promises, it depends on the situation. Most of the time, I am still a person who keeps promises and likes contracts. Hearing Saigo's words, Demiurge let go and let the chief fall to the ground. The highest-ranking demon said humbly, This human being has admired your glory and is about to tell the world about your stalwart figure and let the world know your greatness. Saigo nodded noncommittally and said, Go back to the big tomb. Yes, my lord supreme. In the theocracy of Cillian, the head of the Dark Holy Book didn't know how he returned to the theocracy in a daze. Witnessed with his own eyes how Saigo used cruel methods to suppress Shaltir and also witnessed Saigo's mighty power to make the stars fall, the chief was already terrified. Even in his drowsiness, he didn't notice how he was easily captured by Demiurge. When he came back to his senses, he was frightened that even one of the monster's subordinates had such powerful power. Walking in the unmanned corridor, surrounded by painted glass windows and holy statues, candles burning one by one, bringing a little light to the corridor. After walking a few steps forward, the chief's footsteps stopped, and not far in front of him there was a black and white woman leaning on a stone pillar. She folded her arms around her chest, and her weird pupils didn't seem to have much emotion, which made people feel horrified. The beautiful and elegant but cruel girl, like a piano elf, turned her head slightly, and when she saw the chief, she laughed and said, I heard that the team you led was wiped out. Oh yeah. Even the 8th, 9th, and 11th seats were sacrificed. Hearing the girl's mocking words, the chief smiled wryly and said, Unfortunate death, Ju Shi Juming looked at the chief carefully and then laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You have really changed a lot. You were so arrogant in the past. Why are you so cowardly now? Seeing that the chief was silent, he said in a dull manner, finished reporting with those old guys. The chief wants to say that you seem to be older than those old guys. After murmuring for a while, he still held back the words for the sake of his own life. The chief nodded and replied, the report has been finished. The entire team was wiped out, and he was the only one who came back unscathed. Even the chief of the Dark Codex would be questioned and had to go through the top-level review. Tell me, what exactly have you experienced to have such a big change? Ju Shi Juming narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. The chief's body trembled a bit, but he still took a deep breath and began to tell Ju Shi Juming about his experience. Hearing what the chief said, Ju Shi Juming's brows frowned even tighter. You said that monster that looks like a water snake and a maggot is as strong as me. Ju Shi Juming asked with great interest, so I thought about the ability of the 11th seat. The chief replied, you said that monster still has a master, and even the 11th seat saw him directly and died directly, and the one who caused the stars to fall was also that person. Ju Shi Juming licked his lips. His scarlet tongue was extremely charming. That's right, and the other party's identity is the devil who invaded the Holy Kingdom and turned it into his own kingdom. The chief said in a deep voice, ha 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 ha. Hearing what the chief said, Ju Shi Juming laughed out loud. Her laughter made the chief couldn't help asking, why are you laughing? You must die. Why am I laughing? Hey, don't you think this is a good marriage partner? I've been waiting for a man who can beat me. Oh yeah. I don't care about the other person's appearance. I don't care about the other person's personality. I don't even care whether the other person is human. I just long for a man who can defeat me. If you marry such a man, you will definitely give birth to more outstanding and powerful offspring. Ha 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 ha. Ju Shi Juming was still laughing. A Rubik's Cube appeared in her hand at some point, and she was quickly solving the magic age. The chief opened his mouth and hesitated to speak, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Ju Shi Juming's words sounded really contrary to common sense, but considering her crazy character, it was reasonable to say such words. Zero, asking for flowers, but the chief always felt that what Ju Shi Juming said was not necessarily the truth. She really wanted to get married or give birth to a good heir. That might just be her way of talking in a confusing way. In the uninhabited temple, only the laughter of Ju Yi Juming echoed, and there was also the silence of the head of the dark scripture. In the great underground tomb of Nazarick in Shaltier's room, the beautiful girl in a gorgeous dress knelt on the ground and trembled all over. Beside her was a huge pool of blood with a pool of fresh blood flowing inside. She looked at the tall figure in front of her with eyes of fear, longing, and fascination, waiting for the punishment of the Supreme Being. Shaltier. Saigo looked at the vampire girl kneeling on the ground and let out a sound slowly. I am here, Lord Zeratul. Shaltier quickly responded. You said before that you wanted to step on my face with your noble jade feet. Saigo's tone was playful. Shaltier said with a trembling voice. Those are just my concubine's lies. Please don't take it to heart. If you are angry, please punish my concubine. Ah. Shaltier let out a scream, but it was Saigo who raised her foot and stepped on her beautiful and charming face fiercely, trampling her into the soil under her feet. Feeling the huge force and pain coming from his face, Shaltier shouted hoarsely, Pain, 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 please punish this concubine, Master Zeratul, please do your best to degang. Although she was screaming for pain, Gentia's eyes were blurred and her smile was rotten, as if she was immersed in joy. Seeing her being punished like that is not pain, it's more like happiness. Saigo frowned, turned his wrist, and swung the tongue that he had pulled out from Shaltier's real body into a sharp, long whip. Every waving brought vibrations in the air, and the long whip fell on Shaltier's delicate skin, and there was a crisp echo. Soon, only the whipping and Shaltier's screams were left in this luxurious hall. It is natural to punish the traitor. After a long time, Shaltier, who was covered in blood all over her body, fell into a pool of blood. Her breathing accelerated as if she had only one breath left. Seeing that Shaltier's gorgeous dress was torn apart and her delicate body was like a beautiful sculpture painted in white wax, Saigo snorted and said, What a barren body. Come try to please me, Shaltier. This is what will happen when you betray me and the Great Tomb, and your sins cannot be cleared away until I am satisfied. Saigo sorted out his clothes. He casually threw the long tongue that he had pulled out of Shaltyr's mouth to the ground. The tongue that Saigo used as a long whip has lost its softness at this time, and there are only a piece of upside-down jagged teeth and cracks on it. Even a part of the body of the true ancestor of the vampire began to become rough and decayed after losing the supply of magic power and the use of Saigo. In front of Saigo, under the severe pain and pleasure, Shaltyr could no longer maintain her body as a human woman. She revealed her real body, and a ring of sharp teeth in her mouth like a lamprey squirmed. However, unlike Shaltyr during the battle, Shaltyr's densely packed tiny teeth at this time are very soft. There is no violence that wants to gnaw the enemy, only the gentleness that wriggles gently, and there are gaps between the teeth. Viscous liquid. The long body like a sea snake twitched slowly on the ground, and on the ground under the feet 50, there were pools of blood and solidified matter exuding a strange fragrance. Shaltyr's eyes were lost, her terrifying and weird body twitched, and her extremely soft and elegant voice came from the mouth full of sharp teeth. Lord Zeratul. As expected of the strongest guardian, he was able to persist for so long under my punishment. Saigo sat on the blood-clotted throne, resting his cheek with one hand, watching Shaltyr's real body. This concubine? The concubine can still persist. Please continue to punish the concubine. Master Zeratul, please punish the concubine again. Shaltyr said tremblingly, with both pain and joy in her tone. In the setting, Jitia already has a physique that shakes em, and pain is also happiness for her. Besides, for Shaltyr, Saigo's punishment is not a punishment, it is simply the reward she dreamed of. Saigo's eyes swept over Shaltyr and looked at Entoma, who was not far from her. At this time, Entoma had already revealed her real body, which was a terrifying 8-legged spider. The spider's legs are covered with twisted charms, and it still wears the faceworm in the place of its compound eyes. This makes today's Entoma look like a half-human, half-spider monster with a spider on the lower body and a female body on the upper body. From Entoma's worm-faced throat there was still her sweet laughter, full of yearning and love for Saigo. Master Zeratul, Master Zerath, hehe tilde. Entoma let out a giggle. The ground under her feet was covered with cobwebs, and among the entanglements of those cobwebs there were breathing eggs one after another. Through those translucent eggs you can see the densely packed little spiders inside. Saigo never thought that Entoma would have such a skill. For Entoma's race, her skill is similar to summoning servants and mobs, but the use of this skill requires the participation of men, so Entoma has never used it in the past and the skill has always been gray. Now she was finally able to use this skill once, summoning thousands of spiders to form her monster army. Seeing this, Saigo was also speechless and had to admire that the members of Aintswolgon were all perverts except for Takumi. That guy Genjiro actually gave Entoma such a setting, which is a plan Saigo never thought of. There was indeed a reason why Ainzi Uolgong would be attacked by more than 2,000 players. In Saigo's mind, he unconsciously thought of the most dangerous time of the Aintzurgan Guild when more than 2,000 players attacked the entire Great Tomb. At that time, Saigo was still an ordinary player, and he was also in command of that battle. Because there was no supernatural power, that battle was a truly evenly matched force, and the difference between the two sides was only in wisdom and understanding of people's hearts. In the end, under the command of Saigo, all the players were lured to the 8th floor of the Great Tomb by the strategy of luring the enemy deep, and all the enemies were wiped out there. It was also the only battle in which all guardians were killed. But even so, it couldn't be considered a narrow victory because the members of Aints Uolgaun never made a move from the beginning to the end. Saigo planned to lead the guild player members to meet the enemy after the enemy broke through the 8th floor, and wipe out the fish that slipped through the net on the 9th floor. Even if the enemy uses world props to break through the 9th floor, Saigo on the 10th floor also arranges Lubido and other world props that were born as bugs, which is almost a foolproof strategy. It was also the rare battle in the history of the World Tree game where many guilds jointly launched an invasion on a guild, and they were defeated in the end. Aints Owl became famous all over the world, and it also made Saigo famous all over the world. Ha, don't tell me I'm old and starting to wear out and I'm starting to recall the past. Saigo chuckled and shook his head. I have to say that the game career at that time was really happy. Because it was a real game then and Saigo was having fun playing it. Before time travel, Saigo was also a person who liked to play games. How could he not be interested in seeing this kind of cross-age game that can be fully submerged? But it's like young people always have to grow and mature and eventually slowly let the game no longer become the main theme of their life. However, compared to Shaltier's great crime and Entoma's defeat, Zai Zai's crime is much lighter. As a sinner, she received the same punishment. Seeing Saigo leave, Zai Zai stood up slowly, looking at the messy bedroom. Her magic circuit turned rapidly, thinking about how to clean it. Immediately, black flames burned all over Saigo's body and he disappeared into Shaltier's bedroom. After arranging Saigo's clothes, Zai Zai knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully with her emotionless voice. Saigo glanced at Shaltier, who was almost in a coma, and Atoma 2.6, who was still conscious but couldn't stand up on 8 legs. He said in a voice that didn't have much ups and downs. Even if the heart is good, the rules of the Great Tomb cannot be broken and punishment is also necessary, but the punishment is very slight. Clean up here, Zai Zai. Although she is a battle maid, Zizi is also a maid, so her skills in serving people are very virtuous. Hearing Saigo's order, the doll girl responded quickly. Earlier, Demiurge was in an emergency because of Shaltier's betrayal. He used a teleportation in the tomb and was punished for thinking behind closed doors. Now Saigo is no longer in the game, he has to work hard for reality. My Lord Supreme. Yes, Lord Supreme. Zai Zai, the puppet girl, has no expression on her face, and her white porcelain and silicone-like body surface is covered with scars. After the punishment, she was also the only one who was still able to move among the punished. Standing up, a pair of lifeless jade hands that didn't look like human beings reached out and straightened Saigo's clothes again to prevent any wrinkles from appearing on them. In the Great Tomb, except for the Supreme Being, only Albedo who is specially allowed can use teleportation. Zai Zai stood on the spot without a trace. Although her appearance was the same as that of ordinary human women, the joints of the doll girl were all similar to spherical joints. Even in some joints of the body, her skin is connected by loops like electronic precision instruments. It's just that unlike the mechanical aesthetic circuit, Zai Zai's body parts are more composed of magical imprints. Zizi glanced around silently. The doll's brain silently came up with the most correct cleaning sequence, and then started to work according to Saigo's request. In the corridor outside Shaltier's bedroom on the second floor of the Great Tomb, there was a slight panting sound from the empty corridor. Shaltier's footsteps were unsteady. She walked forward unsteadily while leaning on the wall in that gorgeous dress. The crimson dress was already in tatters, revealing her beautiful skin like white wax without a trace of blemish. There were bloodstains all over her skin that was too fair, and the edges of the bloodstains were all turned over flesh. It looked like she had been beaten hard by 2 people. As a vampire, Shaltier could easily heal these injuries, but she didn't. Shaltier walked in the corridor with a disheveled expression. When her scarlet eyes fell on the scars on her body, joy and happiness appeared on her face. The whole person became very excited. Just as the scars on the body are a seal of honor to a soldier, to Shaltier, these injuries on her body are also bestowed by the Supreme Being. Lord Zeratul. Lord Zeratul. Shaltier looked charming, her eyes blurred, and she exhaled a sweet breath from her cherry lips and Kiang's nose. She chanted Saigo's honorable name with a smirk while walking slowly. On the road ahead of Shaltier, traces of water were left behind. The color was light red and the blood from the wound dripped on it. It had both the smell of her blood and a faint smell. Suddenly, a pure white figure appeared in front of Shaltier. She immediately restrained the obsessive expression on her face and narrowed her eyes to reveal a dangerous expression. After seeing the person coming, Shaltier showed her sharp canine teeth, and her jade hands with vermilion nails lightly covered her lips and laughed loudly. Let me see who is coming. Alas, isn't this our guardian chief Albedo-sama? It was Albedo who appeared in front of Shaltier. After laughing at Albedo for a while, Shaltier's knees gave way and she collapsed on the ground like a duck. She lowered her head and looked at her delicate body, giggling. Lord Zeratul said that the concubine's body is poor, but the adults are very satisfied with the happiness brought by the concubine's body. Albedo, you lost, I am the winner, I have been favored by Lord Zeratul. I just don't know if the concubine can give birth to an excellent heir for Lord Zeratul and add strength to the great tomb. Ah, Lord Zeratul, I seem to be able to feel the warmth of your palm and feel your whipping and love for me. After Shaltir uttered some fanatical and exaggerated words, she frowned again and said dissatisfiedly, "But why can AI Duoma and Zai Zai feel the same as the concubine, Lord Zeratul? Love, forget it anyway, an elegant young lady like a concubine also needs a dowry maid. As a dowry maid, Edoma and Zai Zai are barely qualified." Listening to Shaltir's self-contained words, Albedo's body trembled. She gritted her silver teeth secretly, stared at Shaltir in front of her and said viciously, "Sevengil's eel, don't get carried away. Remember, this is just the adult's punishment for you, it's just that you, the pervert, took the punishment as a reward." Shaltir snorted and said, "Master Zeratul has trampled on my dignity and I know that it is punishment. It's just that the adults took pity on the concubine and gave the concubine comfort after the punishment. You shameful devil who is still a perfect body, do you understand how deep Lord Zeratul's love for his concubine is? You don't know anything, gorilla." Hearing Shaltir's ridicule, Albedo remained calm on the surface and she said indifferently, "You are such an idiot, you who betrayed the great tomb just met the benevolent supreme and unexpectedly and proud of it." "What did you say, gorilla?" Shaltir's voice became louder in vain. Even though she has already been punished, Shaltir's act of betrayal and insulting the Supreme are scars that she will never be able to remove. "Stupid vampire who is complacent, one day you will be seen by Lord Zeratul for your true colors and then you will be abandoned by him." Albedo said maliciously, "Say it again, you shameful devil." "I said, Lamprey, your ugly appearance will always make people sick. Master Zeratul said that he likes the real appearance of his concubine. You, a gorilla who doesn't know what beauty is, will despise you for being ugly." Shaltir and Albedo faced each other in this corridor. Seeing this, some NPCs passing by the big tomb hurriedly left for fear that they would accidentally get involved in the quarrel between the two great figures. Master Zeratul also said that he likes my real appearance. Albedo gritted her teeth and said, she couldn't understand Shaltir's complacency, but Gentia used this to mock her and laugh at her. Even though 930 was unwilling to admit it, Albedo knew that she had indeed lost to Shaltir just for now. Because Shaltir dedicated herself to the Supreme, but the Supreme never touched herself. Albedo didn't know how long she had quarreled with Shaltir before they left separately. Although they were arguing anxiously, the two of them did not fight. It is forbidden to fight privately in the tomb. When she came to a place where no one was around and Shaltir couldn't see her, Albedo's plump and delicate body slid along the wall to the ground. She bit her gloves hard, brushed her black hair loose, grinned the corners of her mouth to the base of her ears, and said frantically, Lord Zeratul, why did you have the luck of that B************** D Shaltir but not me? It's because I haven't done enough. Even Antoma and Zizi have been favored by you. Could it be that I have to accept punishment? Then am I? No, how could I have such an idea to deliberately do wrong in order to get punishment thing? Lord Zeratul, you are too gentle, even if you punish us you are so unbearable. I also want to be punished by you. Albedo whimpered and wept like a defeated dog in life, also shed tears because of Saigo's overly gentle touch. Between the thrones of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, 42 thrones still stand in it. Countless jewels are thickened on the surrounding walls and the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling above the head exudes gorgeous light. The worthless items that once felt meaningless and wasted when they were built have become the wealth of an invincible country after the game is turned into reality. Mamanga sat on his throne, his skeletal right hand stroking the handle of the throne, and sighed. Although the time away from the Great Tomb is not long, it seems to me that it has been a long time. Time is the same. Saigo, who was sitting on the throne and flipping through the books in his hand, raised his head when he heard the words. He showed a smile that was not a smile, looked at Mamanga and said, It seems that you have experienced many things during this period of time, Mamanga. Mamanga hesitated to speak. He really wanted to tell Saigo the information about the mother of the evil god, but in the end his rationality told him that it is best not to let other people know about these things. With the embarrassment that he was cheating, Feishu nodded slightly and said, It is because I encountered some things that made my mentality change a little. Oh yeah. If I hadn't encountered these things, I'm afraid I would have become not like myself. Mamanga said with a sigh. After discovering that most people in this world are weak, Mamanga knew that no matter how cautious he was, he would feel arrogant. But the encounter with the mother of evil god made Mamanga know how small and weak he really is. That is not the weakness of the strength one holds, but the weakness of one's mentality. He is just a lucky guy who has power because of luck. I can see that this period of experience has made you grow a lot. I can also see that you have a lot of things you want to confide in, and you can't confide those words to NPCs, but you can confide them to me. I don't know if there are other players in this world, but we are the only two players here, players who stand in the same camp. Saigo closed the book in his hand and he spoke slowly. Touching his bald head, Mamanga didn't dare to appear in front of the NPC with such an undignified behavior, for fear that the NPC would no longer be in awe of him. Mamanga smiled and said, Sometimes I found Zeratul, are you a psychiatrist? You always like to listen to everyone's troubles and give support and answers. Saigo shrugged his shoulders and said, You just treat it as some of my little hobbies. So coming into this new world with you makes me feel at ease. The flying squirrel said in a slow tone, I have experienced a lot during this period and I have a lot to talk about Tilda. During the period of traveling in the kingdom, I learned one thing, that is, I am weak. It's not the power I have. If it's just power, I know I'm still strong in this world. But I don't have the frame of mind to match that power. I've met people on this journey who, through hard work and will, have achieved their own power zone. They may not be as powerful as I am now, but I know that I am just lucky. If they are players and have the same power as me, I don't think I am their opponent. Flying Squirrel was very clear at this time, or in other words, after facing the mother of evil gods directly, he was not arrogant and saw through many things. As Mamanga said, he is just a carrier of power, and he has not experienced the process of tempering his mind and strength. Like those people who have reached the realm of heroes in this world, which one of them has not made a breakthrough between life and death and gained a tenacious will. If there is no player's identity, Mamanga is just a low-level person in this world. Similarly, Saigo is actually facing the same problem. He was even more exaggerated than the flying squirrel, and he obtained the spirit status of the mother of the evil god right away. But he is calmer than Mamanga and his thinking is clearer. From the very beginning, Saigo has not been immersed in the so-called mother of evil god's spiritual form. He never thought that this was his own power, he was just picking up people's teeth. Saigo has been working hard to learn knowledge, learning from scratch in his own way, and hopes that one day he can really fully grasp this power. Because he is standing on the shoulders of the mother of evil gods, Saigo's learning process is less effective, which allows him to hone himself a little bit and understand the source of power. I can feel it, Zeratul. This body is changing my mind. Mamanga pointed at his skeleton-like body and said in a fearful tone, It's gradually making me look less like myself. The identity of the king of the undead made my thinking begin to change, from the thinking of a living person to that of a dead person. If I hadn't encountered some things that made me wake up, I'm afraid I would have lost the human way of thinking by now, and would eventually become a complete dead person. Saigo nodded slowly and smiled. I wanted to remind you of this, but it seems you figured it out yourself, Mamanga. We are not born demons, not born undead. We can use the methods of demons and undead to solve problems. But we must not let our identity limit our actions, but we must move forward with our own heart. The environment changes our character, but the environment is a complex whole, and the so-called identity is only an insignificant part of the environment. We are demons and undead on the outside, but our concept of being a human being cannot be completely lost, and it is impossible to lose it. That is something engraved in our soul. 11. This is also Saigo's reminder to himself that he is a devil, and he will use devil's means to solve the problems he encounters. but Saigo is not a born devil. If he gives up his will as a human being and turns himself into a devil completely, the best result is just to become another mother of evil gods. Saigo understands that demons cannot pursue goodness, and this is the greatest limitation of demons. In order to complete his view of the balance between good and evil, Saigo cannot give up some of his basic bottom lines as a human being, which is not the so-called morality but some concepts of being a human being. There is a reason why human beings are called the primates of all things, because human beings have the greatest possibility. Even the limitations of demons can break through as human beings. Zeratul, you told me about your speculation about the 6 gods and the 8 desire kings. And I also have my own guess. 5 of the 6 gods died as human beings. This may be the reason why they did not kill each other but came to the end as friends. If my guess is correct, the 8 desire kings should be aliens just like us. They are finally controlled by their own identities, completely turning from humans into monsters. I will not let my identity as an undead completely control me, because I don't want to fight with you one day. Momonga took a deep breath and said sincerely. Momonga's guess is that Saigo has already concluded that the 8 desire kings are indeed aliens rather than humans. Just like the race of demons, they don't have any concept of unity. Demons will only submit to demons stronger than themselves. If there are 2 demons in the 8 desire kings and they are completely swallowed by the nature of demons in the end, then they will definitely have the idea of wanting to dominate each other. The final result must be the outbreak of civil strife, endless death. Although human beings are also greedy, they will kill each other because of their interests. But human beings know how to judge the situation, and there is a light of goodness in the hearts of bad human beings, and human beings also understand the importance of unity under crisis. Even if human beings are villains, they are far from being as extreme as demons. Demons who advocate chaos do not understand what order is, and being undead is even more exaggerated. In the end, they will definitely want to destroy all living creatures in this world and then turn them all into undead. There are many kinds of aliens, and beastmen are also aliens. If there is an undead among the 8 desire kings under the influence of his thinking, he will definitely want to turn a living friend into a dead friend. Saigo is very relieved. Momonga realized this very early on. He should have discovered that undead skills such as forced hold gave him reason and strength, but at the same time made him gradually lose his human nature. If the day comes when Momonga becomes the king of the undead, the only thing Saigo can do is to kill him. Will you fight with me, Momonga? But as far as the result is concerned, it will only be you who will die. Saigo made a nasty joke. Momonga laughed out loud. He was not ashamed at all because Momonga knew that Saigo was right. He can't be Saigo's opponent. At this moment, Saigo's heart moved and his face showed joy, but soon Saigo restrained his joy. Someone new has accepted the invitation, that is to say, there will be a new world for him to seize, the origin for him to grow. It seems that some newcomers have been influenced by the power of the mother of evil gods under strong emotions. Saigo whispered softly. Flowing water is easy to turn and rocks are not moving. Everyone in the world thinks that rocks have no heart, they stand forever, let the waves and winds wash them away. They are also majestic and immobile, and after hundreds of millions of years they sit and watch the vicissitudes of life. Morex also thought that he could have no sadness or joy, watch the changing situation, and only have the contract in his heart. However, in the end Morex found that he might have underestimated himself or underestimated his emotions. It turns out that he also has a heart, and it turns out that even a cold rock will become hot if it is held in his arms for a long time. Is this also my wear and tear? On Tianheng Mountain, Morax watched the people rushing down the mountain path, and the wooden carts were moving forward, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. There was a sad atmosphere in the crowd, and the children cried one after another. The mother comforted the crying child and then covered her face with her hands and wept secretly. The men had anger on their faces, but the anger had nowhere to go, and they sighed dejectedly. The old man is exhausted and refuses to be supported by others, but secretly finds a deserted place to fend for himself, just to save a piece of food and give the young people and children a chance to live longer. The long line winds around, and some people can't help but turn their heads to look north, wondering if they still have a chance to return to their hometown. 927 The sergeants of the Kaienyan regiment who were wearing standard uniforms maintained order. Their faces were still determined, but their eyes were also full of bewilderment about the future. There are cranes flying across the sky and yakshas scattered in all directions, guarding whether there is an attack from a demon god. The scene is mournful, filled with a sense of despair. Morax watched all this, and the last words she said when she returned to the world unconsciously echoed in her mind. Those little people are as weak and fragile as dust. Her voice is still as gentle and clear as before, with the vivacity of a girl. Although she lamented the fragility of human beings in those eyes that were always full of smiles, only he was watching, and only Morax was alone. Sighing, she disappeared between heaven and earth with a touch of regret and childlike coquettishness, as if to say that you, this rock, are still so dull, and you are unwilling to say a word even in the end. In the end, Morax murmured and unconsciously recalled the scenes of the past 1,000 years in his mind, circling and flickering in his mind like lightning. Thousands of years ago, he protected humans from all directions and established the first Akav village on this fertile land called Liu. It was also at that time that Morax and finally got acquainted. The demon god loves people, and the two demon gods protect their people and develop independently in this land of Liu. As the god of contract, Morax saw that the people were bartering and the transaction was very inconvenient, so he created Mora as a general equivalent to circulate in the market. Because of the appearance of Mora, the businesses of the people sheltered by Morax have developed rapidly and grown little by little. Seeing this, the demon god of dust proposed to merge his subjects with those of Morax, and Morax readily agreed. Since then, the two demon gods have jointly protected mankind, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Liu has fertile land and numerous mineral veins. With the hard work of the people and the development of commerce, a huge village and town was finally established 700 years ago. After all, this place was named Gui Li. Morax was indifferent by nature, so he didn't care about it. As the god of contract, he only lives and lives according to the contract, and other things will not make him have too much emotional reaction. Returning and leaving have been completed, and the people live in peace. They dig mountains to collect jade, drill rocks to get access, and gather stones to build a stronghold. On Tianheng Mountain, the Dust King demon god and all the immortals set up powerful crossbow guards, and according to the solidity of Tianheng, they became the foundation of all generations. Therefore, the land has been called Liu since ancient times, and many people living in Gili call themselves Liu people. For 700 years, under the governance of Morax and Death, the people of Liu lived and worked in peace and contentment with ample food and clothing. Thousands of merchants come in clouds, thousands of ships arrive one after another, department stores come out one after another, and the seas are explored. However, all of these were destroyed decades ago. Liu is rich in land and has a vast area. Apart from Morax and Death, there are countless demon gods entrenched here. Because the demon gods are all lovers, they have always lived in peace. Although there are small disputes among humans, there is no chaos between the demon gods. But the law of heaven suddenly appeared, the peace was broken, and the cloud of war enveloped the land of Liu, or in other words, the entire Teyvat continent. No one knows how the demon war started, and when people came to their senses, the war had already started. This is not a war between humans, but a war involving demon gods. Under the destructive majesty of the demon god, it is unknown how many human beings died tragically, how many human towns were destroyed, and it is also unknown how many demon gods fell here. As one of the oldest demon gods, Morax is powerful, and with the help of Dragon King Ryuchuo, he can protect the peace of the people of Liu during this time of war. However, there are too many demon gods in Liu land. No matter how powerful Morax is, he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it is difficult to face the siege of many demon gods. The demon gods are not fools. Seeing that Morax was powerful, in order to prevent him from defeating them one by one, many demon gods united together and separated because of their return. Although Morax had the help of the powerful dragon King Ryuchuo, he gradually lost to the hands of all the demon gods. Demons and gods fought chaotically, and humans also attacked each other. During the war, whether it is Gili or other human villages and towns, the people's livelihood is gradually declining, the economy is collapsing, and there is the terrifying power of the demon god. It can be said that the people are struggling to survive. Even so, Morax relied on his powerful strength with the help of the Dragon King Ryuuchuo and the concerted efforts of many immortals, barely maintaining the balance of the situation. But the balance was finally broken not long ago. Many demon gods once again teamed up to attack Gili. This time their goal was not Morax but Gihuang. Some demon gods desperately entangled Morax and Ryuuchuo Longwang, and some demon gods pointed directly at the hinterland and directly attacked the yellow dragon. Although the demon god of dust is strong, he is far inferior to Morax and finally died on the spot for protecting the people of Liu. When Morax returned to help, he only saw the demon god of dust shining back. Although Morax had severely injured several demon gods in this battle, his final death was equivalent to cutting off his own arm. Now all the demon gods go back to recuperate their wounds, just waiting for the next big battle to come. Without the final help, Morax was equivalent to losing his right-hand man, and the once reluctant balance was finally broken. When the next great war breaks out, the battle between demon gods in Liu land will have a winner. After all, he died in battle and Giliji was devastated. After deliberation, Morax finally decided to relocate the people of Liu from the north of Tianheng Mountain to the south. Although this place is not as good as Giliyuan, which is an endless plain suitable for farming but surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side with only a few roads running through it, it is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And the endless convoy in Tianheng Mountain is none other than the Liu people who are far away from their hometown. Under the long-term bombardment of the waves, even the unwavering giant rocks will change accordingly. Those memories are like the waves hitting the huge rocks on the shore. Time after time, year after year, they turn into huge waves, smoothing the edges and corners of the rocks and changing their shapes. Morax! 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 Just when Morax was lost in the memory of the past, as if he was about to be swallowed by the memory, a voice like a loud bell suddenly sounded in his mind. The voice was hoarse and resonant, shaking Morax's mind, getting louder and louder each time. Finally, Morax's nearly lost mind recovered. He was startled suddenly, and he found himself from the memory, and what appeared in front of him was the sad scene that countless people in Mount Heng were leaving their hometown and going far away that day. "I'm fine, old friend." Morax pressed his head and shook his head slightly. Tilda shook his head. "It seems that I have been worn out after all, even if it is not serious, but there are clues." And the final death made this wear and tear sharply deepened. In the end, thinking of that smiling female demon god, Morax's firm heart like a rock also ached. The rock still has a heart, and he is no longer that emotionless rock vein but a living demon god. Morax. The deep and hoarse voice of the Dragon King Ryuuchuo was filled with deep worry. The eyes of the huge dragon transformed from the rock element opened by the god of contract were staring closely at Morax's hand. "Old friend, you." Just as Morax was about to say something, he was startled and suddenly lowered his head. At some point, he held the black piece of paper that he accidentally discovered thousands of years ago. Seeing this, Morax frowned. Could it be that his lack of focus just now was the effect of this black piece of paper on him? No, it's not just the impact of this black piece of paper. He was indeed worn out, and it was also because of the wear and tear that there were tiny cracks in his state of mind. And the indescribable power possessed by this black piece of paper took advantage of the emptiness and affected his mind. "Morax, are you all right?" Dragon King Ryuuchuo's voice was nervous. He was afraid that Morax's mind would be destroyed by the terrifying force star on the black piece of paper. Even if it is the incarnation of the rock element, even if it has a powerful power comparable to the ancient demon god Morax, the Dragon King Ryuuchuo was still terrified the moment he saw the black piece of paper. Although the power on that piece of paper is only negligible, it is extremely lofty and grand. Even if it is the power of the demon god, even if it is compared with the power of the Dragon King, it is like a firefly and a bright moon. It is difficult to compete for glory. Morax didn't want to deceive his good friend. He pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine for now, but I don't know if something will happen later." At this time, the Dragon King Ryuuchuo had a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, and he said, I told you thousands of years ago that the unknown origin of this thing is too scary. You should seal it in the deep underground and stay away from it completely. Good. The Dragon King Ryuuchuo's words surprised Morax again, and he said in a deep voice, In terms of universal rationality, I am not such a person who does not know the depth and the depth. Under normal circumstances, if I encounter such an unknown force, I should treat it with caution. At least I will not keep it with me all the time. The Dragon King Ryuuchuo was stunned for a moment, and the expression of its dragon head changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Morax, are you trying to say that you were affected by this thing thousands of years ago? There was panic in the Dragon King Ryuuchuo's words. It is understandable that Morax is affected now. After all, he died in battle, and Morax was also injured in the battle with the demon gods not long ago. Under such circumstances, it is normal for people to take advantage of the cracks in his mind. But Morax was absolutely impossible thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, his heart was like a rock and his will was firm. Even wear and tear could not smooth even a single edge of him. At that time, Morax and Jai Mo had just met each other not long ago, so he would definitely not affect his emotions because of Jai Mo, but even so, Morax was actually affected by this strange black piece of paper. So the sublime power contained on this piece of paper seems to be more terrifying than it imagined. It seems to be true. I should have been affected by it back then, so when you proposed to seal it, you denied it and kept it close to you. In my policy, it should be reasonable to follow your suggestion to seal it. Morax also looked solemn at this time. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King Ryuuchuo hurriedly said, Since that's the case, Morax, you have recovered your sanity, so what are you waiting for? Throw that thing away quickly, and find a place to bury it deep in the ground, that's right. Morax showed a rare wry smile and said to Ryuuchuo Longwang, It's too late, old friend. Zero looking for flowers. Just now I have signed a contract with it, you. At this time, Morax found that he had activated the spell on the black piece of paper when he was insane just now. According to the understanding of Morax, the god of contract, that means signing a contract with it. At this time, Morax was already unable to predict what would happen to him, so he just wanted to say something to remind Dragon King Ryuuchuo, hoping that even if something happened to him, Ryulu Longren can abide by the contract to protect Li Yue. But he still didn't get the most important answer. He was just wary of this dark space, thinking about where he had come to and what that strange black piece of paper was going to do to him. However, before he could finish his words, there was darkness in front of his eyes and he fell into boundless darkness. Morax has lived for more than 3,000 years so far and has gone through countless things. At this time, he still remains calm, analyzing many useful things from the other party's complaining words. Point 0. The petite girl let out a fretful chatter. Sure enough, in the next moment, a person like a paper silhouette appeared in front of Morax. The darkness was boundless and there was no trace of light as far as the eye could see. The voice echoed and Morax was calm and rational and analyzed from the footsteps that the person who came was a petite girl. Why do I have to follow every unlucky person who comes here? If possible, I don't want to come here even once. This is already the most terrible punishment for prisoners. If it wasn't for Morax's feeling of his own body and existence, he even wondered if he was dead. However, Morax's heart is like a rock. Even in the face of this endless darkness, his mind is stable without the slightest panic or confusion. While thinking about it, Morax didn't know how long he had gone through when suddenly there was a burst of crisp footsteps in the darkness. This can be said to be Morax's last words. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intentions, Morax asked in his rational and calm voice, Ma'am, where is B here? The other party has only a black shadow, as if cast by a shadow from that silhouette. Her gender and figure can be roughly distinguished. Really, another unlucky guy has come here. The time interval is too short. Morax is a person who is indifferent by nature, extremely rational and logical. It is precisely because of this overly calm attitude that he rarely has emotional fluctuations, so that people who are not familiar with him think that Morax does not understand emotions like a stubborn stone. But that's impossible. He's not a real rock. He still has emotions as a human. And this behavior is also the origin of Morax's strength. Although the witch in the gap didn't speak much, Morax also analyzed a lot of content from the other party's words, but the most important question was where this place was. He asked bluntly, but this overly calm attitude made Nangong slightly taken aback that month. Nangong looked at the tall black figure in front of him that month. Just as Morax couldn't see the true face of Nangong that month, Nangong naturally couldn't see Morax's appearance that month. Just from the voice of the other party, 670 generally knew that it was a man who was emotionally stable even in the face of unknown things. This made Nangong admire Neyu, knowing that the newcomer in front of him is a strong man. Regardless of the strength of the other party, just this state of mind is not owned by the witch, which naturally gets the respect of the witch. Nangong restrained her emotions that month. She nodded slightly and said, "Where is this place? This question is not easy to answer. But the owner here calls it the junction between good and evil, where it is called the void. As for what the void is, I can't tell." The witch's answer was ambiguous, but for Morax these answers were enough. After all, the two didn't know each other. "Have you heard of Teyvat?" asked Morax suddenly. Most ordinary people on the Teyvat continent do not have concepts such as continent and world. For ordinary people, the land under their feet is their perception of space and environment. But as a demon god who has lived for more than 3,000 years, Morax certainly has the concept of the name Teyvat. Teyvat. Nangong na Yuxiu frowned. She thought about the geography knowledge she knew, shook her head and said, "I have never heard of Teyvat." "Well, thanks for letting me know." The black shadow in front of him is not weak. Since the other party has never even heard of Teyvat, Morax can roughly guess that he is no longer in the Teyvat continent, not in the original world. Although the act of crossing the world shocked the god of contract, but with Morax's temperament he could accept it. Seeing that Morax was silent again, Nangong was not used to this kind of silence, like a rock that was allowed to wash away unmoved by time, so she took the initiative to say, "You are very calm, the unknown person, at least much better than that undead man. I just hope you are not just a show like him." Nangong said casually that month. When she met Mamanga for the first time, she also thought that he was a calm and strong man, and Nangong admired him that month. You must know that when Nangong came here for the first time that month, she was already panicked before meeting the Dark Lord. It wasn't until the appearance of the Dark Lord that Mamanga revealed his true colors. Nangong was stunned by the weakness of his heart and will, and he seemed to be no different from an ordinary human being. After seeing Mamanga's true face, Nangong Neyu was ashamed of the praise she had given him, but the witch was also curious about how such a person could obtain such an incredible record. Sooner or later, Mamanga's huge skeleton figure also appeared in the darkness. Adhering to the attitude of saying less and listening more, Morax just looked at the newly appeared undead. The opponent's breath is full of death, which is contrary to the living. But Morax is also a demon god. He does not follow human morality, and this is not the Teyvat continent, so he has no extra senses for the appearance of such undead. At this time, Mamanga was also apprehensive. "I don't know why I was brought to this void again." Thinking that he might see that terrifying Dark Lord again in a while, he was almost scared to death. The last time he just looked at that Maharaja, his soul almost collapsed. "I don't know if I have improved after the experience this time. No, I will still be scared to death this time. How long have I been practicing? How can there be any great effect?" At this moment, Feishu roared in his heart, wanting to cry but no tears. Just when the three were silent, the darkness surged. In an instant, the darkness condensed into a void hall. There was no dome above the sky, and huge Greek-style stone pillars penetrated the sky and the earth. On the top of the dome, countless black lights shine like stars condensed in the dark abyss, bringing extreme malice but lofty. And at the end of this void palace, stone steps meander up one after another, and at the top of the stone steps is a throne that also connects heaven and earth. On the throne, a phantom leaned lazily on the back of the chair, as if he had absorbed all the light and goodness, leaving only darkness and evil. Morax just raised his head and looked up. In an instant, his heart trembled and his face turned pale. A kind of instinctive fear rose from the deepest part of his soul, and even his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Rocks can persist for hundreds of millions of years in the midst of turbulent waves. But compared to the vastness of the universe, a stone is just a drop in the ocean. At this time, Morax had the idea that he was just a small pebble on the shore, but what he was facing was the origin and changes of the entire universe. These are two completely different manifestations of life, and the difference between them is indescribable. The so-called Tianli of the Teyvat continent is ridiculously small in front of it. He is the true universal truth. Momonga knelt down on the ground again at this time, but Momonga was jumping for joy in his heart. I have really become stronger, I have really changed. But the flying squirrel clearly remembered that the last time he faced this terrifying lord, he had already lost consciousness and his soul began to collapse. If it weren't for the witch in the gap to remind him to save him, I am afraid that flying 2.2 Mouse is now the real dead. But this time, even though he was still in mental pain and his soul was in torn pain, he was able to retain his thoughts and did not directly fall into a coma. That's not what progress is. On the contrary, the witch in the gap is in the most relaxed mood. It may be because she has faced the majesty more times or she knows that these things have nothing to do with her. That's why she was able to stand tall and look at all this as an outsider. Devil gods, witches, and undead, the people from the Void Temple are really close to each other. The person who held the throne aloft smiled playfully. His eyes, which hid the endless abyss like a black hole, stared at the demon god and slowly said, Morax, the deepest wish in your heart let you make it made this choice. Would you like to sign a contract with me? God of contract? Saigo sat on the throne, his eyes flashed with interest, and he looked down at the demon god with a straight back, a white robe and a hood and an expressionless face under his feet. I didn't expect that this time my invitation letter would be placed in the original god's world. Well, Saigo has either played or never played this game. When Saigo was an ordinary person in the past, he had a problem with playing games. That is, when playing that Krypton Gold mobile game, you will charge 600 yuan as soon as you come up, and then draw a wave of cards to test your luck. If you are lucky, you can continue playing with this account. If you are unlucky, just buy an initial account. Even after traveling to the World of the World Tree game, Saigo still has the same problem. The first thing to do when entering the game is to talk about it. At that time, when Saigo played the game Genshin Impact, the game had just been tested for 2 days. Saigo, who is old and used to it, just charged a round of 648 when he came up. Without him, there is only one goal, and that is the beautiful black silk legs. However, in the end, Saigo didn't draw 2. It wasn't that he was unlucky, but that he drew the wrong card pool. The first thing he drew was the weapon pool. The black silk legs are gone because the game has just been released for public testing and the control of the initial account is strict, so Saigo stopped playing in a rage. Afterwards, the game became popular. Although Saigo hadn't actually played it, but because he saw too much information, he had a basic understanding of the game, but the details inside are still unknown. As for the Morax in front of him, it wasn't something that Saigo recalled through memory. It was just the information that he, as the mother of the evil god, knew with a high status in this void temple. Saigo fell into the ancient memories, while Morax, under the indescribable terrifying power of the mother of evil gods, barely insisted that he could stand up, instead of being paralyzed on the ground and unable to move like the undead next to him. But for Morax, being able to keep thinking and maintaining his posture is already the limit of what he can do. This is just the aura unintentionally exuded by the mother of the evil god. If she is fully engaged in this void temple, I am afraid that Saigo will be able to wipe out all the people present with a single look, and there will be no leftovers of the soul. Contract. Moraxel whispered. He didn't expect this incredible existence in front of him to sign a contract with him. As the god of the contract, he should have been delighted, but Lax would not answer easily. The contract is fair, and this kind of fairness is of course subjective fairness. As long as both parties who sign the contract are satisfied, even if it is all unequal in the eyes of outsiders, it is fair. But there is also an important factor in the contract, that is, both parties to the contract need to agree. If one party does not agree to sign the contract is invalid. That was what Morax thought. Since it is a contract, he, the god of the contract, should have the right to refuse. After all, Moraxel didn't know what kind of contract the great and terrifying existence in front of him wanted to sign with him. If the contract he wants to sign does not match his three views, then Morax will flatly refuse. It's just that Morax is not a naive person who doesn't understand anything. As a demon god who has lived for more than 3,000 years as a demon god with many experiences and experience, Morax has only one thought now, and that is whether he has the right to refuse this contract. Seeing Morax's complexion change slightly, Saigo just chuckled and said, "Morax, as the god of contract, you should also understand a truth. The so-called contract is just a promise of credit, and those who break the contract should be punished. But there is a premise that someone or a certain group can punish those who violate the contract, and there needs to be a strong existence that can make the contract be fulfilled. Otherwise, the so-called contract is nothing more than a blank sheet of paper that can be torn up and destroyed at will." Hearing Saigo's words, Morax was silent. Even as the god of the contract, he would not think that the contract would definitely be fulfilled. Because the great existence in front of him is right, if those who violate the contract cannot be punished, then the contract will be meaningless. As the god of contract, Morax's contract has the most effect on human beings. He established the punishment of eating rocks for human beings, and anyone who violates the contract must accept this punishment. People fear the punishment of the god of contract, so they think the contract is sacred and abide by it. But if Morax had made a contract with a certain demon god, the mere rock-eating punishment would be of no use at all. If the other party violated the contract, he, the god of contract, would have to personally punish him. It's okay to beat the opponent, but if you can't beat the opponent, the god of contract has to endure the opponent's breach of contract and has nothing to do. The so-called contract is just such a blank piece of paper. To make the contract come true, what is still needed is absolute power, and since this great existence said this to himself, Morax also understood what he meant. I have no right to refuse to sign the contract. The mother of the evil god only follows her own worldview, and human concepts, emotions, and emotions cannot be applied to her at all. Morax said clearly, no matter how you choose, it means nothing to another person, and it is knowing this that Morax can understand how terrible his way of thinking is. I appreciate a smart person like you who won't escape, Morax. Yes, you don't have the right to refuse to sign a contract. And this power that you cannot refuse is part of the content of the contract. Just when everyone was frightened or thinking carefully, Saigo said again, Morax, you have emotions, you have things you care about, and you have something that you may not be able to discover: strong desire. Otherwise, you will not be affected by that power. Open an invitation that Chun casually dropped in this boundless world. Nangang Neyu and Feishu also trembled all over, and once again felt the chill like tarsal maggots from the deepest part of their souls. Because to this Dark Lord, everything in this world has no meaning just because of having such a 787 forgetfulness that is almost nothingness. This Dark Lord is terrifying. He wipes out those who reject him like a gnat. But what does your life and death, everything about you, have to do with me? Even if he rejects this contract, the existence in front of him will not be angry, let alone angry. You have already lost, demon god of the contract. The only thing you can do is to sign a contract with me. It is meaningless to resist, it is meaningless to refuse, and it is also meaningless to agree. Under this kind of despair, what an individual can do is loyal and may not be in his own interests. And even if he agreed to this contract, this great existence would not be happy. You don't have to fear life and death, you don't fear punishment, you don't even have to care about everything you own, the people you protect, and those people who chase you. This makes the world filled with only maliciousness. The relaxed and freehand words of the Dark Lord brought Morax an unprecedented sense of oppression. Morax was not one of those people who couldn't see the truth, nor was he an idiot who wanted to argue with reason even though he knew the result. He clearly understands that there is a difference between himself and this great existence in front of him. No matter how much he refuses to admit it, the result is that he has no choice in front of this mother of evil gods. That being the case, then face it calmly, no matter what unequal contract the other party wants to sign. Since you can't refuse it, then accept it, and then find a way to minimize the harm of the contract. This is the choice a wise man makes. Morax's eyes were lowered and his thoughts were wandering. He remained calm even at this moment and said slowly, So, what is the contract? Nangong, who was silent at the side, couldn't help but glanced at Morax a few times, hitting the area up and down. Unlike the undead of Mamanga, this demon god really gave the witch a sense of strength, not because of external power, but because of the calm commitment and tenacious will. At the very least, even if the witch is familiar with the devil, she still can't show such calmness now, and sometimes she will feel panic and anxiety when thinking quietly. Saigo said appreciatively, "Morax, I know your worries, I know your worries. I will send the incarnation of one of my demons to help you defeat the enemy and help you protect everything you care about." Seigo's invitation had a hint of his strength attached to it. Although there is only a trace, it is also the truth of the universe, and it is far from being able to resist a demon god like Morax. Therefore, during the 1,000 years since Morax received the invitation letter, his thoughts and worries were also recorded by that trace of power. When Morax opened the invitation letter and came to the Void Temple, these millennia-old information became known to Saigo. Although what is recorded here is only the emotions of Morax, not all the information about Teyvat, but it is enough for Saigo. All living beings have something to ask for, and so does the demon god. Now that you know the responsibility of this demon god and what he is asking for, it is equivalent to mastering its weakness. This is why Saigo, who now appears in the spirit of the mother of evil gods, feels so terrifying to people. Because in the cognition of others, the mother of the evil god has nothing to ask for. Whether you resist or obey, it is meaningless to him. Because there is nothing to seek, there is nothing to be afraid of, and there is no weakness. After stating his own conditions, Saigo said with a playful smile, "Maybe we can add another clause to this contract. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are human nature, and it is a natural principle. No matter a mortal or a demon like you, life has its own regrets. The irreversible truth to you is just a matter of hand. Morax, I can help you make up for the deepest wishes and regrets in your heart." After Saigo finished speaking, Morax's body trembled unconsciously, and that smiling figure flashed subconsciously in his mind. Although people in the world want to belittle life and death, it is only because people know that they cannot refuse death and the dead cannot be resurrected. Morax knew that the demon god of Teyvat, like him, was born with the power of the light world and the power of the human world, and there was no possibility of resurrection after dissipating to the ground. Even if Nadiwat is high above, sitting on Sky Island, there is nothing he can do about it. Therefore, although Morax has regrets, he will not regret it, because he knows that the past has passed, and reminiscing about the past is just a sacrifice in the end. He wants to look forward to the future and complete the unfinished business of the two. It wasn't that Morax was heartless, it was just that he knew what he was supposed to do. However, when he saw this inconceivable existence and witnessed the majesty far surpassing Sky Island, Morax actually had hidden expectations in his heart. What kind of power would such an existence have? Now he already knows. If it is the law of heaven that life eventually goes to death, then the Dark Lord in front of him has the great terror and great supernatural powers of distorting the law of heaven and turning death into life. Knowing that people cannot be resurrected after death, they have to forget the past and look forward, only reminiscing about the past in their spare time, lamenting that life is fleeting. Then if a person can be resurrected after death but you still find all kinds of reasons not to make up for your regrets, then you are truly ruthless and ungrateful. Even though the rock had a heart, after finally dying, Morax also saw his true heart and had a change in consciousness. He suddenly raised his head, staring at the majesty with dark brown rock-like eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "The contract is two-way. What price do I have to pay?" The contract is the embodiment of power and obligation. If one gets the power, what kind of obligation should be paid? Saigo said casually. "I haven't figured out your price yet. Wait until I figure it out, then you pay." The free and easy gesture of playing with the truth of the world is exactly in line with everyone's impression of this Dark Lord. Morax understands that what is free is the most expensive, this seemingly priceless price. In fact, it is the worst, because on the blank contract the other party can fill in any price for him to pay at will. But it is still the same sentence no matter whether Morax agrees or not. This contract will be forcibly signed, and it has been an unequal treaty from the beginning. However, it is still a contract recognized by the god of contract because subjectively both parties are still fair. As the Dark Lord said, his unfathomable power is part of the contract, and this power makes unfairness fair. If you put it another way, it is that if Morax doesn't want to be decent, Saigo will help him be decent. Morax knew this, so he decided to be decent himself and be a decent person. Ha. In the same way, you will all be like Morax, making up for your regrets and fulfilling your deepest desires. The why. But you will have to pay the price in the end, and the time to tell you that price is not yet. At this time, Saigo looked at Nangong Neiyu and Mamanga. His eyes made them tremble and fear was born. I should have given you more time to communicate, but the time is not right now. Saigo's voice faded away, and the infinite darkness came from all directions again. Dragon King Ryuuchu said in surprise, but such a simple price is too easy. Saigo finds it a little boring. Sometimes people scare themselves to death. Saigo is such a fun person. That's why he made his words ambiguous and let them guess and fear by themselves, which is interesting. The man smiled and nodded to Morax. Good afternoon, Morax. Then not far behind him, he saw a tall, strange, and inexplicable mysterious man wearing a black robe embroidered with gold trim. You disappeared for a moment just now. Morax was in a trance, and then he found himself back in Tianheng Mountain. In fact, for Saigo, Morax as a beacon helped him fit into the Teyvat continent and provided him with a steady stream of sources for his own growth. This is already the price Morax paid. When these darknesses surround everything, there is light coming out of the darkness. Morax right? Just when Morax was deep in thought, he was startled suddenly and turned around abruptly. Go back, grow up, and give everything you can give to me with fear. Morax was silent for a moment and then said, Old friend, how long have I been away from here just now? Maybe I should introduce myself. My name is Zarathustra. You can also call me Demon God of Entropy. The hoarse and flustered voice of Dragon King Ryuuchu rang in his ears. It turned out that it was only for a moment. Demon God. After hearing Saigo's self-introduction, Dragon King Ryuuchu's expression changed drastically. He propped up his huge mountain-like body and stared at Saigo with a pair of dragon pupils dotted by Morax with a horrified expression. Dragon King Ryuuchu didn't know how exactly Saigo appeared here. It is understandable to escape the patrols of Immortal and Yaksha and come to Tianheng Mountain, but even it and Morax didn't find each other in the first time. This unknown demon god is stronger than imagined. Dragon King Ryuuchu opened his dragon mouth, and what he spit out was not the scorching dragon's breath, but the power of thick and continuous rock. As the incarnation of the rock element, the body composition of the Dragon King Ryuuchu is the rock element, so naturally every breath it arouses is the power of the element. Wait a minute, old friend. Just when the Dragon King Ryuuchu was about to strike, Morax stepped forward and opened his hand to stop the Dragon King Ryuuchu. Then, no matter whether it is Morax or Rado Dragon King, they are all attracted by Saigo or by the lamp in Saigo's hand. The demon god in front of him appeared in the form of a human being, a handsome male just like Morax's human form. It's just that the temperaments of the two are different. If Morax gives people the feeling of a stable rock, then the demon god in front of him gives people the feeling of a kind of frightening chaos. He was wearing a gorgeous black long gown, and the edge of the long gown was inlaid with narrow golden borders, making it look full of luxury. The most eye-catching thing is the lamp on his left hand, which attracts the attention of all living beings like the center of the world. If the demon god's left hand was as flawless as white jade, in that hand he was holding a simple and vicissitudes of life lantern. The style of the lamp is completely different from that of the Liu culture. When Giliji was prosperous, it had exchanges with many regions, and the style of this lamp is very similar to the culture of the area on the other side of the snow mountain. A tiny pitch-black flame was burning in that simple lantern, and a mysterious and strange faint radiance surrounded the flame. The pitch-black flames seemed to absorb all the surrounding light, thus forming the ring of light. If a technological civilization sees this, they may recognize that this is almost exactly the same as the black hole in the universe. Morax and Rhoda didn't know what a black hole was, but they had a feeling that the black flame burning in the lantern could suck everything into it. It can turn order into chaos and bring everything to an end. Finally, under the superposition of entropy, everything will end and turn into chaos. Saigo is now coming to the Teyvat continent is his chaos demon spirit. This spiritual body that is still in the withering period and has not received nutrition is naturally much weaker than the aging spiritual body that has completed evolution. But no matter how weak he is, his current spirituality has a concept that is close to the acme of a mortal, close to the realm of a god. This realm of gods is not a self-conceived god, but a transformation of life, sublimated into a god as one of the concepts of the universe. Saigo's aging spirit has reached perfection, and now it's time to cultivate this chaotic spirit. What the chaos spirit symbolizes is the process of the rule of all things from order to chaos, that is, the irreversible entropy increase process that hinders the development of the second type of perpetual motion machine. So this demon is also called the Devil of Entropy, but in case people in the Teyvat continent can't fully understand the concept of demons, Saigo used the name Devil of Entropy. Morax and Rado Dragon King struggled to look away from the lantern in Saigo's hand. They can clearly feel that what is contained in the lantern is the concept and power that all living beings resist. The increase in entropy represents the end of the universe, and it is the ending that all creatures living in the universe are trying to avoid. Even in a certain universe, in order to avoid the coming of the demon of entropy, a technology was invented to convert emotion into energy. Morax sighed in his heart. This self-proclaimed Zarathustra should be the incarnation of the demon under the command of the Dark Lord. Although the power of the avatar in front of him is not beyond common sense and cannot be compared with that of the Maharaja, the nature of the power held by the other party is still noble. In Morax's mind, the Saigo in front of him was just an incarnation, and if he came in his own body it would be even more terrifying. This is my friend. Morax thought for a moment and explained to Dragon King Ryuchuo. Saigo's origin is hard to explain and he can only use this way. What's more, he didn't understand Saigo's character and behavior and he was vigilant in his heart. The only thing Morax can hope for is that the demon god who appeared on the Teyvat continent will be able to abide by the contract as the Dark Lord said. The god of the contract can only hope that the other party can abide by the contract, and it is a bit helpless to think about it. Morax your friend. Dragon King Ryuchuo unconsciously thought in the way of thinking of Morax. Dragon King Ryuchuo thought very well, but Morax had no such beautiful fantasies. This demon god of entropy must be handled with care. For the people of Liu, if they can have a powerful demon god and the emperor to protect them together, they will only be full of gratitude and pray sincerely. The Dragon King Ryuchuo was stunned for a moment and then he was stunned. It was only 1,000 years ago that Morax was bestowed with eyes, but before meeting it, Morax had lived for more than 2,000 years. Now, after all, they died in battle, Giligi was completely destroyed and the people of Liu were displaced and even had to leave their homes. Almost no one knows what happened to the god of contract in the first 2,000 years when he was born. But there is also one thing that makes Ryuchuolong Wang Qi strange, that is why this demon god didn't get involved in the demon god war. He still has free time to help other demon gods fight. After all, the people of Liu have been used to the rule of the world by the two demon gods for 700 years, and now that they have finally left and only the emperor is left, they are naturally terrified. There are many demon gods in the outside world eyeing him. Under such circumstances, it is normal for Morax to find his former friend to help him. But no matter what, now that we have strong players joining us, the moderate and tense situation can also be eased. Although the aura of this demon god terrifies the living beings, if you think about the demon god's lover, he should be able to protect the people of Liu through this darkest age. For those people of Liu who are in deep despair, it is also a shot full of hope. Dragon King Ryuchuo also thinks so. Even if he is acquainted with the emperor, he must also be an ancient demon god and the next day is terrifying. In terms of universal reason, this makes perfect sense. Then it is reasonable for him to meet and know other demon gods and become friends in these 2,000 years. In this era, there is no concept of rule by man. Human beings who dare to have this concept have long been turned into bastards under the power of the demon god. The ancient years when I was still young, a star fell from the sky in the wilderness west of Liu. As the stars fell to the ground, the wasteland facing the impact turned into a huge and deep abyss from which beautiful jade and gold stones grew, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. So this has made Liu's mining industry. In the past 1,000 years, Liu has been mining all kinds of mines, creating a grand scene of hundreds of warships. On Tianheng Mountain, Morex stood with his hands behind his back. He watched the crowd lingering at his feet with a blank expression on his face. But there was a warm light in those rock-like brown eyes protecting the people under his feet. With the development of thousands of years, the population of Giliji used to be large. Although there were heavy casualties during the invasion of the demon gods, Giliji was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. But under the protection of the demon god of dust, most of the people of Liu survived. Now under the order of the demon god Morax, many people in Giliji have abandoned their homes and moved from the north of Tianheng Mountain to the south. Due to the large population, this relocation cannot be completed in one day. The continuous teams stretched for dozens of miles. Although the people were sad, they did not complain much and moved forward tenaciously. People living in this era know the horror of the demon god, and they are still alive because of the protection of the demon god of rock. Morax's tone was calm, and with a hint of depression, he told Saigo the ancient history of the land under his feet. Since this demon came to help him protect Liu and was an enemy of many demon gods, Morax naturally wanted to tell the other party everything he knew so that he could be considered honest. If people want to live and work in peace and prosperity, the natural environment is the most important thing. If natural disasters continue and the land is barren, no matter how hardworking the people are, it will be difficult to develop. Saigo stood beside Morax and watched the people of Liu with him and spoke slowly. Morax nodded slightly and said, ... In terms of universal reason it is so. ... In the past, the people of Liu could live and work in peace and contentment, and all kinds of industries were prosperous, because the land was fertile and the ore and jade emerged endlessly. There is also a piece of land in the northeast of Liu. It is covered by snow and wind all the year round, and the land is barren. No matter how hard the people there work, it is difficult to overcome natural disasters, and their lives are difficult. ... It's a pity that the demon god there is not strong enough. If it can change the world, it might not be possible to change the living conditions of the residents on that land. Morax shook his head lightly, as if sighing. The devil loves people. Although Morax protects his own people, he also has compassion for other human beings. Seeing this, Saigo smiled and said, but it is also because of the fertile land under our feet that many demon gods compete with each other, and the battle is the most cruel and fierce. Morax was silent because Saigo was right. Besides, is the Liu land under your feet really so fertile from the very beginning, with endless mineral resources? Saigo looked at Morax next to him with half-smile eyes and teased. ... In your first 2,000 years of life, you must have made great contributions to the land under your feet. Saying this, Saigo looked at the fat rock dragon in the distance and said, you can find that elemental creature in the ground. Maybe it's because you went deep underground, explored the direction of the mineral veins, and changed the geographical environment. Morax has lived for more than 3,000 years so far, but even the Dragon King Ryuoda, who has been with him the longest, has only lived for 1,000 years. No one knew about Morax's life 2,000 years ago, and Saigo had a keen sense. He could sense that the land of Liu under his feet was not purely natural, but that there were man-made traces in it. That's why Saigo guessed that in the first 2,000 years, Morax transformed the land with his perseverance, which created the prosperity of Liu. Even if this piece of land was dug out by himself with one hoe after another, other demon gods see the beautiful environment and fertile land here, so they live with their neighbors. Morax didn't care about this either, as if he was even willing to co-govern with Gui Luo, but the demon god war finally destroyed all of this, leaving the land riddled with holes. How was the devil born? Saigo asked suddenly. Since Morax knows everything about himself, Saigo naturally wants to have a deeper understanding of the world's intelligence. Judging from the results of the previous two worlds, this world is also a fragment of the truth of the mother of evil gods. That is to say, this world has a power zone of full power, just like the holy annihilation and world props. As one of the oldest demon gods, Morax must know a lot, and Saigo can roughly guess from him where the power in the corner of the full domain is. Morax pondered for a moment and then said, In ancient times, human beings watched thunder and rain, storms and snowstorms, earthquakes and volcanoes, and prayed with all their heart, and demon gods were born because of this. Saigo narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Zero, asking for flowers. Morax's words roughly explain the origin of the demon god. The so-called demon god is the awe of human beings to the magnificence of nature, and it was the combination of Kangli and these concepts. Therefore, the demon god loves people because the demon god was originally born for human beings. But Saigo felt that Morax didn't say it completely, and this should only be one of the reasons for the birth of the demon god. Saigo asked again, then why did the demon war start? Morax looked up at the distant sky and said, there are countless demon gods on the earth fighting each other only for the throne that was appointed that day. Morax pondered for a moment before slowly opening his mouth and saying, this is what it should be. Although Morax said cryptically, Saigo understood the meaning of Morax's sight. This also gave Saigo a deeper understanding of the birth of the demon god. However, all wars are internal competitions in various regions, and it is impossible to justify this without external interference. The war between demons and gods requires the intervention of external forces. After a brief understanding of the history of this land and the land under his feet, Saigo smiled lightly. Morax, you don't have to be so vigilant against me, ha 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 ha. Just as Morax said, the snow-capped mountains northeast of Liu are barren. If the chaos of the demon gods is really a plunder of land and resources, then it should be the combination of the demon gods in those snow-capped mountains to attack Liu together. Under normal circumstances, the battle of demon gods should not be a war within a region but a war between regions. The demon god was quite frank and said bluntly that he was wary of Saigo and did not fully trust him. The same is true for this war of demon gods. There are external forces forcing the demon gods to conquer each other. Demon gods may be able to decide when the war will start, but they can't decide when the war will end, only the doomed throne returns. Saigo nodded slightly as a vague reminder to Morax that he understood. Even if a demon god is unwilling, as long as there is a demon god who cannot control himself, then the war will inevitably come. In addition to the wish power of human beings, the birth of the demon god must have external forces, that is, the reason of the sky, and the combination of the two is the birth of the demon god. Saigo laughed loudly when he heard this. I like your frank nine. If the enemy invades you, how can you not fight back, and as long as you fight back, everything will be chaotic. King Ryuchuo, who is that demon god? In the distance, several immortals gathered together, casting their sharp gazes over, staring at the terrifying demon god in black and holding a lantern, competing to discuss. Dragon King Ryuchuo was transferred away by Morax, saying that he had something to say with Saigo. Seeing that Morax was going to say something to Saigo that he didn't want outsiders to know, the Dragon King Ryuchuo let it go and didn't have any extra thoughts. Apparently Morax also understood the character of his old friend, knowing that he wouldn't mind, so he didn't explain too much. Morax really didn't want Dragon King Ryuchuo and all the immortals to know the existence of the mother of the evil god, and that wouldn't do them much good. There are many immortals and beasts in the Liu land, and some of the strongest ones who have achieved the Tao are called immortals. They have the reputation of 3 eyes and 5 manifestations, which tells of their great supernatural powers. 470 is just a cruel battle of demon gods. Even powerful demon gods will fall, let alone some immortals. In the many scattered wars, many immortals who followed the demon god of rock also passed away, and now there are not many people left. Fush, Yingda, facing Nan and Minu are the strongest of the ashes, and they are also among the immortals. The expressions of the 4 are indifferent and there is no extra words. If they are sculptures of statues. But after hearing this question, his ears moved slightly and he listened carefully. Dragon King Ryuchuo thought for a while and said with his hoarse and deep voice, the demon god called himself Zarathustra, the devil god of entropy. Morax said he was his friend for many years. Although I have followed Morax for a long time, I have never seen this demon god. Unlike other immortals who followed Morax, the Dragon King Ryuchu always called him by his first name without much respect. However, the immortals all address each other with honorific titles, from which we can also see that the relationship between them is different. Although they are all the ones who signed the contract, Morax and the immortals are subordinates and he and the Dragon King are friends. Zarathustra, the demon god of entropy, but I have never heard of it and I think it should be a demon god from other regions. A stag thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, Zarathustra, this name really sounds like a demon god. The Heart Immortal's name is Moon-Cutting Jiang Zhenjun and he is the disciple of Morax with a kind and compassionate disposition. True monarch Moon-Cutting and Yang Yang thought back carefully, but he had never heard of the name Zarathustra. But this is not surprising. After all, there are many demon gods in the Teyvat continent, among which there are many powerful ones and there are not many weak ones. If it wasn't for the demon god war, he probably wouldn't even be able to fully recognize these demon gods in the Liu area. Even though the demon gods in the Liu region have fully recognized it now, this is still done by typing. Could it be that this Zarathustra is also the Emperor's old friend, just like the End? At this moment, the beautiful crane with a beautiful figure spoke out. As soon as she finished speaking, many immortals glared at her. Another crane, like a red-crowned crane, said at this time, "Leave the clouds to borrow the wind. If you can't talk, then talk less." The beautiful crane, known as Lihan borrowing the wind, said angrily at this moment, "What is the meaning of Lishui stacking mountains?" In a simple sentence, it can be seen that this female crane has a bad temper. True monarch Lishui Dishan sighed softly. The demon god of dust passed away not long ago, so you shouldn't say a few words. True monarch Ligun borrowed the wind and snorted, "I have the best relationship with Gishang. Of course her passing is sad, but it's not too much to mention. True monarch Ligun borrowing the wind loves inventions, and in the end he has many fantastic ideas. The end result on Hengshan Mountain that day was the two of them fiddled with each other and the relationship is naturally close. In the end machine there are the magic of immortals and the power of demon gods. Even in the face of a truly prosperous demon god, it can still exert such an effect by 1 or 2 points and has been guarding Tianheng Mountain. At this time, the true monarch of Cutting the Moon and Jiang persuaded. Although the emperor's state of mind will not fall into the regret of life, old age, sickness, and death, it is better not to mention the dust demon god in front of the emperor during these days. Seeing this, Zhenjun Ligun borrowed the wind and stopped making a sound. They are immortals and not beasts. Although they may have different ways of thinking and emotions from humans, this does not mean that they have no emotions. It is precisely because they have abundant emotions that they are not associated with beasts and are called immortal beasts, and because of their great supernatural powers they become immortals. The immortals and the demon god of dust have also known each other for many years and they jointly guard the people of Liu, so the relationship is naturally close. However, since the outbreak of the demon god war, too many people have died, which makes them have no time to cherish the memory of their dead. Remembering this matter, we can only wait until after the victory of the war to say zero. Okay, don't argue anymore. Now Liu is under the enemy's back, although those demon gods were severely injured by the emperor in the previous battle. But when they recover, they will surely make a comeback. It is also our luck that the emperor has found a powerful demon god to help him. It is the blessing of Liu. A valiant and beautiful woman in fairy clothes came over to persuade them. Although this woman looks young, she speaks maturely, giving people the feeling of a beautiful woman, the true monarch of Gechenlang City. True Lord Cutting Moon and Building Sun nodded slightly to the beautiful woman, as a greeting. When the other immortals heard this, they stopped arguing. However, the immortals were also suspicious. Now the demon gods are fighting in chaos. All the demon gods are conquering each other for the heavenly destined seat, even the emperor they follow. Even if the emperor is powerful, he will be caught in the vortex of this war and it will be difficult to escape. It would be fine if the entropy demon god was the local demon god of Liu, and it would be understandable to join the emperor's camp. However, as a foreign demon god, he didn't get caught in the demon god war in his own place, but was able to come to Liu to help, which is a bit inconceivable. Could it be that this demon god has won the final victory in the area where he is located? But no matter what, since this demon god was able to come to Liu to help, he didn't fall into the war of demon gods himself. This alone can show his extraordinariness. 2.1 Now that Liu is waiting to be done and a big battle is about to start with such a powerful demon god assisting, the tense minds of the immortals are also slightly relaxed. Let's continue to patrol, and don't let Xiaoxiao's generation break into Tianheng Mountain. I know you don't like to have too much contact with people, but this is also one of the contracts. Beware of foreign enemies going deep. Zhenjun Gechenlang City spoke again at this time. Hearing her words, many immortals also knew their responsibilities, so they all dispersed. Seeing the immortals leaving, the true lord of Gechenlang City also looked curiously at the place of Marax and Saigo, and then hid in the large army of Liu people. Unlike other immortals, she quite likes to be in contact with humans and lives in the marketplace. For him, this is also a kind of practice. How can you be born if you don't join the WTO? Saigo and Morax walked among the crowd. Many people of Liu who had returned to Liu left their hometowns and finally crossed the north of Tianheng Mountain and came to the south. Under the search of Morax, the destination of the migration was set here. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. There are only a few roads in the mountains that can lead to the outside world, which is Taohuayuan Township. Although it is not suitable for people's life and development compared with Giliyuan where Giliji is located, it is safer than Giliyuan. The shadow of war shrouded the land of Liu, causing fear in everyone's heart. What every 10 servants of Liu expected in this era was just a corner of rest. Morax set up the new town here. Naturally he had his careful consideration. In the past, Giliji relied on ports to communicate and exchange materials with the outside world the most. The water here is deep enough and it is a natural port. After the demon god war is over, the Liu people can use this port to develop again. Walking on a beach, Morax, wearing a white robe and a hood, said this to Saigo. Holding a long lantern, Saigo strolled along the coast with Morax. Listening to the sound of the waves still made people feel at ease. However, it is not suitable for construction here for the time being and we must be more careful. There are 2 demon gods who are good at sea battles in the land of Liu. One is Osir and the other is Orobus. Small offense. Morax stared at the coastline in deep thought, probably thinking about how to deploy defenses here. Demon gods naturally need Demon God 2 to face them, but just like Morax has many fairy subordinates, many demon gods also have their own fairy beasts and human relatives. King against king, general against general, and soldier against soldier. This is the most basic way of fighting for demon gods. The most important thing is of course the outcome between the demon gods. If one demon god directly defeats the other demon god, then the battle will almost be decided. But the outcome is not absolute. If it is a tragic victory, when the demon god is seriously injured, he may be killed by other immortal beasts or even humans. The battle between human beings is also very important. Even if the demon god himself wins, if all his people are killed or injured, then the demon god's victory will be meaningless. The demon gods fight for the appointed throne, and their ultimate goal is to govern the world, not destroy it. In terms of strength alone, Lax is naturally the strongest demon god on this land. But the other demon gods came together knowing its strength, and Morax didn't dare to say victory. It's like the last time all the demon gods teamed up to attack Gui Liyuan and let Gui finally die in battle. Although Morax also severely wounded several demon gods, he himself also suffered serious injuries and is currently in the process of recuperating. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the serious injuries of the other demon gods and led his troops to kill them one by one. Saigo just listened quietly to Morax's words. He was not very familiar with this world, so he listened less and talked less. Besides, for Saigo, his goal has been achieved. After signing the contract with Morax, the power of the mother of evil gods has begun to erode this world, grabbing the source to nourish the new spirituality. In fact, the current Saigo has no problem starting to perform poorly. But now that he is in the war of demon gods, in order to prevent Morax from dying in battle, and also to fulfill the agreement with Morax, he has to take the initiative to participate in the battle. Saigo is a person who will not easily violate the contract. In this regard, he agrees with Morax, which is also the basis for both parties to seek common ground while reserving differences and live in harmony. Going out of Tianheng in the south, entering Yaoguang in the east, climbing Juyun in the west, visiting Kinks in the north, all lands are depressed, people are dying, and Liu is vast. Now it is difficult to accommodate a single place of peace. Morax and Saigo walked into the Xingwiligi under construction. He sighed aloud, slightly depressed. The people of Liu are gathering at the foot of the mountain at this time. Young and strong young people are collecting rocks and other materials to rebuild their hometown. Except for a few sergeants to maintain order, most of the sergeants also joined the army to build the town, and it was in full swing. The women, on the other hand, raised silkworms and mulberry plants and did some light work. Even the old people joined in, using their own heat to cultivate the fields suitable for farming. Saigo observed carefully. Most of the Liu people were dressed in tatters and looked disheveled. In the past, they may also have dressed in beautiful clothes, walked in the bustling market, and traded with merchants. But the demon god war has been fought for many years, and the Liu land has long been devastated. The former prosperity has disappeared, and everyone is desperately struggling to survive. Not only the Liu people here, but also the people in the whole land. This is war, brutal and merciless. And the war in Teyvat is even more cruel because both sides participating in the war are all demon gods. It's no wonder that Morax would lament that Liu is so vast that there is no place of peace. Facing the hardships of his people, he must feel sad in his heart. Even when his friends died in battle, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to worry about the future of his subjects. It's not easy to build a city here. Saigo looked at the land surrounded by mountains on three sides and said so. Compared with the plains, it is too difficult to build a city here. After it is built, it will also be a port mountain city. Although it is not easy to build, what the people of Liu hope for most now is stability and safety. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which meets their needs. If one generation fails, then 2 generations. If 2 generations fail, then 3 generations. There are endless children and grandchildren, and one day the city will be built. Besides, the people of Liu are good at mining jade and mines, so it doesn't matter if the town is built next to the mountain. Morax explained to Saigo, My lord. My lord. Many people of Liu bowed and saluted after seeing Morax, and the sergeants of Kaianyan regiment were even more excited. In this era when people and demon gods coexist, demon gods are not mysterious. Shilama doesn't often walk around the world, but his status is equivalent to the king of Liuemen. Of course, everyone is familiar with this emperor. Now that Liu has just experienced a defeat and even died in battle in the end, it is the time when the people of Liu are panicking. At this time, Morax needs to take the initiative to reassure people. After saluting to Morax, many people saw Saigo with fear on their faces. In fact, as a chaotic demon, Saigo's existence represents the end of the universe, and it will certainly make all living beings fear. Morax nodded slightly as a greeting to the people. When Saigo and he walked through the crowd, they could still hear the whispers of the people behind them. That is Lord Dijun's friend, and it is said that he is also a powerful demon god. That Lord Demon God is really terrifying. Just by looking at it, I feel like I'm going to die. In the end, my lord is gentle and amiable. Hey, returning to the final population. Okay, keep quiet. Although this Lord Demon God is frightening, he came here to protect us. He is also a friend of the Emperor. We, the people of Liu, should be in awe. Hearing the whispers behind him, Morax opened his mouth and said, I'll say sorry first. Now that the people are terrified, panic-stricken, and having just suffered a defeat, they need uplifting news. I will use your name to reassure the people. Morax's words were simple and straightforward, and it seemed that he ordered people to spread these words, otherwise ordinary people would not know that a powerful demon god was coming. 560 in this rumor, Saigo apparently became Morax's old friend, an extremely powerful demon god who came to help his friends. He found that this devil was much easier to talk to than he had imagined, and he also attached great importance to contracts. Saigo chuckled and walked. Just as the people of Liu were short of food, although a lamb was not enough, it could be cooked in the pot and drink some mutton soup. After Morax left, Saigo also wandered around aimlessly. It didn't take long for him to leave the busy construction area and come to Mount Heng again. Couldn't it be that some stupid sheep hit a stump and knocked itself out? In ancient times, there was a man who waited for the rabbit, and there was a man who waited for the sheep. Seeing this, Morax felt relieved. The horn seemed to be a sheep's horn lying motionless among the grass, and there was a broken tree stump beside it. In a grassland among the mountains, Saigo saw a pair of horns looming among the green grass. Morax didn't know Saigo's temperament, and he was afraid that his rumor would displease him, so he apologized first. The two may really become best friends under careful contact. It's okay, I don't mind. I know you are busy, so let me wander around here alone. I am quite curious about this world. Moraxel nodded yes. A man can bend and stretch, and since Morax is called an emperor, he is of course a person who can afford to let go and has many emperor methods, not just a simple arrogant person. As for spying on the other party, there is no need. The other party is powerful and is the dependent of the Dark Lord. I don't have to do such stupid things to fight against him, just let him move freely. Saigo shook his head and smiled. In this time of anxiety and turmoil in the event of death, this news will reassure the people and thus energize them. Saigo said. At this time Saigo stepped on the lush green grass and walked forward. The shoes under his feet stepped on the curved and tough grass poles, and there was a creaking sound. Not long ago, it had just rained in Tianheng Mountain, and the soil under his feet was so wet that even the heels of his shoes would sink a little when he stepped out. The wind in the mountains is cool and cold, and when it blows on people it also feels desolate and cold. Seeing that the little lamb was not vigilant at all and didn't struggle when anyone approached, he probably passed out. After walking a few steps to the front, Saigo was taken aback when he saw the true face of the little lamb through the gap in the grass. He smiled and said, ... It turned out to be a little girl. The one curled up in the grass was a little girl who didn't look very old, only about 10 years old. The pink-carved and jade-carved face hasn't fully grown yet, but it can faintly see the beauty of the future. The little girl has a beautiful appearance and her skin is crystal clear. She curled up like a baby, squeezing herself among the weeds. Although the girl looks immature on the outside, Saigo should actually be older than herself in actual age. Saigo's gaze moved up and landed on her blue hair. At the top of the hair was a pair of curving horns like a goat. The horns were black and red as the background, and there were hidden Sinnoh patterns on them which looked inverted, like a headgear. Even the hairstyle looks like a sheep. No wonder Saigo was mistaken just now because he was too far away. But it's a fairy beast. Saigo nodded slightly. In the previous few days of communication with Morax, Saigo also had some understanding of this world and Liu. Immortal beasts can also be regarded as Liu's unique products among others. It has the shape of a beast. Most of the fairy beasts are born powerful. If some of them go evil, it will be a disaster for the common people, and if they go the right way, they will be a fairy. The demon god of rock gathered many fairy beasts under his command, led them into the right path, and let them be good-hearted. According to Buddhism, it can be regarded as immeasurable merit. Saigo is not a simple demon, otherwise he would not like it. But as Saigo, who controls the power of demons with a human heart and aims at the balance between good and evil, he can accept such kindness. Little girl, wake up, don't lie here and catch a cold ... It can also be seen that the little fairy beast didn't knock itself unconscious when it hit the stake, but just leaned on the stake to take a nap here. Although it is in human form, it still has some animal habits. Saigo wanted to kick her twice to wake her up, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. After all, this is still a young girl, so it is not very good to use this method. Well, I guess it should be a girl who is hundreds of years old. Saigo squatted down and stretched out his hand, grabbed the girl's round and smooth shoulders and shook vigorously. Wake up, wake up. The fairy beast pursed its moist cherry lips, muttered something in its mouth, turned over and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Saigo is also amused. This is still at war and the wild is dangerous. You are not afraid of being caught by a passing demon god or being eaten by a passing wild beast. Shaking her head, although the little girl is not awake yet, it can be seen from her behavior that she is probably a bit dull, and it is even more heartfelt to be able to fall asleep in this kind of place. Saigo thought again that he is also a demon god now should he take this girl away to scare her, but in the end it was Saigo's steady heart that made him give up this eagerness to try. Sitting on the stump, Saigo carried a lantern. That simple long lamp seems to absorb all the light like a black hole, terrifying and hideous, mysterious and mysterious. Within the range of the solitary lamp, not to mention wild beasts and fairy beasts, even demon gods must be cautious when they come here and dare not pass by casually. Saigo just sat on the tree stump looking at the scenery of Mount Heng. Tianheng Mountain has not yet been exploited and constructed by humans, and there are no demon gods fighting here. It is still a natural beauty. The mountains overlap like the undulating sea, majestic and magnificent. The peaks on both sides change into various interesting postures, sometimes like a floating fairy, sometimes like an old man with a stick, sometimes like an ape offering peaches, and sometimes like a wild horse running free. After looking at the beautiful scenery for a long time, Zai Kai looked away. This land of Liu makes Saigo feel very kind. Although not exactly the same, there are some similarities in clothing, culture, language, etc. with his hometown, which makes Saigo quite fond of it. Now there are only a few ditties from his hometown which can make him fall into deeper memories. I haven't woken up yet. Saigo looked down. At some point the little girl hugged Saigo's leg, curled up next to the tree stump and fell asleep. At this time, Saigo also took a closer look at the little girl. There was still some baby fat on her face, her body was slightly round and she looked cute. But girls, when they were young, sometimes they looked a little fat, but when girls are 18, as they get older, their bodies will become more and more slender. Of course, for this fairy beast, it may be that the girl is 800 years old. She was wearing clothes mainly in blue tones, she was ethereal and she seemed exquisite and icy, and she still had a bit of S**X. What is particularly surprising is that the little girl's skirt has a pair of beautiful legs, but she is wearing black stockings, and there are some decorative figures depicted on the stockings. As for why the civilization here still has silk stockings in ancient farming, it can only be said that it is the method of the fairy family. It's a pity that I'm too young and still not plump enough. If I get older, these stockings will look even more beautiful. Saigo looked away from the crotch of the fairy beast's skirt and chuckled lightly. At this time, a ray of azure blue light flashed across the sky, leaving behind a piece of crystal clear color. In the radiance, there is a crane flying. While flying in the air, she opened her beak and shouted, "Ganyu, Ganyu!" The cranes are flying among the mountains, which is a bit like a fairyland. The sound of the cranes is also clear and bright, but it is inexplicably noisy. Soon, the graceful and beautiful crane noticed Saigo and Ganyu, who was sleeping at his feet. She turned the crane's head and slowly landed in front of Saigo with the most unrestrained posture. Saigo narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a while and said, "Did you borrow it?" "The demon god of entropy, Lord Zarathustra." The crane's eyes are vigilant and respectful. Although they are called immortals, they are actually immortal beasts in essence. Compared with those truly powerful demon gods, the strength of immortal beasts is far behind. Coupled with the fact that he is not familiar with Saigo, seeing that the child Ganyu is still at the opponent's feet, he will naturally feel a little bit vigilant, de Nu Zhao. But thinking that the other party is Dijun's friend for many years, basic awe is still necessary. Liu Yun took advantage of the wind with a look, revealing the complicated emotions in her heart. Saigo didn't care about this look, he just lowered his head and looked at the fairy beast under his feet and said, "This child is called Ganyu." Liu Yun took advantage of the wind to open his beak and said, "Well, this child is named Ganyu and he is a hybrid of Kilin and human. He has to take a nap at this time every day, regardless of where he is. Every time I have to go out to look for her for a long time, it takes a lot of time, and she doesn't listen to me when I tell her several times. The last time she slept too hard, she fell asleep on a slope and rolled down the hill, but she didn't wake up yet. It became a laughing stock for everyone." Saigo was speechless for a while. "I just asked her what's her name, why are you talking so much to me?" Ganyu, who was curled up on the ground, seemed to have heard the voice of Liu Yun borrowing the wind. She looked quite nervous, her eyelids trembled, and finally woke up. "Sheep's head, wolf's hooves, dome, five-colored body, 1 foot 2 feet high, is Kilin." Saigo was stunned when Liu Yun borrowed the wind to say that Ganyu was Kilin. No wonder it looked like a sheep when it was far away, because Killin has the head of a sheep, but if you look closely, Gan Yu's hairstyle looks more like a sheep. Liu Yun was slightly startled by the wind and said in surprise. So you have met Killin? Saigo laughed and said nothing. Of course he has never seen Killin, but he still remembers the records about Killin's appearance, and now it seems that the Killin in this world is similar. True monarch Li Yun borrowing the wind didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, she didn't know that Saigo was not from this world, and only thought that Saigo had seen this kind of fairy beast in other places. Killin is rare, but it is an auspicious beast. Gan Yu is a half-human, half-Lin fairy beast. It signed a contract with the Emperor 200 years ago. At that time she was still young, so I had no choice but to bring her up. This child was also unfortunate. She had just grown up and experienced this war and had to intervene in it. Liu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun to sigh, and the crane eyes looking at Gan Yu were full of pity. Although he is not familiar with these immortals, Saigo can also sense that although 203 Li Yun borrows the wind, although he has a quick temper, he has a hot heart, and he is a big mouth who likes to gossip. Half human, half Lin. Saigo looked a little weird. Reproductive isolation in this part of the world doesn't seem to be working well. Although all powerful fairy beasts have the ability to transform into human appearance, but fairy beasts are still beasts in essence, and now they can have offspring with humans. Thinking like this, Saigo's eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhenjun Ligun borrowing the wind. The appearance of this crane is fairy-like, cool, and beautiful. Even spiders and lampreys can see its beautiful eyes, so Saigo can also see her beauty and elegance. But soon Saigo just shook his head. Although he would not let go of dolls, spiders, and lampreys, why should he have strange thoughts about a crane? In terms of beauty, the half-human, half-Lin under his feet is also beautiful. It's Zhenjun Ligun, you, what are you talking about me again? Gan Yu slowly opened her pair of beautiful purple eyes that were as beautiful as jewels. Her expression was a little dazed, and when she saw Zhenjun Ligun borrowing the wind right in front of her eyes, she muttered, "Sunshine," foolishly. It looks like he hasn't woken up yet. Saigo smiled slightly, then he looked serious and said loudly, "Little Killin, you are sleeping here, but I caught you." Oh yeah. This woman is also unlucky, and now she has fallen into my hands in order to find you. I just don't know what status you two have in Morax's eyes and what he can use in exchange for your 2 lives. Saying this, Saigo revealed a little bit of his deep terror, just like the breath that plunged the universe into entropy silence. Just this breath is enough to tell others how terrifying Saigo's power is. Gan Yu, who was in a daze, froze, and goosebumps appeared on her snow-white skin. The sleepiness in her body disappeared immediately, her teeth trembled, and her face showed panic. True monarch Ligun borrowing wind was also secretly horrified. Although when he saw Saigo before, he was awed by his chaotic breath that brought the end of the universe. Now I finally sensed a little bit of power that he showed slightly. It is hard to guess how his strength is compared with Dijun, but if you just talk about the fear and terror that people feel, Dijun is far inferior. As expected of Dijun's old friend, this person should be one of the oldest demon gods just like Dijun, so terrifying. But although Liu Yun borrowed the wind to be terrified in her heart, she also cooperated, spreading her wings and retracting them, and said in a nonchalant tone, "I want to use the 2 of us to threaten the Emperor. It's wishful thinking. Dijun deeply understands righteousness and compassion. Even if I commit suicide here today, I won't let you, a demon god, use us to threaten Dijun." Saigo glanced at the crane when he heard the words, which is also evil. Gan Yu looked terrified and trembling with tears in her eyes. She said sadly, "I was the one who killed Zhenjun Ligun." Gan Yu didn't dare to turn around. Just by the trace of Saigo's aura, she knew that the one who caught her was indeed a demon god, and it was an extremely terrifying demon god. According to what the other party said, he was caught because he was too sleepy, and Ligun borrowed Feng Zhenjun to find him, and he also fell into the hands of the demon god. Gan Yu didn't think there was any problem with this at all. In the past, when she was taking a nap, she would always come to her in the wind. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Gan Yu's silly look, Saigo couldn't help laughing. According to what Ligun borrowed the wind to say, Gan Yu should be several hundred years old now, but for immortal beasts, especially for Killin, he may be a child at several hundred years old. At least the current Ganyu looks like a child with the heart trembling whenever she is frightened. Saigo glanced casually, but luckily she didn't pee in fright. When Ganyu heard the loud laughter behind her, that trace of fear also subsided. She swallowed, turned her head cautiously, and when she saw Saigo sitting on the tree stump behind her, she let out an "ah" softly, her face blushing shyly. You are Dijon's friend, Lord Zeratul," Ganyu whispered. She once watched Saigo with all the immortals from a distance and saw Saigo talking and laughing with Morax. But the immortals didn't take the initiative to come over to make friends. It is true that demon gods love people, but demon gods do not necessarily love immortals and beasts. On the land of Liu, there is a terrifying demon god who is as good as the demon god of rock, and he grabs and brainwashes a Yasha named Jin Peng and turns him into a tool for killing. That Yasha was tortured to death under the demon god's hands, which shows the demon god's attitude towards the fairy beast. Some, like Morax, cultivated fairy beasts as subordinates, and some used them directly as tools. What's more, the demon's love for people is also weird, and the demon's personality is different. If you meet a lonely demon, you will only be deflated if you come here, and the way will be unpleasant. Therefore, the immortals did not take the initiative to contact Saigo. In addition, Morax was somewhat wary of Saigo, so he didn't let them come to get acquainted but just told the immortals to keep them in awe of Saigo. Saigo has been in this world for half a month, and most of the time he spends with Morax or wanders alone in the mountains. It was the first time to communicate with these immortals and beasts. Ganyu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Saigo. Since they are friends of the Emperor, at least they are not really hostile demon gods. She knew that she was deceived by Saigo and Zhenjun Lichun borrowing wind. Ganyu didn't dare to do anything to Saigo, so she had to cast a shameful and angry look at Liu Yun. She felt that she was ashamed, not only her own face but also that of the Emperor. She is also the person who signed the contract with Dijun and let Dijun's friends know that Dijun signed a contract with Kilin like this. I don't know how this Lord Zeratul will look at Dijun. Moreover, Ganyu always felt that she was frightened and stupid, and Zhenjun Ligun borrowed the wind to add fuel and jealousy, and all kinds of big mouths would be said to others. You child, I will educate you with the adults this time, just to let you remember that even if you want to sleep, don't just find a place to sleep like this. What if we really meet an enemy? Other demon gods are not so talkative. When they see you are delicious, they will swallow you in one bite. True monarch Ligun borrowing wind babbled on non-stop. Saigo smiled and listened to the crane's speech. He could see that this crane was actually doing it on purpose. She was trying to find topics to chat with him, mainly because she wanted to know her personality and how to get along with her in the future. And after Liu Yun borrowed the wind to find a topic on Ganyu, he naturally couldn't stop and use the topic to play. Hey, do you remember the last time, kid, you were sleeping soundly in the wild just like today? Oh yeah. At that time, a giant beast passed by, and that giant beast was also under the command of the demon god. You are half human, half Lin, with your own immortal energy to protect your body, but that monster is also the most addicted to eating fairy children like you. It's also fortunate that you were chubby and stuck in the throat of the giant beast, causing it to faint from suffocation, which gave us the time and opportunity to find you, Tilda. But you won't necessarily have such good luck next time. Look at you now, you look so thin, you should eat more and grow some meat. In last time. Seeing Zhenjun Ligun borrowing the wind to talk about her dark history, Gan Yu looked embarrassed and flustered. She danced and said in a voice that was about to cry, Zhenjun Ligun, don't talk about it. What can't be said about this? The last time you stuck the giant beast and caught it, it was also a meritorious deed for Liu. Such a deed should be remembered by those humans and written in the book. Why? It's a pity that I don't like to be in contact with humans. Next time I will tell Zhenjun Gechenlang City and let her go to the humans to spread the word. You are half human, half immortal, and you will never get along with humans in the future. Let those humans remember your achievements and you will be able to blend in better. Seeing Zhenjun Ligun borrowing the wind to talk about many bad things about her childhood, Gan Yu wanted to cry, but she looked at Saigo cautiously. Seeing the interest on Saigo's face, she felt more and more embarrassed. Although Ganyu is still a child in terms of the age of a fairy beast, she is born with wisdom as a Kilin, which is different from ordinary fairy beasts. Ganyu understands many things, she is much more mature, and naturally she is not as shameless as a real child. If this matter is heard by human beings, it is estimated that human beings will not regard it as any merit but will write it in some gossip and unofficial history, and it will be passed down as Killin's joke forever. No, I must go and talk to Zhenjun Gechenlang City after that and tell her not to listen to Zhenjun Liun borrowing the wind. Ganyu knew clearly that her adoptive mother would really say that and would do the same. Fortunately, Zhenjun Gechenlang City is a stable person and has a deep understanding of human beings, so he probably wouldn't listen to Zhenjun Liun. After talking a lot, Zhenjun Liun borrowed the wind suddenly remembered that she still had things to do, she said to Saigo with a little apology. The Emperor told me many things but I wasted time, do it quickly. If Lord Zeratul is negligent, I hope you will forgive me, true monarch Liun borrowing wind said very politely. But with her somewhat irritable personality, it is probably because she is here as Saigo that she has to be so polite. It's okay, just stay in the clouds and take advantage of the wind so you can go about your own affairs. Morex asked you to set up some outposts. As Saigo said, he looked towards the distant mountain and he could see many human beings were indistinctly there, busy with a lot of materials. True monarch Ligun borrowing the wind said rather complacently, the Emperor asked me to set up some final machines on Tianheng Mountain and the coastal wharf. This final machine was jointly developed by me and the final one. It is effective even against demon gods and it will be of great use against monsters and other humans. Those human beings don't know the magic of immortality, so even if I give them the blueprints, they won't be able to make them, so I have to do it myself. Hey Lord Zeratul, you don't know something. After all, when we first met Dijun, the demon god of dust had already expressed his affection for him. Unfortunately, Luohua deliberately flows ruthlessly and Dijun is really like a stubborn stone. Seeing Ligun borrowing the wind and starting to talk about the Emperor's dark history, Gan Yu hurriedly said, Zhenjun Ligun. Liu Yun borrowed the wind and found that she seemed to be exchanging shallow words, talking a little too much. She smiled embarrassedly at Saigo and then spread her wings and said, My lord, I will leave the baby Gan Yu to you. The Emperor said that Gan Yu is half human and half immortal and she will always communicate with humans in the future. Unfortunately, this child dare not contact humans. If you have time, you might as well take her to a human village. Zero, asking for flowers, I still have something important to do here so I won't bother you anymore and I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Liu Yun borrowed Feng Zhenjun to spread his wings and flew into the sky against the slight wind, rain and dew. The crane soar, the mountains and mountains, the most important thing is a fairy style. If she doesn't speak, Liu Yun took advantage of the wind to go away. She decided to go and finish the matter that the Emperor had given her and then go back and talk to those immortals. This demon god of entropy is not as difficult to contact as imagined, and he is very easy to talk to, at least I have a good chat with him. Well. When Saigo said this, Gan Yu looked strange, showing a smile that was uglier than crying. She looked a little cute at a loss, not knowing what to do at this time. Saigo was thoughtful, laughed and said, You little girl is actually a bit dark. The reason why you say that is to let me go to Morax on purpose, so I will say something about him behind my back and I hope Morax can blame her. Gan Yu was a little hesitant when Liu Yun borrowed the wind to disappear and she slowly turned around to look at Saigo sitting on the tree stump. Gan Yu spoke at this moment. Unfortunately, with Morax's character, he would never care about it. If he didn't know that it was a Kilin, he would have thought it was an iron-eating beast just by listening to the description. Saigo thought for a while, shook his head and said, I didn't say anything excessive. Hearing this, Gan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time Saigo said again, She just said that you were so sleepy that you slept on the slope and your whole body rolled down the mountain so you didn't wake up. Her eyelids drooped a little and she always looked sleepy, but there was also a touch of tenderness. How fat did you get when you were a kid? Seeing Saigo looking at her with a smile all the time, Gan Yu turned her head away in embarrassment. Ganyu took a deep breath, summoned up her courage and said, "My lord, Zhenjun didn't say anything excessive to you just now, did he?" Ganyu felt even more embarrassed when she saw that Saigo had punctured her small thoughts and blinked her dull eyes. Saigo couldn't help asking, "Just listen to what Zhenjun said and don't believe it, and what she said about Dijun you also don't ask Dijun." Saigo himself is actually a very casual person. The main reason why he acted too gloomy in the World Tree game and the Bloodthirsty world was that Saigo was under too much pressure at that time. In the World Tree game, the real world, there is a typical cyberpunk, and the people living at the bottom are extremely depressed. Saigo can't guarantee that the traversal will happen, so he always feels that the time is tight and he is very rushed every minute. In order to get promoted quickly, his hands Duanyi are very cruel, and this is all for the future. Later in the Bloodthirsty world, at first Saigo was actually the same as now, living casually, just thinking about hanging out with Nangong that month. But the appearance of the Holy Fighter gave Saigo a sense of urgency again. Saint Annihilation is a power that involves the power of the full power, and Saigo has a little understanding of what happened to the mother of the evil god. At that time, he thought that the 190 power of the Holy Fighter came from other people in the full power field. In order to protect himself, Saigo at that time also became anxious and played a big game of chess in the Bloodthirsty world. It wasn't until returning to the World Tree game, after comparing the Saint Annihilator with the world props, that Saigo was sure that this power also came from the remnants of the Mother of Evil Gods and had nothing to do with any other full-power domainers. This is what makes Saigo relax completely, because he understands the invitation letter and the rules of time travel. Thinking about it carefully, Saigo found that he had actually been fighting wits and courage with the air in the past, and the object he was pressing all the time turned out to be himself. This made Saigo smile in his heart. Now that he has come to the Teyvat continent, the world called Yuanshan, Saigo has regained that idle mood again. The main reason is that Saigo already knows that even if this world has a corner of the power domain, it is also related to the mother of evil gods, so he doesn't need to be too afraid. Secondly, through the power of Morax, Zixi generally analyzed that the strength of this world is not as strong as imagined. Saigo doesn't like to divide power into too many layers because it is too complicated. In his own strength division, there are only the omnipotent domain, and the power below this. In simpler terms, it is actually the difference between mortals and gods. Those who have reached the realm of omnipotence have transformed from mortals into gods. This is a real qualitative change. It does not lie in the strength of power but in the transformation of the essence of life. Those in the three-digit almighty domain have already incarnated into the existence of rules and concepts, which has nothing to do with the size of their strength. And below 3 digits, no matter how powerful the performance is, it is actually just the basic use of effort and energy. Whether you can smash a hill or destroy a galaxy, it is essentially just a simple application of energy. Even if the stars can be destroyed, it is impossible to destroy the basic concepts that make up the universe of the world. Gravity still exists, quality still exists, aging still exists, and adaptation still exists. Therefore, those who have reached the realm of omnipotence are themselves stepping into the realm of gods, and they have obtained the authority of a certain concept, so they are almost immortal and immortal. The so-called omnipotence refers to omnipotence within one's own domain. And if it crosses from a 3-digit number to a 2-digit number and becomes a domain of full authority, this is omnipotence in all fields, and such an existence can modify the rules and theorems of the world itself. It's like the universe is actually an extremely complex and rigorous system. It is precisely because this system is too rigorous that it becomes so simple to destroy. As long as a cosmological constant is modified casually or a certain force disappears casually, the entire system of the universe will collapse immediately. Those in the plenipotentiary domain have such great power. They can change the concept itself at will and distort the laws of heaven so that the world can move forward according to their own worldview. In these worldviews, it can be good or evil, it can let the living beings still have aging, and it can also let the living beings obtain eternal life. In their own worldview, they are omniscient and omnipotent gods in people's impression. But as Saigo explored the spirit of the mother of evil gods, he also discovered the flaw of the full power domain, That is, this infinite power can only be displayed under his own worldview. This also makes the creatures have to believe in a certain worldview, so that these creatures can be blessed by these worldviews. Therefore, these plenipotentiary domains will appear in the form of religion, mythology, and the like. It is precisely because of the defects of the plenipotentiary domain itself that Saigo believes that there must be a higher power and realm after that, but that is not what the current Saigo can understand and explore. For Saigo, the Teyvat continent is the same, and the demon god is nothing more than that. Even if it is as strong as Morax, it has not broken through the boundaries of mortal things. Therefore, no matter whether these demon gods can crush mountains and rivers, move continents, or even destroy the planet under their feet, they are still mere mortal things in his eyes. It is precisely because he knows that there is nothing in this world that can threaten him too much, so Saigo doesn't care and becomes easygoing and idle. There is a saying, he doesn't care how strong others are, they are not as strong as him anyway. Even though the current Saigo's chaotic spirit is only within the scope of mortal things, its essence is sublime, and one day Saigo's spirit will fade away from the mortal body. Besides, this land of Liu is slightly similar to his hometown, which makes him miss it a lot, so Saigo didn't use his cruel but highly efficient methods in this world. He is a demon who seeks the balance between good and evil, and Saigo doesn't mind pouring out some of his own kindness in this world. It's raining. Do you think so? Ganyu. This half-immortal is the kind of very quiet person, completely different from the shattered-mouthed crane that Liu Yun borrowed the wind. Saigo glanced at Ganyu, who was wearing cool clothes beside him, and asked with a smile, "Are you cold?" Saigo raised his head at this moment and looked at the sky covered with dark clouds, and soon there were raindrops falling. The rain in the mountains is a bit cold, and it brings a biting chill on the body. Saying this, Saigo squatted down and he held a handful of green grass and stones, and then under Ganyu's surprised eyes the grass 1.6 and cloth turned into a deep red oil umbrella. Alchemy is well developed in the bloodthirsty world, and Saigo also pays attention to it a little bit. This technology is really very convenient. Seeing Ganyu's astonishment, Saigo explained. It's just a simple application of alchemy which involves the transformation and shaping of matter. Saigo and Ganyu walk in Tianheng Mountain. Alchemy is a very profound knowledge which involves the refining of life. Although Saigo has no great interest in alchemy, he can also do basic material conversion alchemy. Now is the time when the farming is busy, and this rain is very timely. Generally, people call this kind of rain sweet rain. But even so, it's better not to get wet. Saigo doesn't talk and she doesn't talk. The two of them walk together a little boring, but they are also chic and leisurely. On the way, Saigo didn't speak, and Ganyu, who was beside him, didn't make a sound. However, if there is a master of alchemy, he will be surprised, because Saigo's material conversion is to completely convert one material into another, which is already an extremely advanced technology. Saigo asked with a chuckle. As soon as the words fell, Saigo smiled again. "No, I forgot that you are a fairy beast, and the rain in this mountain will never let you catch cold. That's where my name really comes from. The emperor once said that business is important, but for the people of Liu, farming is fundamental." Ganyu walked beside Saigo and said in her warm and tender voice, "For human beings, having enough food is the first priority, and food is the most basic survival need of human beings. From nomadic to farming is a kind of progress of human civilization. The most important thing in all seasons is sowing and farming. Only when the grain harvest can satisfy the hunger can people survive. Eating and drinking well are the most instinctive needs and desires of human beings." Saigo's tone was calm, and he spoke simple truths. He almost said that only by eating well and drinking well can he walk well all the way, but fortunately he couldn't help it at the critical moment. These words are too unlucky for Liu now. Dijun also said similar things. He said that in the past the people of Liu lived beside the water with their cattle and sheep. At that time, life was difficult. It was not until they learned how to farm that they found a stable land and achieved rapid development. The population also kept pace of growth. Ganyu spoke softly with a gentle personality and even a hint of timidity. Saigo said with a smile, You always say that the Emperor said you worship Morax so much. Ganyu was taken aback and she quickly said, It can't be said to be worship, but I signed a contract with the Emperor to benefit the people of Liu. Besides, the Emperor is far-sighted and knowledgeable, the people of Liu respect him, the immortals respect him, and so do I. Saigo really has nothing to say about that. Morax has made great contributions to Liu, many of which are unknown. For example, the land of Liu is so rich and the land is so fertile, then there must be the transformation of this land by Morax in the past 10 years. In terms of kindness alone, the people of Liu should respect him. Aaron, aren't you cold? Seeing Saigo walking in the cold wind, Ganyu couldn't help but speak. However, Ganyu regretted it as soon as he said it. As a fairy beast, he is not afraid of the wind and cold, and Saigo, as one of the oldest demon gods, how could he be blocked by the wind and rain? Saigo didn't speak, he just slightly raised the quaint lantern in his hand. In an instant, a faint light radiated from the lantern. If it is said that this lamp absorbs all the light before, it even seems to absorb everything in the world, even the horror of absorbing the soul and life. Then at this time, this lamp exudes the same warm brilliance as the lights of thousands of families. Ganyu was holding the red parasol in her hand, and her petite body subconsciously leaned against Saigo, being touched by the warmth of the lantern. The rain in the mountains is always so heavy. Looking up, there was a black cloud on Tianheng Mountain, Saigo said. I don't like the muddy land when it rains, so let's find a place to rest for a while. The rain is heavy, but it is only a shower and it will pass soon. Ganyu would not refute. With a wave of Saigo's hand, a thick tree snapped, leaving a stump. At this time, there is no need to protect the natural environment. There are so many trees on Tianheng Mountain that it is difficult to cut them all down. Saigo and Ganyu sat on the tree stump, and he still carried the long lamp to block the howling mountain wind. No matter how heavy the rain was, it could not fall within a few meters of Saigo. Ganyu looked at Saigo curiously. He lived with Ligun since he was a child, drinking nectar and eating jaya, and had no contact with him. Leaving aside the war period, the demon gods she has seen are all terrifying people, and every time they come they will destroy a whole land. In peacetime, Ganyu only saw two demon gods, one was Morax and Brazil died. But Morax is serious, making people afraid to touch him. After all, although he has a gentle temperament, that demon god always revolves around Morax. Therefore, even with the emperor she worships, Ganyu has not spoken a few times. Now Saigo, a demon god with a gentle personality, doesn't think she is mean and immature and talks to her about many trivial things and talks freely. This made the young Ganyu feel faint joy and a little admiration. In Ganyu's eyes, Saigo is as ancient and powerful as Morax and a daunting demon god, but he is willing to communicate with her, a little fairy beast, which makes people look forward to it. You must know that Morax's personality is such that he doesn't talk to people about trivial matters, and every time he speaks it is a thought-provoking truth. How old were you when you signed the contract with Morax? Saigo asked at this moment. Ganyu was taken aback when she heard Saigo's question. She hurriedly replied, I met Dijun shortly after I was born and signed a contract with him. Saigo remained silent and complained. That guy doesn't even spare child labor. If Liu has the law, he must be convicted of employing child labor first. You have to be careful in the future, you may not be squeezed by Morax for a lifetime. Saigo joked. But Ganyu was puzzled and said, why not work for the Emperor? It is the honor of us immortal beasts to work for the Emperor. Saigo glanced at her, and it turned out that she was a good seed for a part-time job, and holding this kind of thinking was simply the best target to be squeezed. It seems that Moraxnaz also knows people with eyes. Ganyu only thought that she had said something wrong and felt very anxious. The atmosphere between the two became dull again. Saigo 257 just watched the rain scene in the mountains. His eyes were calm, the imposing manner is graceful and awe-inspiring. Ganyu's body trembled first, then she narrowed her eyes like a cat and made a purring sound in her throat. Speaking of this, Ganyu's tone was a little low. Back then, there was a surge of crowds in the Huili concentration. Everyone wore beautiful clothes and held beautiful paper umbrellas, and the streets were bustling. I'd rather be a dog of peace than the world, but this century-old war is about to end. Seeing Saigo glance over, Ganyu panicked. The rain gradually stopped, and it didn't take long for the clouds to disappear and the warm sunshine to shine on the mountains again. But now, I don't see such an umbrella anymore. Saigo looked away. Lord Zarath, what do you see me doing? Only those who have seen war know its cruelty. When there is heavy rain again, people can only curl up in the corner and no one can take out such a beautiful umbrella. Saigo stood up, touched the pair of beautiful horns on Gan Yu's head with his hands, because here I am. Now the people of Liu are displaced, and the once beautiful clothes and paper umbrellas have long been destroyed in the war. She tried her best to recall the details of her life with Liu Yun and borrowing wind and imitated that crane to find topics. Nothing. In the past, the people of Liu who returned to Liji used to wear such beautiful paper umbrellas every time it rained. Of course, the people of Liu's craftsmanship is not as good as yours. Holding the lamp in his left hand, Saigo walked unhurriedly among the Tianheng Mountains. Ganyu, who was following him, was full of timidity as if she was very embarrassed. Saigo has discovered just now that this little Killin really likes others to touch her horns. As long as her horns are touched, it will make a purring sound like a kitten when it is comfortable. This surprised Saigo a little. According to biological instinct, under normal circumstances, this kind of horned creature would not like to let others touch the horn. But Ganyu is the complete opposite. It can only be said that this may be an auspicious beast which is different from ordinary beasts. One monster didn't slow down, and soon Saigo and Ganyu came to the place where there were people. Many men dressed in rags and showing their strong arms walked on the narrow path of Tianheng Mountain, arguing with a sergeant of the Kaiyan regiment. If you get closer, you can also hear the conversations between the civilian husbands and the sergeants. Hurry up and go back down the mountain. You don't have to go up the mountain to mine and build outposts today. There was a heavy rain in Tianheng Mountain just now, the road is muddy, and the place is steep. If you don't pay attention, your life will be in danger. The sergeant of the Kaiyan regiment was persuading many civilians to return to Liu Port, which was under construction, and not let them go up the mountain. One of the civilians said, "Mr. Jun, we are not afraid of danger, we just want to do our part for Liu, so please let us go up." Yes, Liu is in trouble now, and we want to do our part. Although we can't fight the enemy like your Kaiyan group, we still want to do our part for Liu and devote ourselves to it. The only thing we can do is digging rocks and building houses. Many civilian husbands responded in groups, arguing with the army. Hey, I know you guys are also worried about Liu, but is this mountain really dangerous? Let's wait until tomorrow. The two sides fought hard according to reason, and no one would let the other. At first Saigo thought that they were arguing because of some contradictions, but now it sounds like they are fighting for good deeds. It can only be said that people at this time are really honest. Seeing someone in front of him, Ganyu subconsciously hid behind Saigo, only daring to show his small head. Seeing this, Saigo asked with a smile, "You don't like to be in contact with people?" Ganyu shook his head first and then nodded. She whispered, It's not that I don't like contact with people, it's just that I don't know how to contact people. Master Li Gun said that I am half human and half immortal, and I should have more contact with human beings. It's just ... it's just that I don't know how to do it." It can be seen that Ganyu is really distressed, and her identity problem makes her in a dilemma. Ganyu didn't know whether he should live the life of idle clouds and wild cranes like a fairy, or live a secular life like a human being. However, Ganyu may have been raised by the true monarch Likun borrowing the wind since she was a child, so she instinctively wanted to live a life close to a fairy, but she seemed unable to do so. Of course, Saigo can feel that Ganyu is very human, completely different from those immortals. Her thoughts are too complicated and she is not as thorough as other immortals at all. The life of eating and sleeping in the open is actually not suitable for her. This child really lacks some fairy style, and no one would believe the doorman who said he was guarding the door for the fairy. To put it simply, Ganyu lacks some arrogance. If you don't know how to do it, are you willing to do it? Saigo asked back. Ganyu said at this time, The emperor said that I might become a bridge between humans and immortals, and this should be my duty. Saigo shook his head and said, Don't worry about what Morak says, you just care about your own thoughts. Then Ganyu, let me ask you, do you want to contact humans? Ganyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. That's enough. Saigo smiled and he grasped Ganyu's slender and cold hand. The girl's skin was delicate and soft, as smooth as a baby. Under Ganyu's panic, Saigo left her directly. The two of them passed over the quarreling civilian husbands and Kainan group and walked into Liuport, which was under construction. There was a lot of voices in Liuport and everyone was smiling, which was a bit less gloomy than half a month ago. It's raining well and it looks like there will be a good harvest this year. That's right, the Emperor blesses us, we don't have much food left, don't let any catastrophe happen this year, otherwise it will really be over. People whispered and smiled happily, rejoicing for this sweet rain. Saigo walked in the crowd and everyone just regarded him as an ordinary Liu citizen. This is a simple illusion. Saigo didn't want to cause any sensation but just wanted to feel the atmosphere of the market. However, he was also a little surprised that Ganyu also used illusion to cover up her appearance and clothing. This illusion was not used by Saigo for her but by herself. Ganyu's fairy-like clothes are incompatible with the rough linen clothes of many people in Liu Harbor. If she comes here in her original form, people will definitely know her difference. Seeing this, Saigo was thoughtful, and Ganyu's behavior undoubtedly proved that this girl was not the first time to contact humans, but she did not contact with Ganyu's identity but changed her identity. Maybe wearing a mask like this can make her feel a little more at ease. Today's Liuport is still in the process of large-scale construction, there is no zoning in chaos and everyone just finds a place and lives in a hut. At this moment an old lady's voice came and the tone was pleasantly surprised. Zyoomai, it turns out that you are safe and sound, that's great. Old lady, I have been looking for you since I came here but I couldn't find you anyway. I thought you were killed too. It's great to see you all right now. A gray-haired old lady's tone was moving, with tears in her eyes. She was very excited after seeing Ganyu. She walked quickly with her old body, held Ganyu's hand, and said in a crying voice, Grandma Su, I hope you're safe and well. Seeing this old lady, Ganyu also said excitedly, Old lady, I am in good health and with the help of my neighbors and folks I have walked through Tianheng Mountain. Hey, I have lived in Giliji all my life and I have to leave my hometown at this age. Forget it, let's not talk about it, I feel at ease seeing that you are fine now. Hey, who is this? Are you Zyoomai's elder? Only then did the old lady notice Saigo beside Ganyu. Because of the illusion in the eyes of the old man, Saigo was just an ordinary person. When Ganyu was hesitant about how to introduce, Saigo said casually, I am her father. It turned out to be the head of the Wang family. Your daughter is ingenious, gentle, and kind. She will definitely make a good family in the future. Hey, don't stand outside and talk, go into the old woman's burrow and sit down. Although the old woman doesn't have anything to serve here, there is still some hot water to drink. The old lady greeted warmly. Saigo complained in his heart at this time, Wang Zyooma. What kind of local girl's name? I have become your father now, do I have to be called Wang Ermazi? At this time Ganyu's face was flushed and said, Dad, why don't you just go in and sit down, into the house. In other words, this cannot be called a house, it is just a thatched house. Today's Liuport is newly built and all residents live in such thatched houses with difficulty. In the house of an old man surnamed Su, a porcelain pot was burning with firewood and the water in the pot was bubbling and bubbling. After the water in the pot was completely boiled, she carefully took out a porcelain pot from the corner which was full of fine powder like tea leaves. After staying in Liuport for half a month, Saigo also knew that these teas were actually the fruits of some plants. Under normal circumstances, it should be cooked and fried so that the taste of drinking is more fragrant. Before the Demon God War broke out in the past, drinking tea and selling tea was also a way of making a living. But now the people of Liu live in hardship and they don't have so much time to enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Ordinary people just brewed these picked tea leaves and drank them. Although it is bitter, it can also make the tip of the tongue taste a little bit. The house is shabby and there are only a few tea leaves brought from Gigwiliji to entertain guests. I hope you don't mind. The old man served 2 bowls of tea and said with a smile, Nowadays everyone is living a hard life, it would be nice to have such a cup of tea. Saigo smiled, picked up the tea and blew on the froth on it, and then took a sip. The tea was terrible, but he was eating it with Nangong's stipend of 460 that month when he was in the bloodthirsty world. In the World Tree game, Saigo is sitting on everything. As long as he wants, his subordinates will dedicate everything to him. It's just that although this light tea tastes bad, it has the tenacity and determination of the people of Lee to overcome difficulties and create civilization in order to build their homes. Therefore, although the tea is bitter, it also has an endless aftertaste. Ganyu looked at Saigo a little nervously, thinking that the Lord Demon God is not used to drinking the things of these ordinary people. But seeing that Saigo's face was normal, she was finally relieved. My Xiaomai has been taken care of by you, the elderly, and I am very grateful, Saigo said casually, finding a topic with this old man, which is also to let himself integrate into Liu Port as much as possible. Saigo doesn't like to just look indifferently like an outsider after coming to a new world. He prefers to integrate himself into it. Hearing that Saigo called herself Wang Xiaomai, Ganyu hesitated to speak but finally said nothing. In any case, Xiaomai has been taking care of the old woman. The old man said with a smile and began to talk about the past, while Saigo was drinking the bad-tasting tea and listening with a smile. Maybe it's because I'm getting old, the old man just likes to be long-winded. She said a lot in one breath, probably her own story. The old lady's son was once a member of the Kaiyan group and died while fighting other demons' relatives in the Demon God War. The daughter-in-law became seriously ill due to heartbreak and died soon after. She raised her grandson by herself, and when her grandson grew up, he also joined the Kaiyan regiment and eventually died on the battlefield just like her father. This can be regarded as full of loyalty. There is only the old lady left in the whole family. It can be said that after she is completely extinct, Kaiyan Tuan also takes good care of her and there is no shortage of food and clothing. However, when people are old, they don't have much requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and they become more and more lonely. It was also at this time that the old man met Ganyu, and Ganyu often came here to help her with some housework or chat with her. Hey, this man likes to tell these old stories when he's old, which makes you laugh. If the little beauty is kind and beautiful, I don't know if I can agree to it. I have an old friend who is very close. Her family's great-grandson is handsome, and now he is also a reserve member of the Kaiyan regiment. If Xiaomai doesn't agree with others, my wife, I can make a match. The old man probably likes to be a matchmaker, and the old lady's face is full of excitement when she talks about matchmaking. Saigo smiled and said, My daughter is still young, not yet ready for marriage. Ganyu blushed and hurriedly said, Grandma Su, I don't want to marry. My father is the only one in my family and I want to take care of him for the rest of my life. In desperation, Ganyu's mind turned quickly and immediately thought of a good excuse. Although the old lady was sorry, she didn't say anything, she just smiled and said, Xiaomai is a filial girl. Hey, the old lady doesn't care about anything anymore, but she doesn't know when this war will end. Ganyu somehow remembered what Saigo Asi said not long ago, that the war was coming to an end. She said, I think the war should be coming to an end soon. The emperor found his old friend to make friends that Lord Demon God is powerful, and he will definitely protect Liu and lead Liu to victory. Saying this, Ganyu secretly glanced at Saigo. The old lady smiled and said, Yes, Xiaomai, what you said is that the war is almost over, it must be over soon. The old man didn't know whether the war was really coming to an end, but she hoped that the war would end quickly. The two sides chatted for a while. Saigo found an excuse to leave. The old man sent Saigo and Gan Yu out of the thatched hut. Ten Chong asked Gan Yu to come and see her, the old lady, when she was free. After leaving the thatched hut and walking in the hot Liu harbor, Gan Yu felt ashamed and dared not speak out. On the contrary, Saigo glanced at her and teased, Xiaomai. Ganyu's pretty face blushed slightly, and she murmured, This is just a stopgap measure, the name I said casually at the time, Lord Zareth, please don't laugh at me. Don't worry, I won't make fun of others casually, Wang Xiaomai. Saigo couldn't help laughing out loud. Ganyu was embarrassed for a while, and the dumb hair between the horns on the top of her head trembled. It seems that you are still willing to contact humans, but you are hesitant about your half-human, half-immortal status, and you dare not contact humans with your true face, so you use avatars and pseudonyms. Yes or no? Saigo said with a smile. Ganyu nodded slightly and said, "The Emperor said that as a bridge between humans and immortals I should enter human society. It's just it's just that I still don't dare, because I'm afraid that my appearance won't be accepted by people, so I mustered up the courage to try this method and get in touch with everyone first." Saigo smiled and said, "You always say what the Emperor said, and the Emperor said, forget it, the habit from childhood may not be changed in a short time. But you are willing to admit that part of yourself, and you are also willing to contact human beings. This is already progress. You are much braver than you imagined, Ganyu." Ganyu was a little embarrassed, but when Saigo praised her, a shy and gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Seeing her hesitate to speak, Saigo asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Ganyu took a deep breath and said, "My lord, you are much gentler than I imagined." Saigo snorted, "Am I that scary?" Ganyu wanted to nod and said yes. As a demon of chaos, Saigo's existence is the enemy of living beings. Even if he does not show any malice, he is still fearsome. But Ganyu still didn't dare to speak out. The demon god loves people. Morax and I are both demon gods, so naturally we are also lovers. Saying this, Saigo cursed in his heart. He is one of the final trials of mankind, and his love is probably waiting for mankind to overcome his trials or be destroyed under his trials. Although this love is distorted, it is indeed love. At this moment, a tall and mature figure appeared in front of her. After seeing her, Ganyu said happily, It's the true king of Gechenlang City.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.